Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first time it happens, I'm standing in the employee stairwell behind the coffee shop, balancing a cardboard tray of 4 iced lattes like it's a bomb. The stairwell always smells like wet concrete and old mop water. The fluorescent light above me buzzes on a slight delay, flickering as if it's thinking about quitting. Somewhere below, the back door slams and the sound climbs the metal steps like a small animal. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and I ignore it because I'm mid-step, and the tray is already tilting, and the lids are doing that soft plastic creak that means one wrong move, and I'm wearing oat milk. It vibrates again. Then again, 3 quick pulses, not a call, a notification. By the time I make it to the 2nd floor hallway, I've mentally composed an apology to the manager, whose latte is probably going to be a little foamy from the ride. I press my shoulder into the door and nudge it open, the tray out in front like an offering. "Saints," a voice says. "He's back." I blink into the office's amber light. It's late afternoon in downtown Portland, Oregon, the kind of day that can't decide between sunshine and drizzle. The floor-to-ceiling windows show the street below wet asphalt, brake lights smearing red on black, people crossing with hoods up, a bus exhaling. Inside, the office has the warm hum of work, keyboards, low voices, the occasional laugh that's immediately swallowed, like nobody wants to be the loud one. My team's area smells like printer toner and microwaved curry, and the peppermint hand sanitizer someone keeps buying in bulk. I set the lattes down on the common table, avoiding a stack of proofs and a bowl of those little clementines that always look more optimistic than anyone feels. "Who's back?" I ask, because I'm just trying to do my job, and my brain is still in coffee transport mode. "Your boyfriend," someone says, and it isn't teasing so much as a reflexive attempt to make the moment less sharp. I tug my phone out and glance down. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received, 5:41 p.m. Except I'm looking at the clock on the wall above the whiteboard and it's 4:42 p.m. For a second I assume it's a display lag, some kind of carrier hiccup. I tap the screen, lock it, unlock it. I rotate it like that's going to fix time. I check the top of the screen. The phone knows it's 4:42. The voicemail insists it's from 5:41. It's a stupid, minor disagreement between 2 things that are never supposed to disagree. "Hey," I say, turning the phone slightly toward the common table, like I'm showing them a weird insect. "Is my phone off?" Elliot leans in immediately, because Elliot always leans in immediately. He has the posture of someone who spends too much time hunched over projects and too little time sleeping. Elliot Marsh, 32 male. He's our senior designer, messy hair that never seems to fully dry, sleeves always rolled, a ring of coffee stains perpetually threatening the edge of his desk. He squints at my screen as if it's an image he can adjust in Photoshop. "New voicemail," he reads out loud. "Received 5:41. "Right," I say, "but it's 4:42. He looks up at the wall clock, then back to my phone, then checks his own. "Okay, that's weird. Maybe it's time zone. Like the number is from New York. The timestamp is when you receive it," I say, and I'm surprised by how certain I sound. like I've been waiting for this argument. From the kitchenette, a laugh that stops halfway. Marissa Keller, 29, female. She's our account manager, which in practice means she is the closest thing we have to a person who can soothe both clients and creatives. She has a tidy bun and immaculate eyeliner, even on days where she clearly slept in her car between meetings. She holds her latte like it's an anchor. Maybe your phone is manifesting a future where you're already off work, she says. I would like to subscribe. It's not funny, I say, but I say it too softly, and it comes out like I'm asking permission to be unsettled. Elliot taps at my screen. Play it. I hesitate for a beat. The office is mid-afternoon normal. Someone talking about font licensing. Someone swearing quietly at a spreadsheet. The world is still in the groove it's been in all day. I don't want to be the person who makes the groove skip. Also, this is the part I don't say out loud. I've been getting voicemails from blocked and unknown numbers for months. Old habit, old relationship. A few of them were harmless. Some were not. I told myself that if I ignored it long enough, the world would get bored. I press play anyway, because now there's an audience, and audiences make you do things you shouldn't. The speaker crackles to life, that low bit rate hiss that always sounds like it's coming from the inside of a seashell. There's breathing, not the dramatic, movie kind, just someone holding a phone too close to their mouth. Then my own voice. Hey, if you're hearing this, don't. It cuts out mid-syllable, and the voicemail ends. The office sounds fold around us again, but different. Like the air got heavier. Like the fluorescent bulbs are now aware of us. Elliot's eyebrows climb his forehead. Is that you? Marissa lowers her latte slowly, eyes on me. That's you. It's not, I say automatically. But it is. It's me on a bad day. Slightly nasal from allergies. A little rushed. The way I say when I'm trying not to say something else. I take the phone from Elliot and replay it, thumb too hard on the glass. Again, hiss, breath, my voice. Hey, if you're hearing this, don't cut. Okay, Elliot says, and his voice has dropped into that careful register he uses when a client is about to have a meltdown. Okay, that could be like AI. People can do that now. Deepfake voice stuff. There are apps. You think someone is deepfaking my voicemail to leave me a voicemail, I say. The words sound ridiculous as soon as they're out. Marissa looks toward the window like she can see answers on the wet street. Or it's a butt dial voicemail. Like you accidentally recorded yourself and it got saved weird. It says unknown number, I point out. Elliot's hand drifts to his own phone. Show me the number details. There aren't any. It's the blank silhouette icon and unknown. No transcription, either just a gray spinning circle that never resolves, like even the transcription algorithm took one listen and opted out. I swallow. My mouth tastes like cold coffee. Could it be an old voicemail? Marissa asks gently. That got resent. Like a glitch. It's dated the future, I say. And as I say it, I hear how dramatic it sounds, like I'm asking them to follow me into a dark basement. Elliot tries to laugh and doesn't. Your carrier thinks you're living ahead of the rest of us. I look down at the voicemail list. My thumb scrolls, and my stomach tightens because I hadn't noticed before. There are 2 more in the list. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received 6:03 p.m. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received 7:18 p.m. The wall clock says 4:45 now. My phone says the same. I don't press play on those. Not yet. What the hell, I whisper, and I hate that it sounds like prayer. A chair squeaks behind me. Daphne Ruiz, 41, female. Daphne is our office manager, which means she holds the keys, the budgets, the snack orders, and the invisible authority of someone who has seen every form of workplace weirdness. She has a short gray streak in her dark hair and an unbothered face that could survive a fire drill without blinking. She steps into our little huddle holding a clipboard and a pen, as if she could take attendance for confusion. "What's happening?" she asks, not a question so much as a statement with a raised eyebrow. Elliot, like the class representative, turns his phone screen toward her. Her voicemail timestamps are wrong, and the voicemail is her. Kind of. Daphne's gaze moves to me. "Are you being harassed?" It's a simple question. It opens a trapdoor in my chest. I could say yes. I could say a name. I could say, my ex used to leave voicemails that were half apologies and half threats. I changed my number once, and he found it anyway. I could say, sometimes I still sleep with my phone face down because I don't want the screen lighting up at night. Instead, I say, I don't know. Daphne watches me for a beat, the way people watch someone who might fall. And she reaches into her cardigan pocket and pulls out her own phone, older model, thick case. Put it on speaker again. I play the first one, the hiss, the breath, my voice. Daphne's face stays mostly the same, but her eyes sharpen. "That's you." "I know," I say, and my voice cracks on the last word, which makes my skin prickle with embarrassment. I hate crying at work. I hate feeling exposed in a place where my livelihood depends on seeming stable. Marissa touches my elbow. Not gripping, just present. Elliot says, could it be like some kind of voicemail server issue? Messages queued wrong. Daphne nods slowly. Could be a prank too. Do you have friends who would do this? Not like this, I say. Nobody I know thinks this is funny. Daphne's pen taps her clipboard once. Okay, here's what we're not going to do. We're not going to spiral. We're going to check obvious things first. Airplane mode, restart. Check your voicemail settings. Elliot starts listing ideas like he's brainstorming a logo. Call your carrier. Check iCloud. Run malware scan. Change your voicemail password. Marissa adds, maybe delete and set up voicemail again. Or okay, this is going to sound paranoid. Maybe someone has access to your account. I'm staring at the 2 future timestamps like they're stains spreading. Play the next one, Elliot says softly. Maybe it'll explain itself. That makes my stomach drop, because in my head, I can already hear it. My voice saying something I don't remember saying, which means I will have to question whether I said it and forgot. And if I can forget that, then what else can I forget? I'm not a dramatic person. I pay rent. I keep a calendar. I use the same grocery store every week, and I know which aisle the pasta is on. My private flaw, the one I don't tell people because it makes them look at you differently, is that I don't trust my own memory as much as I pretend to. Not in the big, alarming way, just small gaps. Walking into a room and forgetting why. Checking the front door twice. Losing 10 minutes to scrolling and convincing myself it was 5. Once last year, I drove all the way to the wrong Fred Mayer and didn't realize until I was already in the parking lot, sitting there, blinking, like I'd been put down in the wrong place. It never felt dangerous, just slippery, like my brain has hands that don't always hold on tight. Now Elliot is looking at me like I'm holding a lit match over a gas can. Daphne says, we should document this before anything changes. Screenshot the timestamps. record the voicemail audio. If this is harassment, you'll want proof. The word harassment makes Marissa's mouth tight. I can send it to myself, Elliot offers. Or wait, no. He stops, because he realizes we're all now casually planning how to preserve evidence for something none of us can name. The office is still running around us, but the normal sounds are now background to this small, wrong thing. My phone buzzes again. A new voicemail slides in like a bead of sweat. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received. 8:02 p.m. It's still not 5 p.m. Marissa whispers, "Okay, no, that's not normal." Daphne takes a breath through her nose, steadying herself. "All right," she says. "Option A, you call your carrier right now, from a landline if we can find one, and you ask for an escalation. Option B, we go down to the lobby and ask building security if they can pull camera footage of anyone loitering near the front or mailboxes, see if you've been followed. Option C, you turn your phone off and we pretend it isn't happening until you're home, and then you deal with it in your own space." Elliot adds, "Option D, we play the next voicemail and see what the future you is trying to say." No one laughs. My thumb hovers over the second voicemail. 6:03 p.m. I can feel everyone's attention on my hand. I can hear the faint high whine of the lights. The watery city sounds through the window, my own breath slightly too loud in my ears. A normal day is asking for nothing from me except the usual email, deadlines, coffee, small talk. This voicemail is asking me to step out of that groove and look at the edge of something I can't see yet. I don't want to, and I do. Because if it's a glitch, the fastest way to stop feeling stupid is to prove it's a glitch. If it's harassment, the fastest way to stop feeling powerless is to know what the person wants. And if it's something else, something mechanical and human, and awful in a way I haven't named, then not knowing won't protect me. Daphne's voice softens. "You don't have to listen here. We can go somewhere private." Marissa nods. "We can go outside, or the conference room." Elliot doesn't say anything. He just watches me like he doesn't want to push, but also doesn't want to let the moment drift away. I look at the list of voicemails from hours I haven't lived yet. I look at the time, and I make a choice, not the big choice yet, not the one that puts you on a path you can't step off, but the small one that nudges you toward trouble because you can't stand the shape of not knowing. "Conference room," I say, and my voice surprises me by sounding steady. "No, just yeah, conference room." Daphne nods once, already moving. Marissa picks up her latte like we're just going to a meeting. Elliot scoops my phone charger off my desk, as if this is going to take a while. As we walk down the hallway, the glass-walled conference room waits like a clean box, bright overhead lights, reflecting our faces back at us in a way that makes us look more serious than we feel. My phone is warm in my hand. The second voicemail sits there, unplayed. Tomorrow is stamped on it like a misprint, like a lie, like a dare. And I follow them into the room anyway. The conference room smells faintly of lemon cleaner and dry erase marker. It's too bright in here. The overhead panels flatten everything our faces, the wood grain of the table, the stack of untouched pitch decks in the corner. Outside the glass walls, I can see a few heads turn as we close the door. Offices love a sealed room. Daphne pulls the blinds halfway down. "All right," she says, voice even. "Let's do this deliberately." I sit at the end of the table. My phone is face up in front of me, screen glowing like it's waiting for applause. Elliot stands behind me instead of sitting, one hand on the back of my chair. Marissa takes the seat to my right, hands folded, posture straight like she's about to take notes in a meeting that's going off the rails. Screenshot first, Daphne reminds me. I take screenshots of the voicemail list. The timestamps 6:03 p.m., 7:18 p.m., 8:02 p.m. glow in a clean Apple font, unbothered by how impossible they look. Okay, Elliot says. Airplane mode. Then back off. See if it resyncs. I flip it on. The signal bars disappear. The Wi-Fi symbol goes hollow. For a moment, nothing happens. I flip it off again. The bars return. A beat passes. The phone vibrates. Another voicemail slides in. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received 8:47 p.m. Marissa makes a small, involuntary sound. It's still 4:50. Daphne checks her watch out of habit. 4:51. Elliot swears under his breath. Okay, that's not a sync issue. The room feels smaller. The air smells warmer, like we've all exhaled at once. Play the second one, Daphne says gently. I press play on the voicemail stamped 6:03 p.m. The hiss is louder this time, like the phone is closer to fabric. There's movement, something brushing against the microphone. Then my voice again. Don't go back downstairs. Do you hear me? Don't. A sharp clatter in the background, a car horn, my voice, sharper now. The message cuts off. The room holds still. Elliot leans closer. Back downstairs. Like here. There's a stairwell, Marissa says immediately. Behind the coffee shop. I picture it without meaning to. The wet concrete, the flickering light, the hollow echo of footsteps. That's not proof of anything, I say too fast. It could be generic. Generic, Elliot says. How many times do you talk about not going downstairs? I don't know. The truth is I can't remember. Daphne is already in motion. She crosses to the door, cracks it open, and looks down the hallway toward the back exit. Then she closes it again, slow and deliberate. Okay, she says. We're not panicking, but we are taking this seriously. Marissa swallows. You said he, she says to me, like I personally chose that word. I heard it, I say. I heard myself say he. Elliot's jaw tightens. Your ex. The word lands between us like something fragile. His name is Aaron, but I don't say it. Saying it feels like dialing him into the room. He moved to Tacoma, I say. Last you heard from him, Marissa asks quietly. I hesitate. That's enough of an answer. Daphne sits down across from me now. Has he ever threatened you physically? Not directly, I say. He just shows up, sometimes. He'll leave voicemails that are half apologies and half other things. He likes to sound reasonable. And you haven't heard from him recently, Elliot presses. Not in a few weeks. I pause. I blocked his last number. The phone vibrates again. All four of us flinch. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received 9:12 p.m. Marissa whispers, this is escalating. I stare at the growing list. The timestamps are marching forward in neat increments. 6:03, 7:18, 8:02, 8:47, 9:12. We haven't lived any of those minutes yet. Daphne says, we need to establish something. Is this predictive? Or is someone sending these now with altered metadata? Can you even alter metadata on a voicemail? Elliot asks. Not easily, Daphne says. But voicemail isn't magic. It goes through servers. Call the carrier, Marissa says. Now, I nod and tap the number for Verizon customer service. It rings once, then twice. The automated voice comes on, bright and indifferent. Your estimated wait time is 27 minutes. Elliot makes a face. We don't have 27 minutes if this thing is ticking forward in real time. Ticking toward what? I snap. He holds up his hands. I don't know, but it's not random. The phone buzzes again before anyone can respond. Another voicemail, new voicemail, unknown number. Time received, 9:43 p.m. Daphne's expression changes. It's subtle, but I see it. The shift from odd to urgent. What time does this building close? She asks. Officially, Elliot says. 7. Security locks the main doors. We can badge out through the back. And the stairwell, she asks. Always accessible, Marissa says. It leads to the alley. Tenants use it after hours. Daphne nods once. Play the third voicemail. My thumb hovers over 7:18 p.m. Wait, I say. If these are sequential, if they're in order, maybe we should listen, Daphne says firmly. I press play. The audio is louder. There's wind this time, thin and high. I can hear traffic more clearly. My voice is breathing hard. I told you not to go down there, I say in the recording. You never listen. He followed you from a dull thud, a gasp, the sound of something scraping concrete, then nothing. Marissa grips the edge of the table. That's outside. It's the alley, Elliot says. That echo, that's the alley. I shake my head. Or it's edited, spliced. Then, why reference the stairwell specifically? Daphne asks. My throat feels tight. Maybe because that's where I was when I got the first notification. The room goes quiet again. We're all doing the math now. I got the first vibration in the stairwell, before I knew what it was, before I checked the time. What if, Marissa says slowly, what if this isn't about the future? What if it's about something that already happened? What do you mean? Elliot asks. She gestures at the phone. What if you already went downstairs? What if something already happened and you're getting copies? That doesn't make sense, I say. I'm here, we're here. But you said yourself, she says gently, that sometimes you lose track of time. There it is, my private fear dragged into fluorescent light. I don't black out, I say sharply. I don't lose hours. No one said you did, Elliot says quickly. But I see the thought cross his face. The phone buzzes again. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received 10:05 p.m. It's only 4:58. Daphne stands up abruptly. Okay. This is no longer theoretical. She looks at me. Do you have location sharing on? With Marissa, I say. And my sister. Check your location history, she says. Right now. See if there's any movement today you don't recognize. My hands feel clumsy as I open Google Maps. Timeline, today. The blue line shows my apartment in Northeast Portland this morning. The bus route downtown. The coffee shop. The office. There's a small gap between 4:36 and 4:41 p.m. That's when I was in the stairwell, I say. Probably bad signal. Elliot leans over my shoulder. Zoom in, I zoom. The blue dot flickers between the stairwell entrance and the alley behind the building. Marissa inhales sharply. It shows you outside. I wasn't outside, I say. I would remember stepping into the alley. Would you? Elliot says, and immediately regrets it. Sorry, I just mean GPS can drift. Daphne's voice cuts through. We need to rule out a physical threat. If someone is following you, if someone is waiting in that alley, this isn't just a tech issue. I'll go check, Elliot says, already moving toward the door. No, Daphne snaps. Not alone, I'll go, I say. All three of them turn to me at once. Absolutely not, Marissa says. It's about me, I insist. If someone's there, that's exactly why you're not going alone, Daphne says. My phone buzzes again. Another voicemail. New voicemail. unknown number. Time received, 10:32 p.m. The list is growing faster now. Play the next one, Elliot says, voice tight. I press 8:02 p.m. This time, the recording starts mid-stride. Footsteps on concrete, fast, my breathing is ragged. You need to run, I say to someone. I'm serious. He has a metallic clang, like a dumpster lid slamming. A man's voice in the background, muffled, but close enough to feel. Hey, stop. The recording ends with a sharp exhale and the dull thud of something hitting the ground. Marissa pushes back from the table, chair legs screeching. That's not nothing. That's not a glitch. Elliot's face has gone pale. That's a confrontation. Daphne reaches for her phone. We're calling building security and the police. No, I say immediately. They all stare at me. I don't want to call the police yet, I say, and I hate how defensive I sound. What am I going to tell them? That my phone says it's the future. You tell them you're being harassed, Daphne says calmly. You tell them you have reason to believe someone is in the alley. What if there is, I say. What if we send cops down there and it's empty? What if this is some elaborate prank and I look unstable? The word hangs there. Marissa's voice softens. You're not unstable, I know, I say. But that's how this sounds. The phone vibrates again. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received. 11:04 p.m. Elliot looks at the list. They're closing in on midnight. The implication lands without anyone saying it. Midnight of what? Daphne makes a decision. I can see it in the way her shoulders square. We're not waiting for this to tell us what happens at midnight, she says. We're getting ahead of it. How? Marissa asks. Daphne looks at me. We recreate the conditions. My stomach drops. What? You were in the stairwell when the first one came in, she says. Your location shows you near the alley between 4:36 and 4:41. Recordings sound like they're outside. We go downstairs together. In daylight, we check the alley. We see if there's anyone there now. And if there is, Elliot asks. Then we've ruled something out, she says. And if there is, Marissa whispers. Daphne doesn't answer that. The phone buzzes again. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received. 11:32 p.m. I don't need to play it to know it will be worse. We don't know what's happening at 11:32, Elliot says. What if that's the worst of it? Then we'd better know before it gets there, Daphne replies. The room feels like it's tilting slightly. Not physically, just in the way decisions tilt everything else. My flaw is this. When I'm scared, I want proof. I want to touch the thing and confirm it's real, because the alternative, that my mind could fabricate something this elaborate, is worse. I'll go, I say again. But we go together. Marissa hesitates. Security first. We can call them on the way down, Daphne says. Tell them we're checking something in the alley. Elliot nods reluctantly. We stick together, no splitting up. I look at my phone one more time. 6 future voicemails now. The latest stamped nearly midnight. The sun is still up outside. The street below is just traffic and rain and normal life. We have maybe, what, Marissa says, doing the math. 7 hours until 11:32. Or 7 hours until something we can't see, Elliot mutters. Daphne opens the conference room door. Let's not give it that long, she says. We step into the hallway together. As we walk toward the back exit, my phone vibrates again. I glance down without meaning to. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received. 12:01 a.m. The timestamp has crossed into tomorrow, and we're heading for the stairwell anyway. We take the back hallway like it's a shortcut we've used 100 times. but it doesn't feel like one now. The corridor runs behind the main office suite's beige walls, framed evacuation maps, a thin industrial carpet that never quite loses the smell of dust and old coffee. To our left are closed doors with frosted glass names. To our right, a row of narrow windows that look into a light well. Gray sky, a drip line, a pigeon balancing like it owns the place. Daphne walks first. She has that office manager stride that says she's done this before: flooded bathrooms, angry tenants, delivery people who don't know what rear entrance means. Elliot stays close behind her. Marissa and I bring up the rear. My phone is in my palm the whole time, screen lit, as if I'm afraid it'll vanish if I stop looking at it. Before we go out, Daphne says, slowing near the exit sign, we call security. Not to scare anyone, just to have someone aware. She pulls her phone out and dials a number taped to the wall above a fire extinguisher. There's a small sign, building security, 24 hours. It rings. Once, twice. A man answers, voice steady and bored in the way only a night shift voice can be during daylight. Leon Patel, 53 male. He's building security, gray mustache, slightly sagging uniform shirt, radio clipped to his belt. I picture him without seeing him yet, because every downtown building has a Leon. Someone who has watched thousands of people come and go and learned to sound calm even when he's not. Security, Leon says. Hi, Leon. It's Daphne Ruiz up on 2, Daphne says. We're heading down the back stairwell to check something in the alley. Just want you to be aware. A pause. Check what? Daphne glances at me once, then looks away. Possible loitering. We'd like to confirm if anyone's back there. Ma'am, Leon says carefully. If you're worried about someone, you want me to come with you. We can meet you downstairs, Daphne says. We're at the back exit now. Another pause, long enough that my neck prickles. Don't open that door until I'm there, Leon says. I'll be at the service door in 3 minutes. Daphne nods even though he can't see it. Copy that. She ends the call and looks at us. We wait. Elliot taps his fingers on the metal push bar like he's playing out a beat he doesn't like. I'd also call your carrier again, he says to me. The voicemail system could be compromised. I tried, I say. 27-minute hold. Marissa frowns. Try the fraud line or go through the app chat. I'll do it, Elliot says. He's already pulling his phone up, thumbs moving fast, as if speed itself could solve this. The exit sign hums softly above us. Through the narrow window in the door, I can see the stairwell landing, gray concrete, a metal railing, the faint flicker of a fluorescent tube. The same stairwell that vibrated in my pocket not even 20 minutes ago. My phone buzzes. All 4 of us flinch like we've been trained. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received, 12:24 a.m. It's 5:09 p.m. Marissa's face tightens. It's not slowing down. I don't play it. I just stare at the timestamp, feeling like I'm watching a clock that's counting down to something I can't see. Footsteps approach from the main hallway. Heavy, deliberate. A radio crackles. Leon rounds the corner with a key ring that could anchor a boat and a small flashlight in his hand, even though it's still light outside. He looks us over quickly, Daphne, Elliot, Marissa, then me with the phone. What's going on? He asks, and his tone is still calm, but his eyes are no longer bored. Daphne gives him the short version, which sounds ridiculous even when she makes it sound competent. She's getting voicemails from an unknown number. They're time-stamped ahead. They mention the stairwell and the alley. We want to check if anyone's back there. Leon's eyebrows lift. Time-stamped ahead. Future, Elliot says, then winces at himself like that's too dramatic. Leon glances at my phone. I tilt it so he can see the list. He doesn't try to understand it. He just registers that it's wrong. Okay, he says, we do this clean. No hero stuff. We go down together, we look, we come back up. You see anything, you don't approach. You tell me. Daphne nods. Marissa nods. Elliot nods. Nod too, but my throat is tight. Leon unlocks the stairwell door. The hinge squeals as it swings open. The air inside is cooler, more humid. It smells like concrete and old paint and the faint sourness of standing water. We step onto the landing. The fluorescent tube above us flickers and steadies, buzzing faintly. The sound is like a mosquito you can't find. Leon leads down the first flight. The geometry is simple, 2 flights down from the second floor to the ground. A switchback landing between. The stairwell has small, rectangular windows set into the outer wall, showing slivers of the alley as we descend brick, a dumpster, the shine of wet pavement. My phone buzzes again as we hit the first landing. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received, 12:31 a.m. Leon hears the vibration and glances back. You expecting someone? I shake my head. No, he doesn't ask again. He just continues, one hand near his radio. By the time we reach the ground floor, my shoulders are up around my ears. The metal steps clang under our shoes, each footfall louder than it should be in a building full of people. At the bottom is a heavy service door with a narrow window. Beyond it, the alley. Leon holds up a hand. Stay back, he says quietly. He leans in, peers out the window. For a few seconds, he doesn't move. My mind supplies silhouettes. A man leaning against the dumpster. A face in the dark gap between 2 buildings. The shine of something metallic. Leon straightens and opens the door with his keys. A gust of damp air rushes in. It smells like rain, diesel exhaust, and something sweetly rotten from a nearby trash bin. We step into the alley. Downtown Portland alleys have their own logic. This one runs north-south between our building and a restaurant supply shop. The ground is patched asphalt, puddled and uneven. On the west side, dumpsters, a stack of flattened boxes, a metal staircase leading to another tenant's back door. On the east, a brick wall with a few security lights and a line of utility conduits. At the far end, the alley meets the street traffic noise and the occasional whoosh of a bus. Leon sweeps the flashlight beam slowly, even though it's still bright enough to see. Habit. Control. There's no one leaning against anything. No footsteps retreating. No shadow sliding away. Normal trash and wet ground and city noise. Elliot exhales loudly. Okay, Marissa's voice is tight, so the voicemails are lying. Or they're about later, I say, and I hate that I can't stop my brain from making it a schedule. Leon walks to the dumpster and shines the light behind it. Nothing, he says. He checks the metal staircase, the base of it, the dark space underneath. Nothing. Daphne points toward the back door of the coffee shop, a few yards up the alley. That stairwell entrance, she says. The one she used. We move as a group. The coffee shop's back door is painted black and scuffed. A small overhang drips water steadily into a puddle. The stairwell entrance is a recessed doorway with a security keypad, tenant only. Leon studies the keypad. Any sign of tampering? No, Daphne says. My phone vibrates again. My hand jerks reflexively. Leon notices. How many is that now? Too many, I say. Elliot steps closer to the stairwell entrance and squints at something. Hold up, he crouches, fingers hovering over the damp ground without touching. There, he says, a small smear on the concrete near the threshold, darker than rain, reddish brown. My stomach drops into my shoes. Marissa whispers, "Is that?" Leon's flashlight beam lands on it. He doesn't react like a movie cop. He reacts like someone who has seen enough to know what it might be and enough to know not to assume. Could be anything, he says, but his voice has changed. He kneels carefully, not touching, just looking. Rust, sauce, could be from a trash bag. Elliot's eyes flick toward me, or blood. I feel heat creep up my neck. It's not, the word dies because I don't know what it is. Leon pulls his radio up. Leon to desk, he says. I need the exterior camera feed for the service alley by the coffee shop. Is it working today? Static. Then a different voice, tinny, distant. Camera, has been glitchy since last week, Leon. Freezing. Leon's jaw tightens. Of course it has. That's attempt 1. Check the alley, verify the threat, rely on cameras. And it's already partial. No person, possible evidence. Cameras unreliable. Daphne looks like she's doing the same assessment. We need to know if anyone was back here earlier, she says. Marissa points up. There's a security light above the door. Motion sensor. Does it log? Leon shakes his head. No logging, just on or off. Elliot stands, rubbing his hands on his jeans like he touched something even though he didn't. I'm getting the carrier chat to respond, he says. They're asking for your account PIN. I blink. I don't know it. He stares at me. You don't know your voicemail PIN. I said it years ago, I say, and my voice comes out small. I never use it. Marissa looks pained. Okay, reset it. Elliot taps. Reset requires a text code. My phone buzzes again. Another voicemail. No text code. Elliot's face tightens. You're not getting texts. I am, I say automatically, then check. There are no new texts, no missed calls, just voicemails piling up like they're bypassing everything else. Leon watches my screen. That's not normal, he says quietly. Voicemail shouldn't be the only thing reaching you. Daphne's voice stays level, but her eyes are sharp. Do you have do not disturb on? No. Any focus mode? No. Any call forwarding? I don't think so. Tempt 2 forms fast. Regain control of the account. Reset PIN. Contact carrier. Lockdown access. And it's already failing because we can't even get the verification code. Elliot tries again. Send code, he mutters. Nothing. Marissa is scanning the alley now, not for people, but for pattern where someone could hide, where someone could watch, where someone could wait. Her fingers are white around her phone. My phone buzzes again. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received, 12:44 a.m. I swallow. My mouth tastes metallic. Daphne says, we need to call 911. I shake my head too quickly. No, not yet. Why? Leon asks, and there's no judgment in it, just a practical need to understand. Because if police show up and there's no one, and the smear is ketchup, and the camera is glitchy, then the story becomes, woman with anxiety imagines a stalker because of a phone glitch. That story will stick to me. It will make the next real thing harder, because I'm afraid my own mind is the weak link, and I don't want anyone else to decide that for me. I start. My phone buzzes again. This time it's not a vibration. It's a ring. A call, unknown number. The screen lights up with unknown and the green accept button. All of us freeze, even Leon. Elliot's whisper is barely audible. Answer it. Daphne's voice is firm. Put it on speaker. My thumb hovers. My heart thumps against my ribs like it's trying to get out. I accept. Hello, I say, and I hate how thin it sounds. Static at first, then a faint rush of sound, wind, traffic, the hollow echo of a stairwell. And then my voice again, clearer than the voicemails. Live, but not live. I'm in the stairwell, the recording me says. Listen to me, please. He's coming up. You need to. A loud bang explodes from above us. Marissa screams, short, sharp. Elliot lunges backward. My whole body jolts. The sound echoes through the alley, metallic and violent, like a dumpster being slammed or a door kicked. Leon moves instantly, stepping in front of us, flashlight up. Back, he orders. For one terrifying second, I see what my brain wants to see. Someone at the top of the metal staircase, something in their hand. Then the security light above the restaurant supply shop flickers on, and the figure is just a black plastic tarp whipping loose in the wind, snapping against a metal railing. The bang is the tarp's grommet striking the pole. Over and over, misdirection, terrifying, and then painfully mundane. My chest still hurts like it was real. Leon doesn't relax, though. He keeps scanning, because the fact that it's explainable doesn't mean we're safe. On the phone, recording me says, "Don't open the service door. Don't open it." He's right. The line goes dead. Elliot stares at me like he's seeing a crack in reality he can't ignore. That was a call. It was a recording, I say. But it came through as a call, Marissa says, voice shaking. Not voicemail. Leon's eyes narrow. Someone can spoof calls, he says. They can route through services. They can make it look like unknown. Daphne is already pulling her phone out again. We're calling the police, Elliot says. Wait, if that was a recording of you in the stairwell, then you were there today, or someone recorded you there. I was there, I say, to get coffee. No, he says, voice rising. Not that audio, he asks, coming up. It's not coffee run you. My skin prickles. My hands tremble around the phone. Leon steps closer. Let me see your phone, he says, and I hand it over without thinking, grateful for someone else's steady hands. He scrolls quickly, then stops. Your voicemail indicator, he says. It's not showing a carrier label. Usually theirs. I don't know what it usually shows, I say. It's behaving like an app, he mutters, and then he looks up. Do you have any voicemail apps installed? No, I say. Its eyes widen. What about call recording apps? No, Marissa says. Could someone have installed something on your phone? My stomach twists. When? Elliot answers without meaning to, voice small, when you weren't paying attention. There it is again. The fear that my own lapses are the opening. Leon hands the phone back. We need to get you to a safe place, he says. Inside, not the alley, not the stairwell. Daphne nods. Back upstairs. We start moving, fast now, our shoes splashing in shallow puddles. And then my phone vibrates so hard it almost jumps out of my hand. A new voicemail appears at the top. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received, 12:59 a.m. I don't know why I press play. Maybe because the call rattled me. Maybe because I'm desperate for something to be consistent. If the future keeps sending messages, at least let it speak plainly. The voicemail opens with harsh breathing. Then my voice, strained and urgent. Daphne, don't. Leon is hurt. He's bleeding. The door, the message cuts out. I stop walking so abruptly Elliot bumps into me. What? Marissa snaps, turning. I hold up the phone. My fingers have gone numb. It says Leon is hurt. Leon's head turns sharply. What did it say? It said my mouth feels full of cotton. It said you're bleeding. It said the door, something about the door. Leon's expression hardens into something I don't like. It's the look of someone hearing their own name in a threat. Daphne's voice goes low. Back inside. Now. We're a few yards from the service door. Leon reaches it first, keys ready. He pauses, hand on the knob, and looks back at us. "Don't open the service door," the call recording me had said. "Don't open it," Daphne says now, echoing it, and then catches herself like she hates that she's repeating a ghost instruction. Leon's jaw works. "This door," he says, pointing at the service door to the lobby, or the stairwell door. "No idea," Elliot says. "But if it's saying Leon gets hurt, maybe." A sharp click comes from behind us. Not a bang, not wind, a click like a latch. We all turn. The coffee shop's back door, black scuffed, has shifted. The seam of it is no longer flush. It's open a fraction, maybe 2 inches, just enough to show a line of darkness. I didn't see it move. I just see that it's different now. Maris's voice is a whisper. That was closed. Leon's flashlight snaps toward it. "Who's there?" he calls, loud and authoritative. No answer. The darkness behind the door looks thick, like the stairwell swallowed light. Elliot takes a step toward Leon, then stops himself. His hands are shaking. Daphne says, "Leon, don't." The door opens another inch. Slow, not gusted by wind, not flung by a careless employee. Deliberate. My breath catches. The hairs on my arms rise. My phone feels slick in my grip. Leon moves toward it, shoulders squared. And my phone buzzes again. One more voicemail, stamped even later. But I don't look at the time because my eyes are locked on the widening gap in that door. This is the point where you would normally retreat. You would go back upstairs. You would call police and wait in a bright lobby with cameras. But we can't retreat the way we came, because Leon is between us and the stairwell door now, and because the coffee shop door is opening into the only enclosed space in the alley, and because whoever is on the other side has just made a move that says they know we're here. Leon reaches for the door edge. Daphne grabs his sleeve. "Wait for backup," she says, voice tight. Leon's radio crackles static, and then a fragment of voice. "Leon, the service entrance locked just." The transmission cuts off mid-sentence. Leon looks down at his radio like it betrayed him. Then he looks at us. "I'm not leaving this," he says, and his calm is gone now. It's been replaced by something sharper, responsibility, and maybe pride, and the simple human refusal to step away from a door that is opening on its own. He pulls the door wider, and the stairwell light inside flickers once, twice, like it's about to go out. We follow him in, because in that moment, standing in the wet alley with the door opening, and the voicemail's warning, and the service lock apparently malfunctioning, there's no safe outside anymore. Only forward. The stairwell swallows us the second we cross the threshold. The coffee shop back door shuts behind Leon with a heavy, soft thud that sounds final in a way a door shouldn't. The air inside is cooler than the alley, damp with that concrete basement smell. And the fluorescent tube above the landing flickers hard, bright, dim, bright, like it's struggling to stay on. Leon's flashlight beam cuts a pale circle across the steps. "Stay close," he says. His voice is steady, but the fact that he has to say it tells me he's not sure either. We're on the ground floor landing. Ahead is the first flight up toward our office level. Behind us is the door we came through. To the side is the service corridor door that leads into the building's lower hall, supposedly. Leon tests that service door first. He reaches for the handle, turns it. Nothing. He tries again, harder. The knob doesn't give. "It's stuck," he mutters, and then he puts his shoulder into it with a controlled shove. The door doesn't budge. Daphne's voice goes tight. That's the lock. Leon looks at his radio again like it might explain itself. He keys the mic. Desk, I'm at the service door. It's not opening. Confirm you still have power to the mag lock. Static answers him, then a faint fragment. Not panel, and then the channel goes dead. Elliot tries his phone. No signal down here, he says, and I hear the panic he's fighting to keep out of his voice. Or like one bar, it keeps dropping. My phone buzzes, even in here, like it's not relying on the same rules. A new voicemail flashes at the top of the list, stamped 1:07 a.m. I don't play it. I can't. Marissa presses her palm against the concrete wall as if grounding herself. Okay, she says. Okay, we go back out the way we came. Leon reaches for the coffee shop door behind us. It doesn't open. He tries again, then checks the latch. It's locked, he says, and there's a new edge to his comm now. It's latched from the alley side. That's not possible, Daphne says, but the words come out like she already knows it is. Leon's keys jangle as he tries a different key, then another. This is tenant door hardware, he says. Not building. I don't have it. Elliot lets out a short laugh that isn't laughter. So we're trapped in a stairwell. No, Leon says firmly. We have the stairs up. We all look upward together. The flight above us disappears around the switchback. The light flickers again, buzzing louder, the sound crawling under my skin. Somewhere higher up, a faint scuff, like a shoe adjusting, or a bag dragged an inch. Leon raises a hand. Hold, he whispers. Silence in a stairwell isn't silence. It's breathing and the electrical buzz and distant building hum. The smell of coffee shop grease faintly seeping through the door. My heart thudding hard enough I can feel it in my throat. Another scuff. Then a voice from above. Hey, male, close enough to bounce off the walls. Marissa's fingers clamp around my elbow. Daphne's breath catches. Leon's flashlight beam snaps upward, hitting the underside of the next landing. Who's there? Leon calls. A pause. Then softer, like coaxing a skittish animal. It's me. I'm not here to hurt anyone. The phrase makes my stomach twist because people who aren't here to hurt anyone don't announce it in stairwells. Elliot shifts his weight. The metal step under him gives a tiny squeak. The sound ricochets. Above us, movement. A silhouette comes into view at the top of the first flight, just the lower half of someone's body at first, dark jeans, scuffed sneakers. Then the flashlight catches a face for a split second before the flicker of the overhead tube steals it again. But I already know. It's the jawline, the shape of his mouth when he's trying to look sincere. Aaron. He doesn't look like a monster. That's the worst part. He looks like someone who could be in line at the coffee shop, someone who could ask for oat milk and tip $1, and then follow you into an alley. He holds one hand up, palm out. In the other hand is his phone. When he speaks again, it's not to us. It's into the phone, angled like he's recording. Hey, he says, and my blood doesn't run cold, but something in my chest goes tight and hot because he's saying it in a careful imitation of me. If you're hearing this, he stops, watching my face as if checking the effect. You like that, he says to me, normal voice now. You always hated leaving messages. My mouth goes dry. Aaron, I manage. Marissa's voice breaks. You know him. Leon's shoulders square. Sir, he says, authoritative. You need to come down slowly. Keep your hands where I can see them. Aaron laughs under his breath like Leon is an extra in a scene he wrote. Don't talk to him like that, Aaron says, still looking at me. He's not the point. Daphne's voice goes sharp. Why are you here? Aaron's expression shifts, hurt, offended, practiced. Because she won't answer, he says, and he tilts his head toward me like I'm a problem to be solved. Because she blocks me. Because she thinks she gets to just disappear. People don't get to do that. Leon takes one step up. Sir, Aaron's gaze flicks to Leon, and the friendliness drops like a mask slipping. Back up, Aaron says, and there's a hard warning under it. I'm not here for you. Leon doesn't back up. Aaron's thumb moves on his phone screen, and my phone buzzes in my hand at the exact same moment, like it's responding to his touch. New voicemail. Unknown number. Time received, 1:14 a.m. Elliot's voice comes out tight and incredulous. He's doing it. He's sending them. Aaron smiles at Elliot like he's pleased someone finally caught up. It's not hard, Aaron says. Voicemail timestamps are server time, UTC. You'd be amazed what breaks when you port a number or when you get the carrier to help you reset things. He says help like it's a joke. Your phone is reading it wrong. It thinks UTC is local, so yeah, looks like tomorrow. Daphne's eyes sharpen. You messed with her carrier account. Aaron shrugs with one shoulder casual. I called, I talked, I knew her address. I knew the last 4 of her. He stops himself, grinning. It's not that complicated. People think systems are smarter than they are. My stomach drops, not because it's clever, but because it's so ordinary. Elliot swallows. And the voice, the messages. Aaron lifts his phone slightly. You leave enough audio out in the world, you can make a person say anything. His eyes stay on me. You're everywhere, you know. Old voicemails, voice notes, videos. It's not magic, it's just data. Marissa makes a sound like she's about to cry or vomit. Leon's voice stays hard. Sir, you are trespassing. You are harassing her. You need to come down. Aaron's smile twitches. And then what? You walk me out. You call cops. You think cops will show up fast enough for a staircase dispute. He takes one step down. My body locks. The smell of damp concrete, the buzz of the fluorescent, the narrowness of the space, it all presses in. My private fear flares, that slick sense of time sliding. What if I've been here before? What if I already had this conversation and my brain is just replaying it wrong? Aaron's voice softens again, aimed at the tender parts. Come on, he says to me. We just need to talk somewhere you can't run away. That's all, Daphne snaps. No. Aaron's head turns slightly, annoyed now. I wasn't asking you. Leon moves up another step. Aaron's hand dips toward his jacket pocket. Leon sees it. Hands up, he barks. Everything happens fast and stupid and human. Aaron yanks something out, small, metallic. Not a gun, a box cutter. The kind you can buy at a hardware store for $9. Leon lunges before Aaron can decide what he's doing with it. They collide on the step above us, bodies slamming into the metal railing with a harsh clang that rings through the stairwell. Leon grabs Aaron's wrist. Aaron twists, jerking his elbow hard. The box cutter flashes. Leon grunts. He doesn't go down. He just makes a sound like air punched out of him. And then I see it dark blooming on the pale fabric of his uniform sleeve, spreading quickly. The voicemail I didn't want to believe turns real. Marissa screams. Elliot surges forward on instinct, and Daphne grabs him by the back of his shirt, yanking him down like she's saving him from fire. Leon, Daphne shouts. Leon's radio clatters against the railing, cracking static into the air. He pins Aaron against the wall, trying to keep the blade away from all of us. Aaron's face is twisted now, not calm, not charming. Angry, cornered. You should have backed up, Aaron snarls. The fluorescent light flickers again, and for a second everything goes dimmer. like the building is holding its breath. I'm shaking. My hands are useless. My mind is screaming for me to do something, but my body is still stuck on that moment when Aaron said, "Come somewhere you can't run away." Daphne's voice cuts through, sharp and commanding. "Pull the fire alarm." Elliot blinks. "What? Fire alarm?" she repeats. "Now, it'll bring people. It'll unlock doors. It'll get responders faster than waiting on a voicemail explanation." My eyes snap to the red pull station mounted on the wall behind us, halfway up the landing, the kind you never notice until you need it. Elliot takes 2 steps toward it, then hesitates like he's imagining the consequences: sprinklers, fines, chaos. Daphne's voice breaks, and that's what does it. "Do it." Elliot yanks the alarm. The sound is immediate and brutal, an electronic wail that fills the stairwell and drills straight into my skull. Strobe lights begin flashing, red and white, making Aaron and Leon's struggle look like a series of frozen photos. Somewhere above, a door slams open. Voices, footsteps. Leon's grip slips for a fraction of a second, maybe from pain, maybe from the strobe and noise and adrenaline, and Aaron rips free enough to swing the box cutter outward. The blade catches Elliot across the forearm. Not deep, but enough. A bright, sharp line opens, and blood beads instantly, startlingly red against pale skin. Elliot swears loudly, staggering back, eyes wide. "Oh, Jesus." Marissa grabs his wrist reflexively, pressing her hand over the cut, and she immediately regrets it because now her palm is slick, and she looks at it like she can't believe it's real. Leon tries to re-engage, but his injured arm is weakening. Blood is now dripping down toward his hand, falling onto the concrete in slow, heavy drops. The smear we saw outside wasn't ketchup. It was rehearsal. Aaron backs up 2 steps, blade still in his hand, eyes darting between us and the stairwell above as footsteps pound downward. "Stay back," he yells, and he sounds frightened now too, which is worse because fear makes people do dumb things. Daphne's gaze flicks to the locked service door at ground level, then to the coffee shop door, then up. "Go up," she tells me, voice clipped. "Now, get out. Get help." My feet don't move. My flaw clamps down hard, the disbelief that I can't trust my own mind unless I see it through. If I run now, I'll always wonder if I made it worse by leaving. If I run now, I'll never forgive myself if Leon bleeds out on a stair. Aaron's eyes find mine again. "See," he says, voice strained over the alarm. "This is what happens when you don't answer. People get hurt." Something in me snaps, not cinematic, not brave, just exhausted and furious. "You're not the victim," I shout back, and my voice comes out raw. "You're the reason." He flinches like I slapped him. The footsteps above get closer. A door opens. A man's voice yells, "Security." What the hell is going on? Aaron's attention flickers upward. Leon takes that fraction of distraction and drives his shoulder into Aaron's chest. Aaron stumbles. His sneaker slips on the metal edge. The box cutter skitters out of his hand, clanging down the steps. It lands on the landing between me and Marissa. For one breathless second, it's just there. A tool, a choice. Marissa's eyes meet mine. Her face is wet tears or sweat, I can't tell. "Kick it," she gasps. I do. Hard. The box cutter shoots across the landing, spins, and slides toward the wall, out of Aaron's reach. Aaron sees it go and makes a desperate lunge for it anyway. Leon grabs him again, but Aaron twists, throwing his weight sideways. They crash into the railing. The railing groans, metal complaining under two bodies. Leon's injured arm gives. He grits his teeth, trying not to go down. Elliot, pale and shaking, uses his good hand to rip his belt off, leather, thick, and stupidly office casual. He tosses it toward Daphne. "Tie him," he shouts, voice cracking. Daphne catches it awkwardly, then looks at Leon like she needs a clear moment. But there isn't one. The stairwell door above bursts open, and two tenants spill onto the landing, startled, wide-eyed, drawn by the alarm and the shouting. They stop when they see blood. One of them, a guy in a rain jacket, backs away instantly. "I'm calling 911, he blurts, and fumbles his phone. Good, finally, a normal response. Aaron uses the distraction to wrench free one more time. He doesn't go for the blade. He doesn't have time. He barrels downward, aiming straight for me. I don't think. I just react. I step sideways and shove, using the weight of my body, the slick fear in my muscles, the fact that stares don't forgive. Aaron clips my shoulder as he passes. I slam into the wall, pain sparking down my arm. My phone flies out of my hand and hits the step with a sharp crack. Aaron loses his footing. His sneaker catches the edge of the stair tread. His knee buckles. He goes down hard, hip and shoulder hitting metal. The sound is awful, bone meeting stairs. Doesn't tumble all the way down, but he lands twisted across the steps, gasping, face contorted. Leon is on him instantly, pinning him with his good arm, forcing his hands behind his back. Daphne drops to her knees and loops Elliot's belt around Aaron's wrists, cinching it tight with shaking hands. It's ugly and improvised, and it works enough. Aaron groans, breath coming in short bursts. You pushed me," he spits, like that's the crime here. "Yes," I say, and my voice is shaking now too. "I did. My shoulder burns, my fingers tingle. When I look down, there's a scrape on my palm and a smear of my own blood from where I caught the wall." Marissa is pressing her hand hard to Elliot's arm, trying to slow the bleeding. Elliot's face is gray, eyes glassy from adrenaline. Leon is still bleeding too. The dark stain has spread up his sleeve and down to his wrist. The alarm continues to scream. Above us, more doors open, more voices. Someone coughs. Someone swears. Far away, through the building's concrete and metal, I hear sirens finally thread into the soundscape, thin at first, then closer. Not a sudden savior, just the slow machinery of response finally turning its gears. Leon's voice is strained. "Don't let him talk to her," he grits out, and I realize he's saying it to the bystanders, not to us. He's already thinking ahead, even as blood drips onto the concrete. Daphne looks at me, eyes bright with fear and resolve. "Are you okay?" she asks, and the fact that she asks it at all makes my throat tight. "I don't know," I say honestly. My phone lies on the step where it fell, screen spiderwebbed, still lit. A voicemail notification sits there like nothing happened. I pick it up with shaking fingers. The latest voicemail is stamped 1:22 a.m. I press play because I can't stop myself. Static, breath, my own voice, quieter now, worn down. "It ends in the stairwell," I say in the recording. "He's going to say you made him do it. Don't believe him." "Don't," the message cuts off. I stare at the shattered screen until my eyes blur. In front of me, Aaron is breathing hard, pinned and bound, his face twisted with pain and fury, and something that still wants control even now. Leon's blood drips steadily. Elliot's arm is wrapped in Marissa's trembling hands. Daphne's knees are soaked from the wet concrete. My shoulder throbs with every breath. The central threat is here, exposed and human, and pathetic and terrifying. And even though it's over one way or another, I can feel the cost settling in, heavy and immediate. The knowledge that the world's systems are easy to bend, the fact that my own voice can be weaponized, the way my mind will now replay stairwells and alarms and buzzing lights every time I hear a phone vibrate. Sirens grow louder. Leon exhales, grimacing. "Stay with me," he mutters, maybe to himself, maybe to all of us. We do, because there isn't anywhere else to go. The alarm keeps screaming long after Aaron stops fighting. It echoes off the concrete and metal and makes everything feel unreal, like we're inside a machine that doesn't know how to shut itself off. By the time the first Portland police officer pushes through the stairwell door from above, Leon is sitting on the landing with his back against the wall, pale and sweating, pressing his own hand over the slice in his arm. Aaron is on his side 2 steps down, wrists bound awkwardly behind him with Elliot's belt. He's breathing hard, more stunned than anything else. He doesn't look at me anymore. The officer takes in the scene in one sweep: blood on the stairs, box cutter near the wall, 2 civilians holding compresses to wounds, 1 security guard bleeding through his sleeve. "Step back," he says, voice steady and practiced. And we do. It becomes procedural fast. Another officer arrives, and 2 paramedics in navy jackets with bright yellow reflective strips. The alarm finally cuts off, replaced by radios and clipped instructions, and the soft rustle of gauze being torn open. Leon's sleeve is cut away. The wound is deeper than I thought. Not catastrophic, but not small. One of the paramedics applies pressure with calm hands. "You're lucky," she tells him. "Missed the artery." Leon nods once, jaw tight, like luck is something he doesn't fully believe in. Elliot sits on the step with his back against the railing, arm outstretched, while Marissa hovers too close, and then forces herself to back up when the paramedic gives her a look. His cut is shallow, but long. It needs stitches. He stares at it like it's an abstract design, like if he can study it enough, it'll stop being his. I don't realize I'm shaking until Daphne puts her hands on my shoulders and says, "Breathe." I inhale too sharply, and my scraped palm stings. An officer kneels in front of Aaron, reads him his rights in a tone that's almost bored. Aaron doesn't interrupt. He just stares at the stairwell wall like he's been inconvenienced. When the officer lifts him to his feet, Aaron winces. His hip took the worst of the fall. He sways, but he doesn't fall again. As they lead him up the stairs, he glances back once. Not at me. At my phone, lying cracked on the landing where I set it down. It's a small thing, that look, but it makes my stomach twist in a way the blood didn't. The lobby fills with noise and flashing red light reflected in glass. Tenants cluster in small knots, whispering, phones out. The fire alarm has brought everyone down like a tide. Someone hands me a bottle of water. I don't remember who. Leon is loaded onto a stretcher with more protest than dignity. "I can walk," he insists. "You can," the paramedic says calmly. "You're not going to." Elliot follows on his own feet, arm wrapped thick in gauze. Marissa stays glued to his side like if she lets go, he'll evaporate. Daphne doesn't leave my side until an officer asks to speak with me. We step into a quiet corner near the mailboxes, away from the glass doors and the curious eyes. The officer is in his 30s, clean-shaven, notebook out. "Start from the beginning," he says. So I do. The stairwell, the first voicemail, the timestamps, the conference room, the alley, the smear on the ground, the call that sounded like me, the fire alarm. He doesn't interrupt much, just writes. "And you're certain he manipulated your phone account?" he asks at one point. "He said he called the carrier," I say. "He knew personal details." "Has he done anything like this before?" "He's left voicemails," I say. "He's shown up, not like this." The officer nods. "We'll request your carrier records. If there was a port out or SIM swap or unauthorized access, there'll be a trail." Trail. As if this were just footprints in wet cement. He looks at my cracked phone. "We'll need that as evidence." The thought makes me hesitate. It's ridiculous to cling to a device that just betrayed me, but it's still mine. It has photos, notes, texts with my sister, grocery lists. "You'll get it back," he says, reading the flicker on my face. Eventually, I hand it over. By the time the paramedics are done, and the officers have taken statements from everyone, including 2 tenants who witnessed the struggle, the building feels almost normal again. The fire alarm panel resets. The flashing lights stop. People drift back upstairs in quiet groups, talking in low voices. The stairwell is cordoned off with yellow tape. The smear on the concrete that scared us earlier is now joined by fresh, undeniable blood. It's darker than I expected. Daphne insists on riding with Leon to the hospital. "He was protecting us," she says simply. Marissa goes with Elliot. She doesn't look at me when she leaves. Her eyes are red and distant, like she's already replaying it frame by frame. That leaves me in the lobby with 2 officers finishing paperwork and a janitor who's mopping in slow, careful strokes around the taped area. The ordinary world presses back in. The coffee shop reopens its back door for deliveries. Someone laughs too loudly near the elevators and then stops when they realize where they are. I sit on a bench near the window and watch the street outside. Rain has started again, light, persistent. Traffic moves. A cyclist weaves between cars. A couple argues quietly under a shared umbrella. I try to imagine telling this story tomorrow, and it sounding like something that happened to a real person and not like a late-night podcast episode. An officer approaches. "He's being transported," she says. "Charges will likely include assault with a weapon, unlawful entry, harassment, possibly identity theft, depending on what we find with your account." Identity theft. It sounds so bureaucratic for something that felt so intimate. "Will he get out?" I ask. "That's up to a judge," she says honestly. "But you should consider a restraining order." I nod. My head feels heavy. At the hospital, hours later, the fluorescent lights are softer than the ones in the stairwell. Leon is in a bed behind a curtain, arm bandaged thick, IV in his hand. He looks smaller without the uniform's posture. "You pulled the alarm," he says when he sees me. "Yes." "Good," he says. "There's no drama in it, just approval." Elliot sits in a chair nearby, arms stitched and wrapped. Marissa leans against the wall, arms crossed tight over her chest. When I walk in, they all look at me at once. "You okay?" Elliot asks. I nod. "Bruised, scraped." Marissa pushes off the wall and hugs me without asking. It's not a gentle hug. It's tight and almost angry. "I thought," she starts, then stops. I know what she thought. I thought it too. Leon clears his throat. "He said a lot of things," he says. "When they were putting him in the car, I stiffen." "Like what?" "That you made him do it," Leon says flatly. "That you were dramatic, that you overreacted." The words hit harder than the box cutter. Marissa makes a sharp, disgusted sound. Elliot looks at the floor. Classic. Leon's gaze is steady. Don't let that get in your head. I don't answer. Because it's already there, a small, invasive thought. If I had answered the first voicemail, if I had called the police earlier, if I hadn't gone into the stairwell. But that path doesn't lead anywhere useful. It just loops. The next morning, I wake up in my apartment to the sound of my neighbor's shower running through the thin wall. For a few seconds, everything is normal. I reach for my phone and remember it's gone. The absence is louder than any vibration. I sit up slowly. My shoulder protests. My palm is stiff where the skin has scabbed over. There's a police evidence receipt on my nightstand, a small square of paper that feels absurdly official. I use my old tablet to log into my email. There are messages from work, from my sister, from Verizon Fraud Prevention, automatically generated, asking me to confirm recent changes to my account. There it is, an email timestamped 2 days ago. Your voicemail access PIN has been successfully reset. I never reset it. Underneath, another. Your account recovery email has been updated. Not to my email, to an address I don't recognize. My stomach tightens, but it's not panic this time. It's clarity. He didn't just manipulate time. He inserted himself into the system and let the system do the rest. I forward everything to the detective whose card is clipped to the receipt. I spend the next hour on the phone with carrier fraud support, answering questions that feel invasive but necessary. Last 4 of my social security number, billing zip code, mother's maiden name. We see unauthorized changes, the agent says eventually. We're reversing them. We recommend a SIM replacement and multi-factor authentication tied to a hardware key. Hardware key. Physical, tangible. I write it down. Work closes for the day. The stairwell remains taped off. A professional cleaning service comes in. They scrub the concrete until the blood is just a faint shadow. By afternoon, the office smells like disinfectant and coffee again. Elliot sends a photo to the group chat of his stitched arm, captioned, "Corporate hazard pay." Marissa replies with a string of angry emojis and a heart. Leon texts from the hospital bed, "Someone must have given him my number." Back in 2 weeks. Don't open weird doors without me. It's a joke. It almost lands. I sit at my kitchen table that evening with a replacement phone in a plain white box. When I power it on, it asks me to sign in, to trust it, to let it know who I am. I hesitate for a second longer than I used to. Then I do it. The new phone is silent. No voicemails from tomorrow. No unknown calls. Just the quiet hum of an ordinary evening. I make tea. I sit on the couch. I let the city noise filter in through the cracked window, sirens far away, a dog barking, someone laughing on the sidewalk. Almost ordinary. Before bed, I check the locks twice. Not because I don't trust myself, because I understand now how easy it is for someone else to slide into the space between systems and make you doubt your own reality. I turn off the light. In the dark, my shoulder throbs in a slow rhythm that matches my pulse. On the nightstand, the new phone lies face up. It doesn't buzz. But for a long time, I lie awake, listening anyway. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here, dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The bathroom mirror said 6:18, not the tiny clock over the sink. I didn't have one. Not my phone that was in the bedroom, face down, vibrating itself to death. The mirror itself said it, because the mirror was reflecting the bright green digits of the microwave clock behind me in the kitchen, and those digits were wrong. I blinked hard, like I could clear it the way you clear steam. The glass didn't change. In the mirror, I could see my own shoulder and the doorway, and beyond that, the slice of kitchen microwave, stove, the top of the fridge with its dusty magnets. The microwave read 6:18, but when I turned around and looked at it directly, it read 6:41. I pivoted back to the mirror. 6:18, pivoted back to the microwave. 6:41. The numbers were steady, not flickering like a loose connection. The microwave wasn't counting up toward the real time. It just sat there, confidently wrong in two different ways depending on where I stood. I took 2 steps forward and leaned in until my breath fogged the glass. The reflection held. My eyes looked tired and slightly too bright, the way they get when I've slept in fragments. Behind me, the kitchen stayed sharp. The digits stayed wrong. For a few seconds, I did the normal things you do when something feels off but still explainable. I checked my own attention span. I checked for glare. I checked if maybe the microwave door was reflecting something else, like the oven clock, into the mirror. But I could see the microwave face plainly in the mirror. It wasn't a trick angle. The mirror was showing me a microwave clock that didn't match the microwave clock. A laugh tried to come out and couldn't find a clean way around my throat, so it landed as a cough. That was when my phone started vibrating again, muffled through the bedroom comforter like a trapped insect. My name is Jonah Price, and I'm the kind of person who sets 3 alarms even if I have nowhere to be. I'm 33, and I moved into this house last fall because it was almost affordable, and because I liked the idea of being able to fix something with my hands instead of spending my life hunched over other people's deadlines. It's a small 2-story in Arlington, Massachusetts, close enough to the city that I can still pretend I'm part of it, far enough that the street goes quiet early. Built in the 50s. Hardwood floors with thin spots. A basement that smells like cold concrete and old paint. Radiators that hiss like somebody's whispering behind a door. I'd been up late again the night before, scrolling mindlessly until my eyes ached, then lying there listening to the house settle, pipes ticking, a car passing on Mass Ave, the occasional thump from the upstairs radiator. I tell people I'm not a great sleeper, like it's a quirky trait. The truth is I don't like the feeling of losing track of time. I don't like waking up and not knowing what I did with the hours. Which is why the microwave clock being 2 different times, depending on where I stood, made my skin prickle in a way I didn't want to name yet. My phone rattled again. I left the bathroom, bare feet, sticking slightly to the hallway runner, because I'd spilled coffee there 2 days ago, and cleaned it with a damp rag, like that counts as cleaning. Mirror in the hallway caught me as I passed, tall, slightly warped at the edges from age, and in it, over my shoulder, I saw the little digital clock on the thermostat glowing 5:03. I stopped. I turned around and looked at the thermostat directly. 6:41. I turned back to the mirror. 5:03. It wasn't even close. The hallway mirror showed the thermostat as if it lived in a different morning, a different day. I stood there long enough to feel my heartbeat in my fingertips. house smelled faintly of detergent and last night's onions. The radiator on the stairs made a soft metallic click, then a long sigh of heat. "Okay," I said out loud to nobody. The sound of my own voice helped a little. "Okay, that's a thing." My phone in the bedroom went from vibrating to ringing, one of those work call tones I never bothered to change because it's supposed to make you feel urgent and guilty. I snatched it off the bed. The screen said 6:42 a.m. The caller ID said RITA Mason. I answered too quickly because that's another flaw. I hate the feeling of someone waiting on me, even when I'm the one who's entitled to take a second. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice normal. "Jonah." Rita sounded awake in the way only certain people do, like they have a switch they flip, like sleep is just a thing they turn off. "You're up, right?" "I'm up," I said, and my eyes flicked to the bedroom mirror on the dresser without meaning to. In that mirror, over my shoulder, the phone screen glowed back at me. Only in the reflection, the time in the top corner read 6:12. My stomach did a small, careful drop, like an elevator testing its cables. "Jonah," Rita said again. "You still there?" "Yeah." I forced my gaze back to the phone itself. 6:42. I glanced at the reflection. 6:12. Direct. 6:42. Reflection. 6:12. My mouth went dry. "Yeah, sorry. I'm here." Rita Mason, 41, female, is my manager at the property management company. Sharp bob haircut, practical boots, and the kind of calm that makes you feel like you're the frantic one, even when you're not. She de-hired me mostly because I said I could patch drywall and didn't look terrified of tenants. "I need you to swing by the McKenna place on Lowell Street this morning," she said. "There's a leak they swear is coming from the walls." "That's poetic," I said, and tried to laugh like I hadn't just watched time split in half. Their definition of emergency is flexible, but the downstairs unit is making noise, and they're threatening to call the city. I could hear her moving around keys, maybe a mug on a counter. "Can you be there by 8? "Yeah," I said automatically. Then my brain tried to do time math and snagged on itself. By 8. It was 6:42. It should be easy. Shower, coffee, tools, drive. Unless it wasn't 6:42. Unless every mirror in my house was going to keep showing me a different answer until my head turned to cotton. "I can be there," I said again, more carefully. "Good," Rita's voice softened by a fraction. "You sound weird. You sick?" "No," I said, and then because lying without offering something else makes me feel naked, I added, "Just didn't sleep great." "Story of your life," she said, like it was a joke she'd earned. "Text me when you're on your way." "Will do." I hung up and stood there for a second, phone still in my hand, listening to the small silence that follows a call ending. The refrigerator clicked on downstairs. Somewhere outside, a garbage truck made its slow reverse beep, distant but steady. I turned and looked at the bedroom mirror again. In the reflection, the phone still read 6:12. Directly in my hand, it read 6:43. I opened the camera app because there's a part of me that believes the phone is the referee in any dispute. The camera showed my face, slightly warped by the wide lens, and behind me, the bedroom mirror with the phone reflected in it. In the live camera image, the phone in my hand said 6:43. In the mirror inside the camera image, it said 6:12. I turned the camera toward the hallway mirror and walked out. The hallway mirror caught the thermostat. In the camera image, the thermostat in real space said 6:43. In the mirror inside the image, it said 5:03. I felt a strange surge of relief and irritation at the same time. Relief because the camera saw it too, meaning this wasn't just my sleep-deprived brain. Irritation because if it wasn't in my head, it had to be in the world, and the world doesn't usually do things like this. "Okay," I said again, louder. "Okay, great." I did the next logical thing, which was to check another mirror. The living room had an old decorative one above the fireplace, oval, with a gold frame that looked nicer than it had any right to in this house. I walked down, stepping around a stack of unopened mail on the stairs. The floor creaked on the third step like it always did. The living room was dim, curtains half open, winter light leaking in gray and thin. The oval mirror reflected the kitchen doorway, and beyond that, the microwave clock. In the oval mirror, 7:26. I walked into the kitchen and stared straight at the microwave. 6:44. Back to the mirror. 7:26. I stood with my palms on the cool counter, breathing through my nose, trying not to let my thoughts sprint ahead into the kinds of explanations that would make me feel stupid later. Electrical glitch, maybe. The microwave clock was cheap and had been wrong before after outages. But why would it be wrong only in a mirror? A weird film on the glass, like some sort of reflective coating that refracts light. That doesn't make sense. Mirrors don't hallucinate. A prank, impossible. I lived alone. The only person with a key besides me was the previous owner's realtor, and I'd changed the locks. I'd done it myself with a YouTube video and a bruised thumb, and I remembered the satisfaction of turning the new key and feeling the bolt slide cleanly. I grabbed my laptop from the dining table and flipped it open, fingers clumsy. The Wi-Fi connected automatically. The time in the corner of the screen read 6:44 a.m. I turned the laptop toward the oval mirror above the fireplace. In the mirror, the laptop's corner time read 6:19 a.m. My mouth opened slightly, like that would help the air. I pulled the laptop back, looked at it directly. 6:44. Mirror, 6:19. This wasn't limited to one clock. It was everything with time on it. My pulse was loud in my ears now. Not panic, exactly. More like my body trying to push me into motion. Do something, change something, fix it. I walked quickly, almost a jog, back upstairs and into the bathroom. The bathroom mirror reflected the kitchen microwave through the hallway line of sight. It still said 6:18 in the reflection. I looked at my own wrist, out of habit. No watch. I'd stopped wearing one after it died, and I never replaced it because my phone existed. That decision suddenly felt like a tiny betrayal from my past self. I tried something dumb. I wiped the bathroom mirror with the hem of my t-shirt until it squeaked, leaving faint streaks. The reflection didn't change. I tried another dumb thing. I turned the bathroom light off, then on. The reflection didn't change. Then I did the thing I'd been avoiding since the first mismatch, because it meant admitting I was taking it seriously. I went downstairs to the breaker panel in the basement. The basement stairs were narrow and steep, the air cooler with each step. The smell down there was always the same: damp concrete, a hint of rust, that old sock odor of insulation. My phone flashlight made the space look harsher than it was, every spiderweb a threat, every shadow a shape. The breaker panel was on the far wall. I opened it and stared at the rows of switches like they were supposed to explain something. Nothing looked tripped. Everything was labeled in my own handwriting from the day. I moved in: kitchen, living room, upstairs basement, because I'd promised myself I'd be the kind of homeowner who knew what belonged to what. My phone buzzed. A text from Rita. Don't forget pics if there's visible damage. In my hand, 6:46 a.m. I turned, because there was a small, cracked mirror down here too, an old one nailed to a stud near the workbench, probably left by the previous owner. In that basement mirror, my phone read 4:11 a.m. 4:11. I stared at it so long my eyes started to ache. The basement felt suddenly louder water in a pipe, the faint hum of something mechanical, the sound of my own breathing too fast. If it were just one mirror, I could blame the mirror. If it were just one device, I could blame the device. But it was every mirror, and it was every device with a clock, and each mirror was confident in its own version of the morning. Above me, the house made a soft, settling sound, like wood stretching. Somewhere upstairs, a radiator gave a tired little knock. I stood there with my phone flashlight shaking slightly in my hand, and the first real choice settled into place, simple, practical, and heavy. Do I shut the whole house down, flip the main breaker, kill the Wi-Fi, kill every clock, reset everything, and hope the world snaps back into one time? Or do I leave it alone, grab my tools, get in the truck, and go to work like nothing is happening? Because the longer I stare at this, the more it feels like something that will swallow my entire day, maybe more. My thumb hovered near the main switch. Upstairs, my phone buzzed again, a calendar alert trying to be helpful. I didn't move yet, not until I decided which kind of mistake I could live with. I flipped the main breaker. The house made a low, surrendering sound. The refrigerator cut off mid-hum. The basement light snapped into black. For half a second, there was that pure, unfiltered quiet you only get when electricity leaves a building. No buzz, no background current, just the dry air and your own pulse. My phone screen stayed lit in my hand. 6:47 a.m. I turned toward the basement mirror, lifting the phone flashlight so the cracked glass caught it. In the mirror, my phone read 4:12 a.m. The numbers didn't flicker when the power died. They didn't hesitate. I let out a short breath through my nose. Okay, I said softly, and this time it didn't sound reassuring. It sounded like a person inventorying options in a room that had fewer exits than he thought. If it was the house's power, it wasn't the circuits. It wasn't some electrical loop feeding into the mirrors like a bad horror movie. It also wasn't something that reset when I cut the system. I climbed the basement stairs in the gray half-light from the small ground-level window. Upstairs, the house felt hollow without its usual sounds. No fridge, no low radiator hiss, just wood creaking and my feet on the steps. I stepped into the living room and looked at the oval mirror above the fireplace. My phone in my hand, 6:48 a.m. In the mirror, 7:29 a.m. The time in the reflection had advanced by 3 minutes since I'd last checked it. Not in sync with my phone, not frozen. It was moving on its own track. Hallway mirror showed 5:06 a.m. now. The bathroom mirror showed 6:21 a.m. The basement mirror had ticked to 4:13 a.m. 4 different mirrors, 4 different timelines, all progressing forward at roughly the same speed as reality, but offset. I swallowed and felt the tightness there. This wasn't about the microwave, or the Wi-Fi, or some dumb reflection trick. The thing I hate most in the world is not knowing which clock to trust. It sounds small when you say it out loud, when you've missed something important, because you misread a time when you've stood in a hospital hallway staring at a wall clock that said 3:17 and thinking you still had a few minutes when you've learned that the difference between 3:17 and 3:22 can be permanent. You start to build your life around synchronization. I didn't own a watch because my phone was supposed to be the authority. Now the mirrors were undermining that authority in a way that made my stomach turn. My phone buzzed. "Rita, you on your way?" It was 6:49. If I left now, I'd make it to Lowell Street with time to spare. If I stayed, I could keep testing. If I stayed and something about this meant I'd already lost time, real time, I could miss the call entirely. I typed, "leaving in 5. I hesitated, then flipped the main breaker back on. The house rebooted in stages. The refrigerator kicked in. The thermostat blinked and reset. The microwave clock flashed 12:00 like it had no memory of anything. That was almost funny. I stared at the microwave directly. 12:00. In the oval mirror, it showed 7:31 a.m. I didn't reset it. I grabbed my tool bag from the hall closet and slung it over my shoulder. The metal clanked against the hammerhead inside. The sound was sharp, grounding. I passed the hallway mirror. It showed 5:09 a.m. now. "Not today," I muttered. Outside, the air had that brittle late winter edge. The sky was pale, undecided. A couple houses down, Mrs. Haverson was dragging her trash bin to the curb in slow, deliberate steps, her slippers scraping on concrete. The truck started on the first try. The dashboard clock read 6:53 a.m. I backed out, the tires crunching lightly over old salt. In the rearview mirror, the dashboard clock read 6:18 a.m. I froze. The truck idled, low and steady. My breath fogged the windshield in a faint oval. Directly on the dashboard, 6:53. In the rearview mirror, 6:18. I leaned sideways, squinting as if angle would fix it. It didn't. The rearview mirror wasn't connected to the house. It wasn't old. It wasn't decorative. It was just a mirror. The time in it was wrong. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Come on," I said, but it wasn't to the truck. The side mirrors didn't show the dashboard clock clearly enough to check. I lifted my phone and angled it so the screen reflected in the rearview mirror. Phone in my hand, 6:54. Phone in the mirror, 6:19. The offset was consistent, 35 minutes behind. The same offset as the bathroom mirror had been. I sat there, engine running, heart knocking once too hard against my ribs. The phenomenon wasn't contained to the house. It followed reflective surfaces, which meant it would follow me. My phone buzzed again. "Rita," I typed back, "on the road." I pulled out onto the street. The drive to Lowell Street was only 10 minutes if traffic cooperated. I kept my eyes forward, not wanting to glance at the rearview again, but I did. Of course I did. Each time I looked, the rearview clock ticked forward normally, but stayed 35 minutes behind the real dashboard time. At a red light on Mass Ave, I risked another check. Dashboard, 6:59. Rearview reflection, 6:24. The same gap. A horn blared behind me. The light had turned green. "Yeah," I muttered, pressing the gas. By the time I turned onto Lowell Street, my mouth felt dry, like I'd been breathing through it without realizing. The McKenna duplex was a narrow, gray two-family with sagging gutters and a yard that had given up trying. A red sedan was parked crooked in the driveway. I killed the engine. Dashboard, 7:03 a.m. Rearview mirror, 6:28 a.m. I checked my phone. 7:03 a.m. In the rearview reflection, 6:28 a.m. The offset had increased by 1 minute. 35 minutes had become 35 minutes still. I stared at it long enough that a knock on my window made me jump. A man stood there, mid-40s, thinning hair, plaid shirt half tucked. He looked irritated and tired in equal measure. I rolled the window down. "You the maintenance guy?" he asked. "Yeah, Jonah. I'm Patrick McKenna, 45, male, upstairs unit." He jerked a thumb toward the door. "It's getting worse." Behind him, in the doorway, a woman with her hair pulled back tight crossed her arms. "That's Alina McKenna, 42, female," Patrick said without turning. "My wife." Alina didn't wave. She just said, "The wall's wet again." Her voice had that thin edge people get when they've already repeated something too many times. "Okay," I said, grabbing my tool bag. "Show me." Inside, the house smelled like damp drywall and lemon cleaner layered on top of it. The living room ceiling had a faint yellow bloom spreading from one corner, paint puckering. "That wasn't there yesterday," Patrick said, standing too close to me. "It's coming from nowhere. There's no pipe above it." "There's always a pipe somewhere," I said, crouching. The drywall felt soft when I pressed it lightly with my knuckle, not soaked, but wrong. Alina stood in the hallway with her phone in her hand. The screen glowed. "What time is it?" she asked suddenly. I looked up at her. 7:04, I said automatically. She frowned at her phone. "It says 6:29. My stomach tightened. "Is your phone on automatic time?" I asked, trying to keep my voice level. "Yeah," she said. "Why?" I stepped closer. Her phone read 6:29 a.m. I pulled out mine. 7:04 a.m. Patrick leaned in. "What's that about?" Alina shook her phone once, like it might wake up. "It was fine yesterday." I swallowed. "Can I see your microwave?" They both blinked at me. Patrick said, "Just trust me." The kitchen microwave above their stove glowed 7:04 a.m. Alina looked at her phone again. "Mine still says 6:29. Is your phone on Wi-Fi?" I asked. "Yeah. Why are you asking that?" "Because if this was some network time protocol glitch, it could mess with alarms, with timers, with anything tied to scheduled events. Because if her phone thought it was 6:29 and it was actually 7:04, she could miss a medication window, school bus, a call, because I'd just driven here with a mirror telling me I was 35 minutes behind. Patrick crossed his arms. "Look, is this about the leak or not?" I forced myself back to the ceiling. "Right, leak." I pressed harder against the drywall and felt it give, not collapse, but close. "You've run the shower upstairs?" I asked. "Yeah." "Did it get worse after?" Patrick hesitated. "I don't know." Alina said, "We can run it now." "Do that," I said. She disappeared down the hall. A minute later, water thundered through pipes overhead. I stood beneath the stain, watching. A dark line formed, slow and deliberate, like a vein filling. "There," Patrick said. "See?" "Yeah," my phone buzzed. "Rita, you there?" 7:07 a.m. In the microwave reflection behind me, I could see a faint image of my phone screen in the glass door. In that reflection, the time read 6:32 a.m. 35 minutes behind. My chest felt tight again. The water upstairs cut off abruptly. Alina reappeared. "It's dripping in the bathroom too." "Okay," I said. "I'm going to cut into this." Patrick made a noise that sounded like protest, but I'd already pulled the small drywall saw from my bag. "Wait," Alina said suddenly. "What if it's electrical?" "It's not," I said, more confidently than I felt. "There aren't lines running through this section." I pushed the saw into the soft patch. The drywall gave way with a gritty crunch. Thin stream of water spilled out immediately, splashing onto the hardwood. Patrick swore. I widened the hole carefully, trying not to make it worse. Inside, I could see the copper line, old, slightly corroded, beating water steadily at a joint. It's the shower line, I said, fittings loose or cracked. Can you fix it? Alina asked. Yeah, I said, but I need to shut off the main. Patrick pointed toward the basement door. It's down there. I hesitated for just a second too long. What? Patrick said. Nothing, I said. Show me. The basement in the McKenna house was brighter than mine. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The concrete floor was dry, except for a faint trail of damp near one wall. The main water valve was against the far side. I crouched to turn it. My phone buzzed again in my pocket. An instinct made me glance at the reflection in the polished metal of the water heater beside me. In that curved reflection, my phone read 5:58 a.m. Not 6:32. Not 6:28. 5:58. A new offset. My hand froze on the valve. Problem? Patrick asked from the top of the stairs. I looked directly at my phone. 7:11 a.m. In the water heater reflection, 5:58 a.m. 73 minutes behind. The offsets were changing, not just by mirror, but by location. If the reflection time was tied to where I was, if certain places were behind, my brain tried to assemble a pattern and failed. I turned the valve anyway. Water thudded through the pipes and then stopped. Okay, I called, it's off. As I stood, my phone vibrated hard. Unknown number, I answered without thinking. Hello, a pause. Then a woman's voice, clipped and official. Is this Jonah Price? Yeah, this is Arlington Police Department dispatch. We have a report of a possible gas smell at your residence. A neighbor called it in about 10 minutes ago. Are you home? My throat tightened. No, I said. I'm at a job on Lowell Street. Okay. We have a unit en route and the fire department as well. Do you have anyone else with access to the property? No, I said automatically. Then I thought of the mirrors, the breaker, the refrigerator cutting out. Sir, she prompted. No, I repeated. No one else. Understood. We'll contact you with an update. The line clicked dead. Patrick was watching me now, arms folded. Everything okay? I didn't answer right away, because in the water heater's curved metal, my phone reflection still read 5:58 a.m. If that time was real for that surface, then according to that reflection, the police had just called me at 5:58 a.m. 10 minutes after a neighbor reported a gas smell at my house. 10 minutes after, but my phone said 7:12, which meant either the call log was lying, or whatever was happening with reflective time wasn't just visual anymore. Upstairs, a faint thud echoed through the McKenna house, maybe Alina moving furniture, maybe something settling. Patrick cleared his throat. You going to fix that pipe or what? I looked at him, at the basement stairs, at the fluorescent light humming overhead. If there was actually a gas issue at my place, and I stayed here, I'd be the idiot who ignored it. If I ran back and abandoned this job mid-repair, Rita would lose her mind, and the McKennas would call the city. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from an unknown number. We're inside your house. No punctuation, no name. My stomach dropped in a way that had nothing to do with mirrors. I stared at the message. Patrick took a step down the stairs. What's going on? I looked up at him slowly. I need to make a call, I said. And for the first time that morning, I wasn't sure which clock was counting down. Patrick was still watching me from the stairs when I stepped aside and called the police dispatcher back. My hand felt slick against the phone. I wiped it on my jeans without looking at him. Arlington Dispatch, the same woman answered. This is Jonah Price. You just called me about a gas smell at my house. Yes, sir. Fire is on scene. On scene. My voice came out sharper than I meant. Already. They arrived about 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. I pulled the phone from my ear and glanced at the time. 7:14 a.m. In the curved metal of the water heater beside me, the reflection read 6:01 a.m. If that offset meant anything, it meant the fire department was on scene at 6:01, which meant the report might have come in earlier than the dispatcher had said, or it meant nothing. I couldn't afford to build theories on top of reflections. Sir, the dispatcher prompted. I need to speak to whoever's there, I said. One moment. I could hear radio chatter through the line. A male voice came on, clipped and brisk. This is Lieutenant Harris with Arlington Fire. You the homeowner? Yeah, we're not detecting active gas levels right now, he said. Your neighbor reported smelling something metallic near the back of the house. We're checking the basement. My knees felt weak for a second. Can you put me on speaker while you're in there? I asked. A pause. That's not standard, he said. Please, please. Another pause, then, all right. There was a faint shift of sound, like fabric brushing a microphone. I heard footsteps on wooden stairs. The creak of my basement steps. I knew that sound. I could count them without seeing. 1, 2, 3. The fourth step had a longer groan. I gripped the edge of the McKenna water heater and felt cold metal under my fingers. Basement looks clear, Harris said to someone else. Breaker panels intact. I swallowed. Is anything off? He didn't answer immediately. I heard him move across the concrete. Your refrigerator's not running, he said finally. I turned the breaker off earlier, I said, then back on. It's on now, he said. Breaker's up. The refrigerator should have restarted. Unless, check the outlet, I said quickly. Please. There was a scrape, then silence. Outlet's dead, he said. That's strange. I felt Patrick's eyes on me. Anything else? I asked. Negative readings so far. We'll stay a few more minutes. Thank you, I said, and ended the call. Patrick came down the last few steps. Is your house blowing up? He asked. No, I said automatically. Probably just a bad outlet. He didn't look convinced. I stared at the water heater's reflection again. 6:03 a.m. Direct time, 7:16 a.m. The offset in this basement was now 73 minutes. 73 minutes behind. The McKenna house was behind my house by a different amount. The truck was 35 minutes behind. The water heater was 73. The hallway mirror in my house had been 98. If each reflective surface was anchored to a different earlier time, I shut that thought down hard. I still had a pipe to fix. Okay, I said, forcing my voice steady. Water's off. I'll replace the fitting. We went back upstairs. Alina hovered in the kitchen doorway, arms wrapped around herself. Everything okay? She asked. Fine, I said. Probably a loose connection. She frowned at my face. You look pale. I didn't sleep. I crouched under the hole I'd cut in the ceiling. Water still dripped occasionally from the exposed copper joint. I laid out my tools carefully on the hardwood wrench, small pipe cutter, replacement coupling from the truck. My hands were not steady. Patrick stood too close again. Can you hurry? He asked. We both have to leave for work. I glanced at the microwave above the stove. Direct, 7:18 a.m. In the shiny chrome trim around the microwave door, My reflection showed my phone screen glowing faintly in my pocket. In that reflection, it read 6:43 a.m. The offset here was 35 minutes, same as the truck, which meant the McKenna kitchen was aligned with my truck mirror. The basement had been different. Why? I tightened the wrench around the joint and felt it resist. I twisted harder. The pipe gave with a small metallic pop and a fresh spurt of water. "Jesus," Patrick said. "It's fine," I muttered, even as cold water splashed across my knuckles. I worked quickly, too quickly. The pipe cutter slipped and nicked my left thumb. It wasn't deep, but blood welled fast, mixing with water and dripping onto the floor. "Hold on," Alina said, stepping forward with paper towels. "I'm good," I said through my teeth. My pulse was too fast, my breathing shallow. The cut stung, sharp and insistent, anchoring me back to something simple: skin, metal, pressure. I replaced the damaged fitting and tightened it properly this time. Slow, deliberate. "Okay," I said, "turn the water back on." Patrick went downstairs. Alina handed me the paper towels. "You sure you're okay?" "Yeah, you seemed freaked out down there." I almost laughed. "Long morning," I said. The pipes thudded as water rushed back in. We waited, no drip, no bead forming on the joint. "Looks good," I said. Patrick came back up. "That it, for now," I said. "Keep an eye on it." He nodded, already turning toward the stairs. Alina lingered. "My phone's still off," she said quietly. "It says 6:48. Mine read 7:23 a.m. I didn't look at the microwave. "Restart it," I said, "or toggle airplane mode." She did. The screen went black, then bright again. Now it read 7:23 a.m. She blinked. "That's weird." "It probably lost sync," I said. Misdirection came a minute later. As I packed my tools, a loud metallic bang echoed through the house, sharp, explosive. Alina gasped. Patrick shouted from the hallway. What the hell was that? My heart slammed into my throat. Gas, pressure, something ruptured. I bolted toward the sound, slipping slightly on the damp floor. The noise had come from the front of the house. We all froze in the living room. Another bang. Then a rolling, hollow rattle. Patrick swore and yanked the front door open. A garbage truck idled at the curb. Hydraulic arm had just dropped a metal bin too hard onto the pavement. The lid clanged again as it bounced. Alina let out a shaky breath. "Jesus," she muttered. I laughed once, brittle. "Trash day," I said. My body didn't get the memo that it was harmless. My hands still trembled. Outside, the sky had brightened to pale blue. I checked my phone. 7:26 a.m. No new texts. I stepped out onto the McKenna porch and dialed the fire lieutenant back. "Harris, any updates?" I asked. "Negative gas readings. But we've got an electrician looking at your outlet. Refrigerator line's dead, but the breaker's not tripped." My stomach tightened. So what's that mean? Could be a loose neutral, could be corrosion. Hard to say without opening it up. "Is anyone inside?" I asked. We cleared the basement. No signs of forced entry. What about upstairs? Front door was locked when we arrived. My pulse skipped. "Locked?" "Yes, sir. I locked it when I left." The text. "We're inside your house. If it was a prank, they'd have to know I was gone. Know I was at Lowell Street. Know about the fire call." I looked back through the McKenna window at the microwave clock. Direct, 7:27 a.m. In the glass reflection, faintly, my phone screen showed 6:52 a.m. The offset here hadn't changed, but the water heater basement had been different, which meant I turned sharply and jogged back inside. "Patrick," I said, "can I borrow your car keys?" He blinked. "Why?" test something." "That's not an answer. Please." He hesitated, then handed them over. Outside, I stood beside his red sedan and turned the ignition without starting the engine, just enough to power the dashboard. The clock lit up, 7:28 a.m. I leaned into the driver's seat and looked at it in the rearview mirror. In the mirror, it read 6:53 a.m. 35 minutes behind. Same as my truck. Same as the McKenna kitchen chrome. The offset followed me, not the house. The realization hit so clean it almost hurt. I straightened slowly. If reflective surfaces were showing different times based on proximity to me, if the offsets shifted when I moved, then whatever this was, it wasn't anchored to buildings. It was anchored to me. My phone buzzed in my hand. Unknown number again. "You left the basement light on." My lungs forgot how to work. I stared at the message. At my house, the basement light was on a pull chain near the stairs. I turned the main breaker off earlier, then back on. I hadn't gone back down after that. "Jonah," Alina called from the porch. I looked up at her. "Yeah," I said, but my voice sounded thin. "You okay?" "No," I said, and this time I didn't bother lying. I dialed Rita instead of the police. She answered on the second ring. "You done?" she asked. "I need you to go to my house," I said. "What? Right now?" There was a beat of silence. "Jonah, I'm not your babysitter." I know. But there's fire and police there already. They said the outlet's dead. Please, just tell me what you see." She exhaled sharply. "Fine, I'm 10 minutes away. Call me when you're there." I ended the call and felt suddenly lightheaded. Patrick was standing at the foot of the porch now. "You're freaking my wife out," he said quietly. "I'm sorry. You need to either leave or explain what's happening." I opened my mouth and realized I had no version of this that wouldn't sound unhinged. "I think someone might be messing with my house," I said finally. His eyes sharpened. "You want me to come with you?" I hesitated. If someone was inside, if the text was real, if the offsets meant anything beyond reflection, I nodded. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, I do." He turned and grabbed his jacket without another word. Alina stepped back, confusion and worry on her face. "Where are you going?" she asked. "His place," Patrick said, "just in case." "In case of what?" Neither of us answered. We were already moving toward the car. My phone buzzed again as I slid into the passenger seat. Another text. Wrong time. Patrick started the engine. Dashboard, 7:32 a.m. Rearview reflection, 6:57 a.m. 35 minutes behind. As we pulled away from Lowell Street, I realized something that made my stomach twist harder than any reflection had all morning. If the text sender was inside my house, if the fire department had cleared it and found nothing, if the outlet was dead and the refrigerator wasn't running, and if the offsets were increasing, then whatever was counting down in those mirrors might not be behind. It might be ahead. My phone rang. "Rita," I answered. Her breathing was fast. "I'm at your house," she said, "and the front door's open." Patrick's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "I locked it," I whispered. "I know," she said. There was a pause. "Jonah," she said slowly, "there's someone standing in your living room." The line went dead. Patrick slammed the gas. There was no turning back now. Patrick drove like he was late to his own trial. I kept my phone in my lap, screen bright, thumb hovering over 911. The roads between Lowell Street and my place are familiar enough that my body should have relaxed into them. Past the Dunkin', on Mass Ave, the small strip of storefronts, the turn that cuts behind the elementary school, but my muscles stayed locked. as if I could brace against whatever waited in my living room. Rita's not. She's not the dramatic type, I said, more to myself than to him. Patrick didn't look over. No, we hit a light. It turned green. The car behind us honked. Patrick went on green like he hadn't heard it. My phone time, 7:38 a.m. In Patrick's rear view, the ghosted overlay of the dashcam mirror, something I'd never really noticed before, showed a faint timestamp in one corner. I blinked, not the dashboard clock. A timestamp. It sat there, crisp and indifferent, while the rest of the mirror still showed a normal reflection. Two images at once, the street behind us, and a thin, digital time that didn't belong there. Patrick, I said, voice tight, is your rear view one of those camera mirrors? His jaw flexed. Yeah, came with the car. Why? Do you ever see the little time in the corner? What time? I leaned closer. The tiny digits flickered slightly as we hit a bump. It wasn't a reflection. It was an overlay. It's showing 6:58, I said. Patrick glanced up at it, then back to the road. That's the dashcam feed. It's always on, always recording, always timestamped. 35 minutes behind my phone. The pieces didn't click into a neat answer, but something shifted. The problem wasn't time itself. It was time as displayed, mediated through devices, and glass, and feeds, and overlays. And someone had been inside my house long enough to know about my basement light. My phone buzzed again. A known number. Hurry, he's going downstairs. I stared at the words until they blurred. He, Patrick said, without me having to explain. Yeah, call 911, he said. I will, I said, and didn't. Because the last time I called something official into my life years ago, that hospital hallway time had turned procedural. People had spoken to me in calm tones, while the worst thing in my world happened on schedule. I hated that part of myself in that moment, the part that thought it could outsmart a disaster by staying in control. But my thumb still hesitated. We turned onto my street. 2 fire department vehicles sat at the curb in front of my house, lights off now. A police cruiser was parked half on the sidewalk. My front door was open, just, as Rita said, wide enough to show a slice of my entryway rug. Rita stood on my lawn in a heavy coat, hair windblown, phone pressed to her ear. She looked angry and scared in a way I'd never seen on her. Patrick parked crooked and jumped out before the engine fully died. I got out and immediately tasted something sharp in the air, cold exhaust, maybe, or that metallic tang you get near damp concrete. It wasn't an obvious gas smell. It was subtler than that, which somehow made it worse. Rita spotted me and strode over, heels sinking slightly into the thawing ground. You didn't tell me someone was inside, she hissed. I didn't know, I said. My voice sounded too small. A police officer stood near the porch, hand resting casually on his belt. He had that posture of someone trying to look relaxed while staying ready. Jonah Price, he asked. Yeah, Officer Kendall, he said, quick nod. Fire cleared a possible odor call. Door was open when they arrived. We did a sweep of the first floor. No one found. We're waiting for you before we do anything else. My skin went tight. Rita's mouth opened. He was there. Officer Kendall turned to her. Ma'am, I saw him, Rita snapped. Standing in the living room, a man. He looked at me, then he moved out of sight. Kendall's expression didn't change much, but his eyes sharpened. You're sure? Yes. And then the line dropped, I said, hearing my own words like they belonged to someone else. Rita nodded once hard. Kendall looked at me. Do you own any firearms? No. Any roommates? No. You changed the locks when you moved in? Yes, I said, too fast. I did it myself. Kendall held my gaze a second longer, then nodded toward the open door. All right, he said. You're going to stay behind me, both of you, Patrick muttered, finally, like he'd been waiting to hear an adult take charge. We went up the porch steps. My front door hung open, chain lock dangling uselessly. The inside air was cooler than it should have been, as if the house had held its breath. The entryway looked normal. My shoes lined up badly by the wall. Mail on the little table. Nothing overturned. Then we stepped into the living room, and my stomach lurched. The oval mirror above the fireplace wasn't showing the living room. It was showing the living room earlier. In the mirror, the curtains were drawn a little more. The light was dimmer, more gray. And on my couch, there was a man sitting with his head in his hands, elbows on his knees. In the actual room, the couch was empty. Rita sucked in a breath. Patrick swore under his breath. Officer Kendall lifted his flashlight and swept it across the room, the beam cutting through dust motes. The couch cushions looked undisturbed. The mirror still showed the man. He shifted like the feed was live. Then he stood up in the mirror and walked out of frame, moving toward where the hallway would be. Not in reality, in the mirror. Jonah, Rita said very softly. What is that? My mouth went dry. My eyes locked on the mirror like it was a hole in the wall. Not a mirror, I whispered. Kendall's flashlight snapped to the oval frame. He moved closer, angled to look behind it. Back up, he said to us, and then he pressed his gloved hand against the glass. It didn't feel like a mirror. Not quite. It had that flat, colder slickness of a screen. He tapped it. The sound was wrong, dull, like tapping a monitor. Kendall looked at me. Did you install this? No, I said, voice rising. It's just been there. He set his flashlight beam directly onto the glass. The reflection didn't flare the way it should. The image held steady. A screen, showing my living room at a different time. That's why the clocks were different in reflections. They weren't reflections. They were delayed feeds, each with its own timestamp, its own drift, its own time. My breath came in shallow pulls. Basement, I said suddenly. Check the basement. Kendall nodded once and moved toward the hall. The hallway, mirror tall, old, showed the thermostat glowing a time that didn't match. But now I could see it more clearly. There was a tiny timestamp burned into the lower corner of the image. Small white digits I'd mistaken as a clock reflection before. I stepped closer and saw the grain, the slight compression artifacts, the way the image softened at the edges. Video. Not magic, not time bending, just cameras. And delay. My skin crawled anyway, because none of that answered the bigger question. Who had been watching me, and from where? Kendall reached the basement door and paused. He looked back at us. Stay here, he said to Rita. Rita ignored him and took one step forward. I'm not staying alone in your hallway. Kendall swore quietly and motioned for Patrick to keep back. Patrick didn't listen either. We went down together, which was stupid, but fear makes a group sticky. It makes you move like a herd. The basement smelled like it always did, damp concrete and old paint. Only now there was a faint warmth under it, like electronics running. Kendall's flashlight swept across the workbench. The small, cracked mirror on the stud wasn't showing the basement as it was. It showed the basement with the basement light on brighter and my breaker panel door open. And there, in the feed, someone's hands gloved were moving inside the panel. Stop, Kendall barked and sprinted forward. He yanked the mirror off the stud with a hard pull. The glass panel came away too easily, and the mirror image vanished into black, leaving behind a shallow cavity in the wall. A warm puff of air came out. Inside was a mess of cables, and a small black box mounted to a stud like a DVR with blinking lights. Next to it, a router I didn't recognize, a battery backup, a coil of thin wire disappearing upward into the wall. My brain tried to recoil from it all, like seeing insects under a rock. "This is in your house," Rita said, voice tight with disbelief. I started, and then stopped, because it didn't matter whether I'd meant to. It had been here. It had been running. Kendall spoke into his radio, short and fast. "We have a concealed equipment cavity in the basement. Possible illegal surveillance setup. Request backup." Patrick leaned in a fraction. "So the mirror thing is cameras," I said. My throat felt raw. "They're screens." Kendall pointed his flashlight up where the thin wire ran. "Jonah, where does that go?" "Up," I said stupidly. The wire disappeared between studs toward the first floor, toward the living room, toward every place that had a mirror. Kendall's jaw tightened. "Someone's been in your walls." The thought made my stomach flip. A thump sounded overhead, not the normal house settling thump. This was heavier, purposeful. Rita grabbed my sleeve. "That's him." Patrick's shoulders squared. He looked ready to fight a man, which is a comforting lie until you watch a man actually fight. Kendall motioned us back, but it was too late. The basement door at the top of the stairs creaked. A silhouette filled it. A man, average height, hood up, something in his hand that caught the flashlight beam and threw it back sharp. Kendall raised his weapon, voice loud and flat. "Police, show me your hands." The man froze for a half-second, like he'd been caught mid-thought. Then he moved. He didn't charge down the stairs. He didn't do anything cinematic. He threw something small and dark down toward us. It clattered on concrete and hissed. A harsh chemical smell hit my nose instantly, like burnt plastic and pepper. Smoke, not thick, but enough to sting. Kendall swore and backed, blinking hard. Back, back, my eyes flooded, my throat seized. Rita coughed once and doubled slightly, hand over her mouth. Patrick grabbed my shoulder and pulled me sideways as the smoke spread low and fast, curling along the floor. The man turned and ran. Upstairs. Kendall pushed past us, forcing his way up through the sting, weapons still raised. I stumbled against the workbench, knocking my tool bag. Metal clanged. The sound felt unreal, too loud. My thumb, still bandaged from the pipe, throbbed. Rita was gagging now, eyes streaming. "Jonah, I've got you," Patrick said, voice rough, and he guided her toward the basement window, fumbling at the latch with fingers that looked suddenly clumsy. The smoke wasn't going to kill us. It wasn't a grenade. It was something cheap and nasty, some kind of irritant smoke canister, like the kind you can buy online, legal in some places, used for airsoft or self-defense. But in a basement, it did its job. It made you stop thinking. It made you panic. Upstairs, Kendall shouted. A crash followed, wood on wood, then glass, a door slamming. I wiped my eyes and tried to breathe through my shirt, the way you do around a campfire. My lungs burned anyway. Patrick got the window open. Cold air poured in, and the smoke thinned slightly. Kendall's voice echoed from above, strained. "Stop, stop." Then another crash. Then a sharp yelp of pain, not Kendall S. Another man S. I forced myself up the stairs, half blind. The living room was chaos. The oval mirror above the fireplace was cracked now, image flickering behind spiderweb fractures. A section of drywall near the hallway was torn open, wires dangling like exposed veins. Kendall was on the floor near the front door, one knee down, grappling. The hooded man had a screwdriver in his hand. Not a knife, not a gun. A screwdriver, common, ugly, efficient. He slashed at Kendall's arm with it, wild and desperate. Kendall grunted, twisting, trying to control the wrist. Patrick barreled in behind me and did what people always think they'll do. He grabbed the attacker from behind, wrapping his arms around the man's chest. It almost worked. For a second, the attacker's arm jerked back, screwdriver wobbling. Then the attacker stomped backward hard, slamming Patrick into the doorframe. Patrick made a sound that wasn't a word. Kendall's grip slipped. The attacker wriggled free like a rat, eyes wide, face flushed with exertion, and bolted toward the kitchen. I moved without deciding. I cut across the living room and grabbed the attacker's sleeve as he passed. The fabric tore in my hand. He swung the screwdriver at me. I jerked back, too late. The tip grazed my forearm, a hot line of pain, not deep, but enough to make my hand go numb for a second. I stumbled into the hallway table, mail flying. The attacker didn't slow. He ran into the kitchen, toward the back door, toward the basement stairs. He knew the house better than I did. Kendall pushed up and ran after him, shouting into his radio. Suspect inside. Back exit. Rita appeared in the hall, eyes red, coughing. Jonah, your arm, it's fine, I lied, staring at the thin line of blood darkening my sleeve. In the kitchen, the attacker yanked open the basement door and vanished down. He wasn't escaping through the back. He was going for his equipment, going to destroy evidence, or grab something, or both. Kendall hit the basement door a second later and went down fast. Patrick limped after, one hand pressed hard to his ribs. I followed anyway, because the trap had already tightened around my life, and I couldn't stand the idea of him going down there alone. The basement air still stung, but it was clearer now. The attacker was at the wall cavity, ripping cables free with frantic tugs. I saw, in a flash, how it worked. Tiny cameras hidden behind vent grills, behind outlet plates, behind the mirror frames. Feeds routed down here, delayed and stamped, then pushed back up to those screen mirrors. So the house itself became a confusing loop, proof, misdirection, control. A way to make someone doubt their senses while you lived in their blind spots. Kendall shouted again. On the ground. Now, the attacker whirled, screwdriver raised. Patrick stepped forward, still grimacing, and swung Jonah's own heavy pipe wrench, my wrench, from my bag like he'd picked it up without thinking. The wrench connected with the attacker's forearm with a sickening thud. The screwdriver clattered to the floor. The attacker screamed. It wasn't a horror scream. It was a real one. Pain and surprise and rage. Kendall lunged and pinned him, forcing him down onto the concrete. The attacker thrashed, spitting words that didn't form a coherent sentence. Something about my footage, something about wrong time, something about you don't get to take it. Kendall cuffed him with quick, practiced movements. And then, in the sudden lull, I heard Patrick breathing ragged, wet, too fast. He leaned against the basement wall and slid down, face gray. Patrick, I said, kneeling. Hey, look at me. He tried to speak and instead hissed through his teeth. Rita stumbled down the stairs behind us, stopped short at the sight of the man cuffed on the floor, the torn open wall, the blinking equipment. Oh my God, she whispered. Patrick pressed his hand harder to his side. I think I think he cracked something. Kendall looked up, eyes hard but focused. EMS is coming. Stay with him. I pressed my palm against Patrick's jacket near his ribs, careful. I didn't push. I didn't poke. I just held pressure the way you do when you don't know what else to do. My own forearm burned. Blood ran down toward my wrist. The attacker lay on the concrete, breathing hard. Hood slipped back enough to show a pale scalp and sweat-dark hair. He looked younger than I expected. Late 20s, maybe. Not a mastermind. Not a ghost. Just a man who'd crawled into the infrastructure of someone else's life and called it his. Kendall stood, radio crackling at his shoulder, and kicked the screwdriver away. I stared at the shattered mirror feed still blinking in the wall cavity. The screen was black now where Kendall had torn the panel, but the equipment lights kept pulsing, oblivious. The microwave upstairs beeped weakly, resetting itself again, like it didn't understand why it kept losing the plot. I thought of all the mornings I'd walked past those mirrors, half asleep, trusting what I saw. All the nights I'd sat on my couch thinking I was alone. Rita crouched beside me, voice shaking despite her attempt at control. Jonah, how long has that been there? I opened my mouth. No sound came out at first. Then I said the only honest thing I had left. I don't know. Kendall glanced at the wall, then at me, then at the cuffed man. This is going to be a long day, he said. Outside, sirens rose and fell closer. Patrick squeezed his eyes shut, sweat on his forehead, and let out a shaky breath that sounded like surrender. The central threat was pinned on my basement floor, bleeding from his arm, cuffed, real. But the damage he'd done, what he'd turned my house into, wasn't going to uncurl just because he couldn't run anymore. The mirrors were still on the walls upstairs, and I already knew I would never look into one again without wondering what part of my life it was replaying for someone else. The ambulance lights didn't flash inside my house, but they painted my front windows anyway red, then white, then red again, like someone outside was trying to get my attention with a slow, cruel wink. By the time the EMTs came down into the basement, the smoke smell had thinned into something you could almost pretend was just old house. The intruder sat cuffed on the concrete with his back to the wall cavity, head lowered, sweat drying to a dull sheen on his scalp. Officer Kendall stood a few feet away, hands still shaking slightly when he thought no one was looking. Patrick was on the floor, propped against the wall, breathing shallow. His face had gone pale in a way that didn't feel theatrical or temporary. "I'm okay," he said the second a medic crouched near him, which is what people say when they are not okay. The medic didn't argue. She just asked name and date of birth and watched his eyes while she did. Patrick answered, but his voice hitched at the end. He tried to laugh it off and couldn't. The other medic had me sit on the basement stairs, my back against the railing. He peeled back the makeshift wrap on my forearm and made a little sound like he was trying not to react. "It's not deep," I said. He gave me a look that said, "You don't get to decide that." He irrigated the wound with saline that felt like ice and fire at once. He asked about tetanus. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had a shot, which should have been embarrassing, but my brain felt like it was running on a stripped gear. Upstairs, I could hear boots on hardwood and the steady murmur of radios. More police, someone from fire again, an electrician with a tool belt. People moving through my rooms with the casual confidence of professionals, stepping into other people's private lives. Rita stayed close, but not touching. She stood in the corner of the basement, arms folded tight, eyes red and fixed on the torn open wall cavity like if she stared long enough, she could make it explain itself. "What's his name?" she asked Officer Kendall. Kendall hesitated. "We'll confirm at the station." The intruder didn't look up. The medic finished bandaging my arm with a neat wrap, then pressed 2 fingers to my wrist and watched a timer on his watch. I hated him for having a watch. I hated him for being right to have one. "Your pulse is high," he said calmly. "Any chest pain? Shortness of breath?" "No," I lied again, even though my breathing still felt shallow and too fast. He didn't push. He just kept his tone even, which was almost worse than pushing. "You're going to feel it later." Patrick tried to stand and immediately sat back down, teeth clenched. "Rib," he muttered. "Likely fracture," the medic said. "Or at least a contusion. We're taking you in." Patrick looked toward the stairs as if he could see Alina through the floorboards. "My wife, she's upstairs," Rita said quickly. "I texted her. She's coming." Patrick's eyes flicked to hers. "You did?" "I did," she said, voice rough. "Stop trying to manage everything." Patrick swallowed and looked away, jaw tight. It wasn't gratitude exactly. It was surrender. Officer Kendall got a call on his radio and walked a few steps away. I watched him speak into it, his voice low and controlled now that the fight was over. Procedure. Paperwork. The world's way of pretending chaos can be filed. The intruder finally lifted his head, just slightly, enough that I could see his eyes. They weren't wild anymore. They were annoyed, like we'd interrupted something important. He looked at me and then, deliberately, at the wall cavity. And then he smiled, small, mean, like a private joke. My stomach clenched. "Why?" I asked him before I could stop myself. Kendall snapped his head toward me. "Don't engage." But the intruder's smile widened, and he said softly, "Wrong time." That was it. 2 words, like he'd only ever spoken in that little phrase book he'd built for himself. Kendall stepped between us. "That's enough." The intruder's gaze slid past Kendall's shoulder, toward the basement mirror panel Kendall had ripped away. The black box and cables still blinked in their little nest like they were alive. And he looked back at me with the same small smile, and I understood something that made my skin crawl. He didn't see this as a break-in. He saw it as a system, a routine, a habit, something he'd been doing long enough that he felt entitled to it. The hospital was boring in the way hospitals are boring when no one is actively dying. Fluorescent lights, vinyl chairs, a television in the corner playing a morning show with the sound off. The smell of sanitizer and old coffee. Patrick got taken back first. They made him change into a gown that didn't close all the way, and he muttered under his breath about insurance. And this is going to ruin my week. Alina arrived 15 minutes later and burst into the waiting area like she was walking into a fire. She saw Patrick's jacket on the chair and went straight to it, gripping it like it had answers. Rita stood when she arrived. "He's getting checked. Probably a rib fracture." Alina's eyes flicked to my arm. "What happened to you?" she asked. "Just a scratch," I said. She stared at the bandage like she didn't believe in the concept of just. "Patrick S. okay?" she pressed. "As okay as someone can be after tackling a guy with a screwdriver," Rita said, and her voice cracked on the last word. She cleared her throat and looked away. Alina sat hard in the chair. Her hands shook as she pulled her phone out and checked the time, then checked it again like she expected it to change. "It's right," she said, not to us, to herself. "It's right." I watched her thumbs swipe the screen, bright and jittery, and realized she was doing what I'd done all morning, trying to find a clock that would obey. Officer Kendall came to the hospital later for statements. He looked tired now, the adrenaline gone. He asked the same questions 3 different ways. Where were you? When did you notice? Did you install? Did you invite? Did you see him before today? I told him the truth, which sounded absurd in a hospital waiting room, that it started with my microwave clock being different in a mirror. Kendall didn't laugh. He didn't roll his eyes. He just nodded and wrote it down. The techs are going through your house, he said. We've got a digital forensics unit pulling the DVR and router. Was it transmitting? I asked. We don't know yet. That yet was a wait. Did he live there? Rita asked quietly. Kendall's face tightened. Found evidence of access. Not a full living situation, but he'd been inside. He knew the layout. Evidence, Rita repeated like she didn't like the word. Kendall glanced toward a clipboard and then back at us. Hidden crawl access from the basement into the wall space. A small panel behind shelving. We're checking the attic too. I imagined someone moving behind my drywall while I brushed my teeth. Someone holding their breath while my footsteps passed. The thought didn't come with a cinematic shiver, and with a low nausea that made me press my tongue against my teeth and try not to gag. Alina's phone buzzed. She looked at it and then abruptly stood. I need to go home, she said. Rita frowned. Alina, you should stay. No, Alina said, voice tight. I need to check the house. I need to make sure there aren't. She stopped. Couldn't finish the sentence. I understood. The mirror in your own home becomes a question you can't answer from a hospital chair. Kendall gently shook his head. We've already got officers at your duplex for a quick check, just as a precaution. Alina stared at him. What do you mean, as a precaution? Kendall held her gaze. Because your phone time issue might not have been coincidence. We're not assuming anything, but we're being careful. Alina's face drained. Rita said softly, I'm sorry. Alina looked at me then, eyes hard and frightened. Did you bring this to us? The question was unfair, but it wasn't irrational. It was the kind of question fear asks. I don't know, I said, because it was the only honest answer. Alina's jaw tightened. She sat back down, hands gripping the chair arms as if the plastic might float her. By noon, the police had my house taped off like it was a crime scene in a show I didn't watch. My neighbors stood at a distance and tried to pretend they weren't watching. Mrs. Haverson brought over a plate of cookies and then looked confused when nobody took them. The electrician replaced the dead outlet. He found a loose connection and corrosion, the kind of mundane problem that usually makes you feel relieved. It didn't, because next to his tidy fix was the ripped open wall, the hidden cavity, the black box that had turned my mirrors into feeds and my morning into a maze. Digital forensics came in with gloves and evidence bags. They photographed the mirror panels, the wiring runs, the access point behind the basement shelves. They opened outlet plates, removed vent covers, and found 2 more cameras, one near the staircase facing the front door, one angled toward the living room couch. The officer who told me that said it in the same tone someone might use to tell you they found termites. Matter of fact. Neutral, like the reality of being watched, can be reduced to inventory. Rita stayed at the edge of the yard while they worked, phone pressed to her ear as she updated someone, her boss, probably, and her voice kept breaking into sharper notes, anger leaking through professionalism. I sat on the curb with my bandaged arm resting across my knees, watching strangers carry parts of my house out in bags. Patrick was released from the hospital with a confirmed rib fracture and a prescription that made him grimace. Alina drove him home, white-knuckled. Before they left, Patrick looked at me through the open car window and said, "Don't ever call me again unless it's normal." It was half a joke, half a boundary. I nodded. Fair. Rita watched their car pull away, then sat beside me on the curb without asking. "Do you have somewhere to go tonight?" she asked. My mouth opened and then shut. I could have gone to a hotel. I could have gone to a friend's place in Somerville who owed me a favor. But the idea of leaving my house, of letting it sit without me, made my skin itch. Like I'd be giving the intruder one last win. "I'll stay," I said. Rita's eyes narrowed. "Jonah, I'll stay," I repeated. "Not alone, but I'm not leaving it." She studied my face for a long second. "Fine," she said. "Then you're not staying alone." I almost laughed. "Rita, you don't have to." "Yes," she said. "I do. Because if you spiral, I'm the one who's going to get the call from your boss asking why you didn't show up to work tomorrow and why you didn't answer your phone." That was Rita's version of tenderness. Practical, slightly insulting. I nodded. The officers finished their sweep by late afternoon. They told me the intruder's name, Calypso, 29, and that he had a history of trespassing charges, petty theft, and one restraining order from a former girlfriend who'd accused him of watching her through the vents. That detail landed like a dull punch. They also told me something I didn't want to hear. "We can't guarantee we found every device," Kendall said. His voice was careful, not dramatic. "We found what we found. We're confident we located the main system and the obvious placements. But these things can be small." "Small," I repeated. Kendall nodded. "You should consider a full security assessment. And until then, cover anything reflective if it makes you feel better." "If it makes me feel better," I echoed, and my laugh came out wrong. That night, my house looked like someone had moved out in a hurry. The oval mirror above the fireplace was gone, taken as evidence. The wall behind it had a ragged rectangle of exposed drywall that the forensics team had taped over in temporary plastic. I pulled every remaining mirror off the walls myself. Bathroom, hallway, bedroom dresser. I stacked them face down in the garage like they were dangerous animals that needed to be kept quiet. Then I covered anything that could reflect: the microwave door, the toaster's chrome side, the small glossy photo frame on the shelf. I draped towels over them, then second-guessed myself and added more. Rita watched me do it without commenting. She sat at my kitchen table with a mug of tea she'd made and then forgotten to drink, scrolling through her phone like she needed the light of it to stay tethered. At one point she said, "I didn't see a screen. In the living room, I thought I saw a person, like in the room." "You did," I said. "No," she shook her head hard. "I mean, I thought it was now. I thought he was right there." "He was," I said again, "just not in that moment." Rita stared at the covered microwave, the towel draped like a shroud. "That's worse." I didn't argue. I made us both sleep in the living room, not because it was safer, but because it felt wrong to go upstairs. We put the couch cushions on the floor like we were kids camping. I kept the lights on all night. The electric bill could blame me later. At 2:00 a.m., I woke up with my heart hammering, certain I'd heard footsteps. I held my breath and listened. Nothing, just the refrigerator humming, the radiator ticking, the normal noises of a house trying to keep itself warm. I lay there staring at the ceiling, arm throbbing under the bandage, and told myself it was over. I told myself that the threat was in custody. I told myself that what I'd seen in the mirrors had a rational explanation, and that rational explanations are supposed to be comforting. But every time the house creaked, my brain supplied an image of someone moving between studs. Every time the fridge kicked on, I thought of the dead outlet and the way a small, mundane fault had been sitting beside a much larger one. Near dawn, Rita got up to use the bathroom. I listened to her footsteps go down the hall. I listened to her pause. Then I heard her say softly, "Jonah." My body went instantly cold in a practical way, like a switch. I got up and walked down the hallway. She stood at the bathroom doorway, staring at the towel I'd draped over the mirror. One corner had slipped overnight, revealing a small triangle of glass, just enough to catch the light, just enough to show a reflection of the hallway behind us. And in that tiny triangle, I could see the thermostat glowing. It read 5:11. My phone in my hand read 6:02. Rita's face was pale. "I thought you took them all down," she whispered. "I did," I said, voice tight. "I did." The mirror was still the same bathroom mirror. I hadn't missed it. I'd covered it. And yet a triangle had slipped. And the time in that triangle was wrong. Not because of magic. Not because time itself had fractured. Because somewhere, somehow, something was still feeding a delayed image to a piece of glass that should have just shown my face. I reached up with careful fingers and pulled the towel fully into place, covering the triangle. Rita didn't move. "You said they couldn't guarantee," she whispered. "I know," I said. We stood there in the hallway, the house quiet, morning light thin behind the curtains, both of us holding the same thought without saying it. Even if the main system was gone, even if the man was in custody, even if this was solved, it didn't mean my house was clean. It just meant I'd learned how much damage can hide behind ordinary surfaces, and how easy it is to live with it until one morning you catch the wrong time in the corner of your eye. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, the sun hasn't come up in 48 hours, and the news won't talk about it, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that felt wrong was the coffee maker light. Clicked on like it always did, the little blue LED glowing in the kitchen, as if morning had arrived on schedule, as if the world had done its part, and all I had to do was mine. The machine hissed and gurgled, and the smell came up warm and bitter, the only honest thing in the apartment. Outside the window, the city was still the same color it had been all night, an old, bruised gray pressed against the glass. I checked my phone again, even though I already knew what it would say. 0712. Tuesday. A weather app that insisted on sunrise 06:58, like it was reading off a script. My reflection in the dark window looked like someone who'd been awake too long. Hair bent the wrong way. Dry line of toothpaste at the corner of my mouth that I'd missed. A face lit from below by the phone, the kind of lighting that makes everyone look guilty. In the street 12 floors down, a bus rolled by, interior lights bright and full, carrying silhouettes like aquarium fish. Nobody was running. Nobody was pointing up at the sky. Nobody was filming anything dramatic. That was the part that was easiest to explain and hardest to accept at the same time. People didn't panic over darkness. They panicked over sirens and smoke and crowds moving in one direction. Darkness was a weather problem, a power problem, a New York is gross in the winter problem. Except this wasn't winter. I leaned closer to the window until my forehead touched the glass. Cold. Not freezing cold, but cold in the way it got when the heat was a little too low, and the day never warmed the room. I could see my own breath faintly, a ghost of condensation that disappeared as fast as it formed. "Okay," I said out loud, like the apartment needed reassurance. "Okay," the kettle whistled. Sharp, impatient. I shut it off, and the sudden quiet made me notice the other sounds. The faint hum of the refrigerator, the neighbor's shower through the shared wall, a distant car alarm that kept trying and failing to become important. My phone buzzed, a group text from work that I'd muted months ago and never left because leaving would have been a statement. Mara, editor, anyone else's commute a mess. Devin, it's weird dark out. Mara, like storm dark. Devin, like midnight dark. Mara, don't start. Have a deadline. Devin, I'm serious. 7 a.m. and it's still night. I scrolled, more messages. A link to a local news site with a headline about a subway delay due to signal issues. No mention of the sky. A meme someone had already made, an old cartoon of a guy squinting at a clock. When daylight savings hits different. The kind of joke that landed wrong because it was too quick, too eager to cover discomfort with something shareable. I typed, "Same here, in Queens. It's like the power's out outside." And I deleted it. That sounded stupid. Power didn't go out outside. Power went out in buildings. I sent, "Yep, still dark." A minute later, my screen lit up with a call. Dylan Park, 33, male, my downstairs neighbor, was the kind of person who knocked on your door to ask if you'd smelled gas, then apologized for bothering you while still standing there waiting for you to validate his fear. I liked him in the way you like people who keep the building from falling apart just by noticing things. He had a small dog I'd never seen outside because the dog hated the sidewalk. Dylan wore a lot of fleece. He tried to act like he didn't read comment sections. I answered, "Hey," his voice came through tinny and too loud. "You up? I'm up. Okay, so this is going to sound I'm not trying to do a thing. But is it?" He exhaled right into the mic. "Is it still dark for you too?" I stared at the window like it might contradict him. "Yeah, okay. 'Cause my girlfriend, she's in Boston for a conference, and she texted me that it's dark there too. Like, she sent a picture. It looks like," he paused, probably scrolling. "It looks like a blackout, but you can see the streetlights. Like the streetlights are on, you know, so not a blackout." "Streetlights are on here," I said, and the fact that I said here made it feel bigger, like I just admitted location in a disaster movie. "I called 311, Dylan said. "And you know what they told me?" "What?" He laughed, but it didn't have humor in it. "They said due to high call volume, please check online resources," and then it hung up. "Classic," I said. "And I'm watching NY1, he went on, words speeding up. "They're talking about subway delays and like a mayoral press thing about sanitation. They're just," he made a frustrated noise. "They're acting like this isn't happening. Maybe it's cloud cover," I said, because my brain wanted the simplest explanation, even as it failed to supply one that actually worked. "Like a thick front, like smoke." "There's no smell," Dylan said quickly. "And the weather app says clear." clear. My coffee sat cooling on the counter, a dark pool. I'd forgotten to drink it. "Want me to come down?" I asked. It came out automatic, a neighbor reflex. The kind of thing you say to make yourself feel useful. There was a small pause, and I imagined him in his kitchen, still in socks, holding his phone like it might bite him. "Would you?" he said, quieter. Could you come down for a second? I don't want to be dramatic, but I also don't want to be alone being not dramatic." "I'll be right there," I said. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and without thinking, my flashlight. A little black cylinder I kept in a drawer because my dad had spent my entire childhood telling me the grid was fragile, and I'd thanked him with eye rolls. The flashlight felt ridiculous in my hand, like I was pretending at camping. Then I looked at my kitchen window one more time, and it felt less ridiculous. The hallway outside my apartment was lit in that tired, yellow way it always was, a single strip of fluorescent buzzing faintly. I locked my door, tugged on it twice, because I did that when I was anxious, and anxiety had been my baseline for long enough that it came with rituals. The elevator was out. Not the building power, lights were on. The little camera above the mailboxes still had its red dot. Just the elevator. A handwritten sign taped to the metal door said "out of service." "Sorry." The handwriting looked rushed, the marker strokes thick like someone had been pressing hard. The stairs smelled like wet concrete and old cooking oil. On the 7th floor landing, someone's door was open a crack, and a woman's voice drifted out in Spanish, fast and sharp, as if arguing with a customer service agent who was still pretending to have options. I got to the lobby, and the glass doors showed me the street up close. Darkness isn't one thing. It's layers. It's what happens when your eyes try to find depth, and there's nothing for them to grip. The streetlights and storefront signs carved out little islands of color. And then everything beyond that was swallowed into a matte black that didn't reflect like night usually did. The sky was wrong, too. Not cloudy, not storm thick, just blank, like someone had put a lid on the world. Dylan was standing just inside the vestibule, jacket on, hair wet like he'd run his hands through it too many times. Dylan Park, 33, male, looked like he'd aged 5 years since last week when I'd passed him in the hallway, and he'd asked if my sink was still making noise. He saw me and let out a breath. "Thank you." "What's going on with the elevator?" I asked first, because my brain clung to the small, solvable issue. "Died at like 3, he said. "Some people got stuck for 20 minutes. FDNY came. They were normal about it." He gestured vaguely toward the door. But this, he pushed the door open, and cold air came in, carrying a smell like damp asphalt and faintly metallic, the way the city smelled before rain, even when it wasn't raining. Outside, a man in a reflective vest was dragging orange cones out of the back of a van, setting them around a shallow crater in the road like it mattered. Cars moved slowly with headlights on, beams cutting through the gloom. A woman walked by with a toddler in a stroller, the kid holding a glowing tablet as if it were a lantern. The toddler's face was blue from the screen. "People are acting like it's normal," Dylan said, voice low. "It's not normal." "I know," I said. A horn blared and then stopped. Someone laughed down the block. Somewhere, music played quietly, bass thumping, as if the world hadn't changed. Dylan lifted his phone and showed me a screenshot. His girlfriend's message thread. A photo of Boston streets under streetlights, the sky black at what should have been morning. Under it, her text, "Tell me this is a prank." It's 8:06, and it looks like 2 a.m. "Okay," I said again. My mouth loved that word today. "So it's not just here." "No," he said. "And my mom's in Cleveland. She called me he checked his call log. At 6:20, crying. She said she couldn't find the son, and the TV was talking about a traffic accident like everything was fine." I swallowed. My throat felt dry, like I'd slept with my mouth open, even though I hadn't slept. "Maybe it's a satellite thing," I offered, and immediately knew that made no sense. Satellites didn't control sunrise, but my brain kept tossing explanations at the wall like it was trying to build a ladder out of them. Or smoke from wildfires, like Canada again. "Then why isn't anyone talking about it?" Dylan snapped, then softened right away. "Sorry. Why isn't anyone talking about it?" As if summoned, the lobby door opened behind us. Nina Alvarez, 29, female, our super, came out with a ring of keys and a tool bag slung over one shoulder. She wore a beanie with the logo of a plumbing supply company and had the tired eyes of someone who never got to have a normal day because other people's normal days were built on her labor. She was chewing gum hard, jaw tense. "You too," Nina said, like she'd been looking for us. "Are you going to work?" Dylan blinked. Yeah. Nina jerked her chin at the street. "Don't. Or do, I don't care. But if you leave, take the stairs. Elevator's dead, and Con Ed is giving me the runaround." "Con Ed," I repeated. She pointed up with the keys. "Whole block S doing weird load stuff. Not an outage, not exactly. Like the voltage is fluctuating. I got 3 calls about flickering lights, and the security camera system reset twice on its own." Dylan's eyes widened. Because of he gestured at the sky like it might sue him. Nina followed his gesture, and her face did something subtle. She didn't gasp. She didn't do the dramatic horror movie thing. She just stopped chewing for a second. "Jesus," she said quietly, like it was an inconvenience that had decided to become existential. "You've seen news?" Dylan asked. "Anything official?" Nina's gum started again. "News is talking about the Knicks and some bullshit about potholes." She lifted her phone and flicked through. "I'm getting 100 texts from my family. My cousin in Jersey says it's dark there. My aunt in Madrid," she paused. "She says it's normal there, it's daytime." That hit me harder than it should have, because my brain had been trying to make this local. A storm, a grid thing, a weird regional weather event. Madrid being fine was weirdly worse. It gave the darkness edges. It implied it wasn't just the planet doing something. "Okay," Dylan said, voice cracking. "So it's like here, like not everywhere." Nina gave him a look. Here where?" "The East Coast, the US. I don't know, I'm not a scientist. I'm trying to keep the elevator from killing someone." A siren whooped in the distance and then faded. Not a constant wail, just a single pass-by, ordinary. I realized I'd been gripping my flashlight in my pocket so hard it hurt. "Look," Nina said, lowering her voice. "I'm going to the basement to check the panel again. If you guys are going to stand out here and spiral, at least do it inside. The lobby's warmer." Dylan looked at me. "We should call someone, like 911. "For what?" I asked, and then hated how calm it sounded. The question was honest. I could imagine the dispatcher. "Sir, ma'am, what is your emergency?" And Dylan trying to explain the absence of the sun like it was a stolen bike. Nina snorted. "Don't call 911 because the sky is weird." Dylan's cheeks flushed. "I'm not saying the sky is weird. I'm saying it's dark," I said. It's been dark. He stared at me, like he needed me to say the number out loud so it would be real. I checked my phone again and scrolled back through my own messages, my call history, the photos I'd taken without remembering. There it was, a picture from Sunday morning, 7:04 a.m., my window full of the same dark. Another from Sunday afternoon, 2:17 p.m., dark again, streetlights on. I'd taken them to show someone, then hadn't, because I'd told myself it was a temporary thing, a weird day, not worth becoming the person who overreacted. My voice caught. I cleared my throat. It hasn't come up in 48 hours. Dylan made a sound, half laugh, half choke. No, it's been Sunday morning, I said. I thought it was, I don't know. I thought my sleep schedule was messed up. I thought the clock was wrong. I thought I stopped before I said the private part. I thought I was losing it. That was the flaw I never spoke aloud. My fear wasn't darkness. It wasn't disasters. It was my own perception. The quiet dread that one day my brain would decide reality was optional, and I'd have no way to prove otherwise. My mom had called it getting stuck in your head. My therapist had called it catastrophizing. My dad had called it being dramatic, which was one of the reasons I didn't talk to him much anymore. Nina stared at me. Gum paused again. 48 hours, she repeated, and the way her voice flattened made it worse. Dylan's hands were shaking now, just a little. He shoved them into his jacket pockets like he could hide it. Then, why isn't the news, Nina said, and she finally looked genuinely angry, not just annoyed. Why isn't the news saying anything? We all stood there under the awning, the building's little patch of light spilling out around us, watching the street like it would provide an answer. A delivery guy on an e-bike rolled past with a headlamp strapped over his helmet. It cast a bright oval on the pavement, bouncing as he went. He slowed near us, looked up at the sky, and then this was the detail that stayed with me. He shrugged, like a person shrugging at a delayed train. Like inconvenience was a muscle memory. Yo, Dylan called after him, voice too loud. Hey, doesn't this freak you out? The guy glanced back. What, the dark? Bro, I'm just trying to make rent. He pedaled on, light bobbing away. Nina let out a short, humorless laugh. There you go, that's your answer. My phone vibrated again. A notification from an emergency alert app I'd downloaded years ago and forgotten about. My stomach tightened, but it wasn't a government alert. It was a push notification from a big national news outlet. Live, City Council debates sanitation budget amid transit delays. I stared at it, then at the sky. Are you getting anything? Dylan asked, hovering close like he could see my screen by proximity. Nothing, I said, just normal headlines. Nina's phone chimed. She checked it, eyes narrowing. My group chat's going nuts. People are talking about going to. She stopped herself and glanced up toward the building, toward the dark windows above. Look, I'm not saying anything, but if this is real and nobody's talking about it, that means either they don't know, or they do and they don't want to panic. Dylan swallowed. So what do we do? A car rolled to a stop at the curb. The driver leaned out, a middle-aged guy with a Mets cap, looking irritated. You guys know if the BQE is backed up because of an accident or because the world ended, he called, like it was a joke he'd already told 3 times today. Nina stared at him. Try the app, she said, and the guy snorted and drove off. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat now, the way it felt right before a big presentation at work. Fight or flight with nowhere to go. Okay, Dylan said, voice smaller. Okay, we should meet up with other people. Like not just us. We should go somewhere with information. What, like City Hall? Nina said. Like a hospital, he shot back, then immediately softened again. Or, I don't know, the precinct. Somewhere official. Official, that word had weight. Official meant answers. Official meant someone else was responsible. But official also meant crowds. It meant security lines. It meant being told to wait. It meant being trapped in a building with strangers under fluorescent lights while your phone battery drained. I thought of my apartment upstairs, a door I could lock, a window I could watch, a pantry with canned soup I'd bought during a different panic and never used, the flashlight in my pocket, the simple comfort of being alone with my fear. And I thought of being alone when the next thing happened. Nina hitched her tool bag higher on her shoulder. I'm going to the basement, she said. If the elevator's dead and the load is weird, I need to make sure nothing catches fire. You two can do whatever, but if you're leaving, leave now. It's only going to get colder. Dylan looked at me again. He was waiting for me to be the sane one, the anchor, the person who would decide what this meant so he didn't have to. My phone buzzed with another message. Not from work. A number I didn't recognize. No contact name, just a string of digits. Unknown. Don't go outside after 8. Keep your lights low. I stared at the text until the letters blurred slightly, like my eyes were trying to protect me by making it unreadable. Dylan followed my gaze. What is that? I swallowed, forcing my voice steady. Probably a prank. Who would prank that? He asked, and I didn't have an answer that didn't make everything worse. Nina was already heading back inside, keys jingling, shoulders tight with purpose. Dylan hovered on the sidewalk, half turned toward the street, half toward the lobby. I took one step backward into the warmth and light spilling from the building, then stopped. We had a choice, right there under the awning. Stay inside where it was familiar and pretend the world could be managed from behind glass, or go out into the city and look for something, people, answers, proof before whatever was happening got a name. Dylan's voice was quiet when he spoke again. If we go, where do we even start? I looked down the street. Headlights, streetlights. A bus sighing at a stop. People moving like this was just another day wearing the wrong outfit. And above it all, a sky that refused to change. I don't know, I said, but I don't want to be the person who waits until it's too late to move. Dylan nodded once, sharp, like he'd made a decision out of fear and didn't want to admit it. Okay, he said. Okay, so do we go to the precinct? Or I didn't answer yet. My thumb hovered over my phone screen, over the unknown message, over the call button, over the group texts full of jokes that weren't funny. We stood there, breathing the damp, metallic air, with the lobby behind us and the dark city ahead, and the feeling, small, undeniable, explainable if you tried hard enough, that something had already shifted under our feet. And we were about to choose which way to lean. We chose the precinct. It wasn't heroic. It was just the closest place that felt like it had fluorescent lights and paperwork, and someone whose job description included explaining things. The 108th precinct was 8 blocks away. Normally, it was a 10-minute walk, 20 if you stopped for coffee or got stuck behind a double-parked truck. Today it felt longer, like distance had stretched with the light. Dylan walked half a step ahead of me, shoulders hunched, hands in his jacket pockets. He kept checking his phone, like the sky might update if he refreshed it enough. Nina had stayed behind to deal with the electrical panel, promising to text if anything caught fire or glowed. The way she said it made it sound like a joke. The way she didn't smile made it clear it was. The streetlights were still on. That was the detail that kept snagging my brain. Streetlights were on a timer or a sensor. They turned off when the light reached a certain level. If they were still on, that meant whatever threshold they were waiting for hadn't been met, which meant this wasn't just clouds. "Do you hear that?" Dylan asked suddenly. I stopped, listened. At first I heard the usual cars, distant horns, the faint rattle of a subway passing underground. Then I noticed what was missing. Birds. No early morning chirps, no pigeons flapping off rooftops. The trees along the sidewalk were just dark shapes, leaves unmoving in the still air. "They're probably confused," I said. "Birds?" he asked. "Yeah, if they think it's night, they're not going to do morning." He let out a tight breath. That's not comforting. We passed a bodega with its fluorescent lights blazing. The owner stood in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest, looking up at the sky like he expected it to answer him directly. Inside, the coffee machine steamed. A small TV mounted above the cigarette display played a morning talk show. Two hosts laughed about a celebrity divorce. I slowed, drawn by the normalcy of it. "Hey," Dylan called to the owner. "You heard anything?" The man shrugged. "Heard what? About this?" Dylan gestured upward. The owner squinted, then gave a half smile. "Clouds, man. New York is ugly sometimes." But he didn't look convinced. His eyes flicked back to the TV, like he was waiting for it to contradict him. We kept walking. My phone buzzed again. The unknown number. Unknown. After 8 p.m. Not a.m. Stay inside. I stopped so abruptly, Dylan almost ran into me. "What?" he said. I turned the screen toward him. His face drained a little. "That's not funny," he said. I didn't say it was. "Block them." "Why?" "Because that's insane. And you don't need insane right now." He was right, technically. But blocking felt like cutting off a thread, even if it led somewhere bad. My private fear, the one I'd swallowed earlier, pressed against my ribs again. What if this was someone I knew? What if it was some kind of citywide alert being sent through unofficial channels? What if I blocked it and missed the only real warning we were going to get? "I'm not blocking it," I said. Dylan stared at me. "You don't even know who it is." "Exactly." He made a frustrated sound and resumed walking. This is how people end up in documentaries, by reading texts, by ignoring obvious red flags. We turned onto 21st Street. A line had formed outside a bank ATM. Not long. Maybe 6 people. They stood too close together, faces lit by the screen as they checked balances or withdrew cash. That was new. People didn't line up for ATMs at 7:30 in the morning unless something had shifted. "See that?" Dylan murmured. "Yeah, why cash? In case cards stop working," I said automatically, and hated how prepared that answer sounded. He shot me a look. "You think cards are going to stop working?" "I don't know what I think," I snapped, then immediately regretted it. "Sorry. If the load is fluctuating like Nina said, if there's some kind of grid issue, then why isn't Con Ed saying anything?" He cut in. We both fell quiet at that, because that was the part that didn't fit neatly into a technical problem. Power companies loved announcements. They loved updates. They loved blaming storms. The precinct came into view, squat and brick, American flag hanging limp in the still air. The parking lot was half full. A couple of squad cars idled with headlights on. The front doors slid open as we approached. Inside, the lobby was warm and bright, fluorescent lights humming faintly overhead. A metal detector stood unused to the side. Behind a glass partition, a desk officer typed at a computer with the bored focus of someone who had already decided nothing surprising would happen today. There were maybe 8 other people in the waiting area. A man in a construction vest pacing. A woman clutching a purse to her chest. An older couple sitting shoulder to shoulder, whispering. Dylan and I stepped up to the glass. The officer didn't look up right away. Yes, Dylan opened his mouth, then hesitated. I could see the self-doubt flicker across his face. Say it wrong and you sound unhinged. Say it too calmly and you sound like you're wasting time. It's about he started. The darkness, I said, because someone had to. The officer finally looked up. He was in his 40s, hair cut close, expression neutral to the point of being sculpted. What about it? He asked. Dylan blinked. You're aware of it. The officer's mouth twitched. It's dark out, yes. It's been dark for 48 hours, I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. We have timestamps, photos. It hasn't come up. A pause. The hum of the lights seemed louder. Ma'am, the officer said carefully. Sunrise was at 6:58 this morning. It wasn't, Dylan said, a little too fast. It was, the officer repeated, tapping his monitor. According to the National Weather Service. I leaned forward. Have you looked outside? He didn't answer that directly. We've had a number of calls, he said instead. The official guidance is that there's heavy atmospheric cover affecting light levels in certain regions. There's no cause for alarm. Heavy atmospheric cover, Dylan repeated, like he was testing the words for weight. Like what? I asked. Smoke, pollution. From where? The officer's jaw tightened slightly. That's not information I have access to. Behind us, the man in the construction vest stepped forward. My sister S in Connecticut, he said loudly. She says it's the same there, and the traffic lights are glitching. The officer glanced past us. Sir, if you have a specific emergency. This is an emergency, the man shot back. A murmur rippled through the waiting area. The older woman started crying quietly, not sobbing, just leaking tears down her cheeks, while her husband rubbed her shoulder in small, repetitive circles. Dylan's hands were shaking again. I could see it now that we were under bright light. Look, he said to the officer, lowering his voice. We're not trying to cause anything. We just want to know if there's like a curfew or something we should be doing. The officer hesitated for half a second too long. There is no curfew, he said finally. There is no directive for residents to alter their routines. My phone buzzed again in my hand. I didn't want to look. I did anyway. Unknown. They're not going to say it. It's about load. It's about the grid. Don't wait. I felt the floor tilt slightly under my feet, not physically, but in that internal way when your certainty shifts. Who is that? Dylan whispered. I don't know. Ask them, he said urgently. Ask them who they are. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. Who is this? The typing bubble appeared almost immediately. That was worse. That meant someone was waiting. Unknown. You don't have time for that. My chest tightened. Ma'am, the officer said sharply. Are you going to file a report or not? I looked up at him. What kind of report would we file? He held my gaze for a long moment. Then, quietly, there's no crime here. The fluorescent lights flickered. It was subtle. A quick dip, like someone had blinked the room. Every head in the lobby tilted upward at the same time. The lights steadied. The hum returned. Dylan exhaled shakily. You saw that. The officer's eyes flicked to the ceiling, then back to us. We're experiencing minor fluctuations due to increased load. Load, I repeated, thinking of Nina in the basement, of voltage spikes, of elevators dying at 3 in the morning. The construction worker swore under his breath. My job site lost power twice already, he muttered. The officer's radio crackled on his shoulder. Static, then a voice too distorted to make out. His expression shifted almost imperceptibly. He turned slightly away from us, hand covering the mic. "Copy," he said. "We're monitoring." Monitoring what? When he turned back, his neutrality was thinner. "If you don't have a specific emergency," he said, "I'm going to ask you to clear the lobby. We need to keep pathways open." "For what?" Dylan demanded. "For emergency services." The way he said it made my stomach drop. "What emergency services?" I asked. "That's not," he stopped himself. "We are anticipating increased calls. That's all." Behind us, someone's phone started blaring an alarm. Not a ringtone, an emergency tone. High, piercing, mechanical. Everyone froze. The man fumbled with his phone, hands clumsy. "It's not mine," he said, panic creeping in. Then another tone joined it, and another. My phone vibrated violently in my hand. The screen lit up with the unmistakable format of a wireless emergency alert. But instead of the usual block of text, there was a single line: emergency. Reduce electrical usage immediately. Avoid non-essential lighting. Further instructions to follow. The room filled with overlapping beeps as every phone echoed the same message. Dylan stared at me. "It's about the grid," he breathed. The officer swore under his breath, low and sharp. The lights flickered again, longer this time. The hum wavered. Somewhere deeper in the building, something thunked loudly, like a heavy relay switching off. In the waiting area, the older woman let out a small, animal sound. "Everyone remain calm," the officer said, but his voice had lost some of its practiced steadiness. "This is precautionary." The fluorescent lights went out. Not a dramatic explosion, not sparks, just off. For half a second, the room was black. Then emergency backup lights kicked in, dim and reddish, casting long shadows across the floor. The air felt different immediately, heavier without the bright hum. Outside the precinct windows, the streetlights were still on. Headlights still moved. But in the lobby, the darkness pressed closer. My phone buzzed again. "Unknown. This is the start. If you're near a station or substation, get away." Now, Dylan's voice was barely audible. "What station?" I looked toward the back of the precinct, toward the parking lot where squad cars idled, toward the radio still crackling on the officer's shoulder. Another thunk echoed through the building. And then, from somewhere outside, a transformer blew. The sound was sharp and concussive, like a gunshot layered with metal tearing. The lights outside the windows flickered wildly. One streetlight went dark. A second later, the red emergency lights inside the precinct dimmed. The officer's radio erupted in overlapping voices. "Units report. Substation on 20th. Fire. Traffic signals down." Dylan grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. "We need to leave." The officer shouted something we couldn't hear over the noise. Another explosion sounded, farther away this time, but close enough that the windows rattled. The red lights flickered. For a heartbeat, everything went completely black again. When the emergency lights sputtered back to life, weaker now, the waiting area had shifted. People were on their feet. The older couple had separated. The construction worker was already heading for the door. My phone vibrated one more time. Unknown, too late. Dylan looked at me, eyes wide and bright in the red glow. "We have to move," he said. But the front doors of the precinct had just locked automatically with a heavy metallic clunk. And outside, the streetlights were starting to go out one by one. The automatic locks on the precinct doors made a sound I'd only ever heard in movies, metal sliding into place with quiet finality. For a second, nobody moved. Then the room fractured into motion. "Open it," the construction worker shouted, already at the glass, rattling the handle. The older man from the couple stood stiffly beside him, staring through the window like he could will it to unlock. Outside, 21st Street was still visible under the remaining streetlights, but there were fewer of them now. Every 30 seconds or so, one blinked out with a faint pop, like someone blowing out candles along the block. The desk officer vaulted out from behind the partition. Up close, he looked younger, more human. Sweat had already gathered at his hairline. "Everybody back from the doors," he barked. "They lock automatically when the grid drops. They'll release when backup stabilizes." "When?" Dylan demanded. The officer didn't answer. The red emergency lights overhead flickered weakly. The hum was gone. Without it, the building felt hollow. Every shuffle of a shoe, every breath, sounded too loud. Another explosion cracked somewhere to the south toward Queensboro Bridge, maybe. Hard to tell direction when the air swallowed sound like this. My phone screen glowed in my hand. No new texts from the unknown number. No new alerts. Just the earlier instruction. Reduce electrical usage. Avoid non-essential lighting. The officer grabbed a handheld radio off his belt and spoke into it. "Central, this is 108. We're on generator. Multiple transformer failures audible in our vicinity. Confirm substation fire on 20th. Static answered him. Then a voice, thin and broken. Confirmed Con Ed reports overload rolling. The signal cut. Dylan's grip tightened around my arm again. His nails dug through my jacket. "This is the grid collapsing," he said, barely breathing. "This is it. Stop," I said, more sharply than I meant to. "It's not collapsing. It's cascading." "That's worse," he snapped. Behind us, someone started banging on the glass from inside. The construction worker, frustration boiling over. "Sir," the officer shouted. "Step away from the door. I've got my kid at daycare," the man yelled back. "You think I'm staying here?" The word daycare cut through the room. A few heads turned. A woman near the benches whispered, "Oh my God." The officer swore under his breath and moved toward a panel on the wall beside the door, a metal box with a key slot. "Manual override," he muttered. That was the first attempt. He inserted a small key, twisted. Nothing. He twisted again, harder. The box sparked faintly. A sharp, metallic snap. He yanked his hand back. "Jesus." He shook his fingers, face pinched. "Systems fried." "So we're locked in," Dylan said. "For now," the officer replied. "Until generator stabilizes or central releases." Another streetlight outside died. Through the glass, I could see traffic slowing. Without signals, the intersection at 43rd Avenue was turning into a slow, confused knot of headlights. A bus sat angled halfway into the crosswalk, its interior lights flickering. My phone vibrated. "Unknown. Don't wait for Central. The secondary relay on 20th is failing. When it trips, it will arc." My throat went dry. "What does arc mean?" Dylan whispered. "Like electricity jumping," I said. "Like when wires touch." He stared at the window. "We're 3 blocks from 20th. I counted automatically in my head. We had walked north along 21st Street. The Con Ed substation, if that's what the texter meant, sat between 20th and 19th. A squat, windowless structure I'd passed 100 times without looking at. The officer looked up sharply. "Who are you texting?" "No one," I lied. He held my gaze for half a second too long, then turned away, back to his radio. The red lights dimmed further. A low mechanical groan vibrated through the building, generator strain. "We need to reduce load," the officer said, more to himself than to us. He started moving down the hall, flipping switches. The emergency lights over the benches cut out, leaving only the dimmest ones near the entrance. The room darkened another shade. Outside, someone screamed. Not a horror movie scream, a startled human one, followed by a car horn laying on continuously. Everyone in the lobby surged toward the glass despite the officer's earlier order. I pressed between Dylan and the construction worker and looked. At the intersection, 2 cars had collided. Low speed, probably no airbags visible, but without traffic lights, and with drivers misjudging the darkness, they'd hit nose to nose. One driver was out of his car already, gesturing wildly. Then, from behind the Con Ed building down the block, a plume of smoke rose, black against black. "That's it," Dylan said. "That's the substation." The misdirection came then. A flash, white and blinding, lit the sky for a split second. The entire street glowed as if lightning had struck directly above us. People inside the precinct ducked instinctively. Someone screamed again. I felt the heat on my face through the glass. The sound arrived, delayed by a fraction of a second, a crackling boom that rattled the windows hard enough to make them buzz in their frames. For one impossible heartbeat, I thought, the sky is breaking. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw it. Not the sky, the plume of smoke. A transformer had blown at the substation. The flash was electrical, not celestial. The darkness above hadn't changed. "It's the grid," I whispered, forcing my brain back onto the rails. "Not the sun." Dylan nodded shakily. Right. The generator in the precinct coughed. The red lights flickered dangerously. The officer came running back from the hallway. "Everybody away from the front windows," he shouted. "If that arc jumps," he didn't finish. The glass spiderwebbed in the top corner with a sharp ping. Not shattered, just fractured. A tiny stone-sized impact from something outside, debris maybe. People stumbled back. The construction worker looked ready to punch through the door anyway. "I'm not staying," he muttered. The second attempt came from him. He grabbed a metal chair from the waiting area and swung it at the lower pane of the door. "Stop," the officer shouted. The chair hit glass. The sound was dull, not the dramatic crash you'd expect. The reinforced pane held, cracking but not giving way. He swung again. This time the glass split in a spreading web pattern, but the safety laminate kept it intact. "You'll cut yourself," I shouted. He swung a third time. The chair leg bent. The glass stayed in place, trembling but unbroken. The officer lunged and tackled him sideways. They hit the floor hard. The chair clattered across the tiles. For a moment, it looked like a fight. Then the officer pinned him, breath ragged. "You think the street is safer?" he demanded. "You think running blind into downed lines is going to help your kid?" The man went still under him. The reality of that word lines settled over the room. Downed lines. Through the cracked glass, I could see something else now. The traffic lights at the intersection were completely dead. Cars had started backing up in all directions. A delivery truck had stalled in the middle of the crossing, its driver standing outside with his phone raised, filming. My phone buzzed again. Unknown, the arc jumped north. Secondary relay failed. Next cascade is west. You have minutes. Minutes for what? Who are you talking to? Dylan hissed. I don't know, I snapped, my composure cracking. But they know what's happening. The officer stood, hauling the construction worker up with him. Phones on low power mode, he ordered the room. We don't know how long networks hold. Networks. I toggled low power automatically. The battery indicator turned yellow. My heart was pounding so hard I felt lightheaded. We can't stay here, Dylan said, voice fraying. If that building catches, if something explodes. We don't know it will, I said, but the conviction was gone. Another explosion boomed, closer this time. The smoke plume thickened. The red emergency lights sputtered again. Then they died. This time, they didn't come back. Complete darkness swallowed the lobby. Someone sobbed. My flashlight was in my pocket. My hands shook as I pulled it out and clicked it on. A tight white beam cut through the black, illuminating faces in harsh angles. Others followed suit, phone flashlights flicking on one by one, until the room was dotted with small, unsteady lights. The officer's silhouette moved toward the back hall. Generators out, he said grimly. We're on nothing. Nothing meant no electronic locks. The front door's magnetic seal had likely failed when power dropped. Dylan looked at me. Now, he said. We moved toward the door together. The officer didn't stop us this time. The construction worker reached it first, testing the handle. It gave. The door swung open with a long, dragging sound as fractured glass scraped against frame. Outside, the street was darker than it had been minutes ago. Only a handful of headlights remained. The street lights were gone. Smoke drifted down the block, acrid and sharp in my nose. Somewhere metal clanged, then a cascade of sparks rained briefly in the distance. Stay low, the officer called after us. Watch for lines. Don't touch anything metallic. We stepped onto 21st Street. The air felt charged, not in a mystical way, just dry and electric, like before a thunderstorm. To the south, near 20th Avenue, flames licked from the top of the substation wall. Cars were abandoning the intersection. Drivers were turning around, mounting curbs, doing anything to get away. A loud crack split the air again, and then, as if on cue, the remaining headlights in the distance blinked out. The grid went black. No hum, no streetlights, no traffic signals, just engines dying and people shouting. Dylan grabbed my sleeve. We have to get back to your building, he said. Nina's there. He was right. The building was 3 blocks north, but between us and it lay the substation on 20th and whatever was happening there. Another text vibrated in my hand. Unknown. It's not just Queens. It's Manhattan next. If you have a basement, use it. Avoid windows after dark. After dark. It was already dark. I looked up at the sky again, as if it might have changed during the chaos. It hadn't. But now, without any artificial light to compete, the darkness felt deeper. Absolute. Behind us, inside the precinct, someone screamed again. Ahead of us, near the substation, a line of blue sparks crawled along what looked like a sagging power line stretched across the street. It snapped. The live wire hit the wet asphalt with a violent hiss, throwing off a halo of white light that illuminated the block in stark, unforgiving detail. We were standing in the open. There was no going back inside. The precinct doors had fallen shut again, likely mechanically locked by default. And between us and home, the street was now a maze of downed lines, stalled cars, and a burning substation. Retreat wasn't safer anymore. It was impossible. The the wire hit the street like a living thing. It slapped wet asphalt, hissed, and threw off a ring of white sparks that lit the block in a strobing pulse, bright, dark, bright, each flash catching faces mid-expression, mouths open, hands half raised, the whole street frozen in a stop-motion panic. Dylan yanked me backward by my sleeve hard enough to spin me. I stumbled into the curb and my ankle rolled. Pain flared hot and immediate, sharp as a snapped rubber band. "Don't move," he said, voice thin. Don't step." I didn't. I stood there, breathing too fast, staring at the line arcing across the street like a luminous snake. The smell was what made it real, burned ozone and melted insulation, that bitter electric tang that coated the back of my tongue. Cars sat dead at odd angles. A bus had stalled with its doors open, interior black. Somewhere inside it, someone banged on a window, rhythm frantic. I couldn't see them, only the sound. Thump, thump, thump. Stop. Thump. The darkness above was absolute now. No streetlights. No glow from windows. Only the occasional violent flare from the wire and the orange lick of fire from the Con Ed substation down toward 20th. Smoke rising into nothing. "Okay," I said, because my mouth still loved that word, but it came out like a plea. Behind us, the precinct door was shut. The glass was cracked in a spiderweb. Even if it wasn't locked, going back meant running the gauntlet of the wire again. And the building had no power, no lights, no certainty. Ahead of us, toward our apartment building, the route was blocked by the sagging line and the stalled intersection. People were backing away in a loose wave, some running, some just walking fast, like they were trying to stay civilized while their bodies screamed. A man in a hoodie tried to dart around the wire at the far side, skirting the curb. "No," Dylan shouted. The man didn't hear or didn't care. He took one more step. The air snapped. A blue-white tongue of electricity leapt, not touching him directly, just close enough to remind everyone what close enough meant. He jerked back, fell, scrambled away on hands and knees, swearing. My phone vibrated against my palm. I'd forgotten I was still holding it. Unknown. If you're on 21st near 20th, you're in the arc zone. Get behind masonry. Don't touch metal, basement. Now, arc zone, masonry, basement. The words were too specific to be a random troll. Dylan saw my screen over my shoulder. "How do they know where we are?" "I don't know," I said, my voice shook. "But they're right. We need cover." "Your building," he said. "We have to get to your building." "We can't cross," I said, staring at the wire. My ankle throbbed, radiating up my shin. "Not there." His eyes flicked left and right, mapping like he was suddenly a person who could do that under pressure. "We go west," he said. "Side streets. We loop around." West meant closer to the waterfront and warehouses, more industrial blocks with fewer people, fewer lights even on normal days. "Manhattan next," I whispered, remembering the text, as if the darkness cared about borough lines. Another crack sounded from the substation. The fire flared higher. A chunk of something, maybe a piece of transformer casing, fell with a heavy clang. The construction worker, the one who tried to smash the precinct door, appeared from the precinct side, jogging toward us with a limp and a split lip. He'd gotten out too. "My kid," he gasped, eyes wild. "I have to," he looked at the wire, then at us. "How do we get past that?" "We don't," Dylan snapped. "We go around." The man shook his head violently. "Around where? Everything's dead." As if to answer him, the distant sound of a car engine revved, then died with a choked cough. Somewhere, glass shattered. dog barked nonstop from inside an apartment. The city was making new noises now, unfamiliar ones, like a machine failing in slow motion. A figure emerged from the smoke down the block, moving quickly, ducking between stalled cars. For a split second, with the darkness and the flickering light from the wire, it looked wrong too fast, too close to the ground. My heart jumped. Animal, something running. Then the wire flared again, and I saw the reflective stripe on a jacket and the small, bobbing headlamp. The delivery rider from earlier. He skidded to a stop behind a parked SUV, crouched low as if he knew exactly what could happen if the arc jumped. He looked up at us, eyes wide, breath steaming in the cold air. "Yo," he shouted. "Don't go near that." "We know," Dylan shouted back. "How do we get out?" "Alleys," the rider yelled. "Behind the tire shop. There's a back way to 23rd. But he waved his hand toward the substation. "They're pushing people back. There's cops by the rail yard." "Cops," I repeated. He made a harsh laugh. "Like two, with flashlights. Telling people to go home like home isn't also dark." The construction worker started forward, then froze as the wire hissed louder. The rider's headlamp caught on something near the curb, a metal bike rack. He shifted away from it instinctively, like he'd learned the rule already. Don't touch metal when the air is angry. "Come on," Dylan said to me, and he started pulling me west, away from the wire. My ankle protested with every step. I bit the inside of my cheek hard enough to taste blood. We moved in short bursts. 3 steps. Stop. Listen. The air felt like it had teeth. On 43rd Avenue, we passed a storefront with its security gate half lowered, the owner inside using a phone flashlight to count cash into a plastic bag. He looked up as we passed, eyes flat. "You got power?" Dylan called. The man snorted. "You see power. Keep moving." The delivery rider followed, pushing his e-bike rather than riding it, tires crunching over debris. The construction worker stayed close behind us, breathing ragged. We cut behind a tire shop on 21st Avenue. The alley was narrower than I remembered alleys being, lined with dumpsters and the sour smell of old grease. With no streetlights, it was almost completely black. Our phone flashlights became the only way forward, thin cones of light catching puddles, scattered trash, a rat that froze in the beam and then disappeared under a dumpster. The misdirection returned here, sharper, more personal. A shape moved at the far end of the alley. Low, quick. My brain screamed, "Someone's there. Someone waiting." I stopped. Dylan bumped into me. "What?" I pointed, unable to form words. The shape moved again, and in the flashlight beam I saw it, just a stray cat, skinny and tense, hauling something in its mouth. A strip of plastic, maybe. It vanished through a gap in a fence, leaving only the sound of its claws on concrete. I exhaled so hard my chest hurt. Dylan let out a shaky laugh that was almost a sob. "Jesus." "Keep going," the delivery rider said, voice rough. "Your head's gonna make it worse." He was right. My head was already trying to fill the darkness with threats that weren't there. That had always been my flaw. The way my brain grabbed uncertainty and shaped it into catastrophe. Now uncertainty was everywhere. We emerged onto 23rd Street, and the world widened again, more open, more exposed. To the north, the silhouette of our apartment building was visible, a darker rectangle against the black sky. No windows lit, no lobby glow, nothing. Dylan's face tightened. "Nina." We moved faster. My ankle screamed. I couldn't keep up, and Dylan had to slow, frustration flashing across his face like he was angry at my body for being a body. "Go," I snapped at him. "Go ahead." "No," he said. "No, I'm I'm not leaving you. That would have been comforting if it didn't also feel like a liability. The construction worker suddenly veered toward a parked car. I can drive, he said, grabbing the handle. The car was dead, of course. Yanked the door open anyway, then slammed it shut when the interior light didn't come on. He hit the steering wheel with his palm. Come on. Cars need power, the rider said, not unkindly. Even if the engine starts, the signals are out. You're gonna hit someone. My kid, the man whispered, voice breaking. Dylan's phone buzzed. He looked, then showed me. A missed call from Jess, his girlfriend, Boston. He tried calling back. No ring, just silence, then a single automated tone and disconnect. Work's going, the rider muttered. Towers are on backup, they'll die. My phone buzzed again, faint, 1% battery. No, still yellow. The text came through anyway. Unknown, your building has a basement. Panel room, if Nina is there, she's trying to isolate load, help her. Use the flashlight. Don't touch the main breaker barehanded. I stopped dead. Dylan stared at my screen. He swallowed. That's our building. The construction worker's eyes darted between us. What is that? Who is that? I don't know, I said, and the words felt thinner each time. But the text said Nina was in the basement, doing exactly what she'd said she'd do. Checking the panel, trying to keep the building from catching fire when the grid surged, trying to isolate load. My stomach turned, because I could see it now. If the substation was burning and lines were down, the remaining parts of the grid would try to reroute. Load would shift. Voltage would spike. Old wiring would heat. Basements would become ovens full of electrical equipment. The building was our shelter. It could also become our trap. We reached the front of our apartment building. The lobby doors were shut. The electronic lock was dead. Someone inside was pounding from the other side, a rhythmic thud like the bus passenger earlier. The glass vibrated. I pressed my face close to the door. Hello, I shouted. A face appeared in the darkness inside, lit by a phone. A woman, eyes wide, breath fogging the glass. She yanked the door open manually. There must have been a mechanical latch. Cold air rushed in. Inside the lobby, it smelled different without power. Stale, dusty, like the building had exhaled and no longer pulled air through its lungs. Are you okay? I asked her. She didn't answer. She just said, they said stay inside, as if repeating a mantra that might keep her safe. Where's Nina? Dylan demanded. The woman pointed toward the stairwell. Basement, she said. She's down there. She told everyone not to use candles. Good. Nina was thinking about fire, about oxygen, about the mundane ways people died in emergencies. We moved into the stairwell. It was pitch black. Dylan turned on his phone flashlight. I turned on mine. The delivery rider's headlamp threw a steady circle of light that made him look like a miner. We went down. The stairs smelled like damp concrete and something faintly sweet, mold maybe. My ankle protested every step downward, but pain was its own kind of focus. It kept me from spiraling too far into my thoughts. At the basement door, we heard Nina's voice. No, don't touch that, she snapped, echoing in the cramped space. I said don't. We pushed in. The basement was a narrow corridor lined with storage cages and old paint cans. At the far end, the electrical panel room door was open. Light spilled out, weak, flickering. Not electric light. A battery lantern sat on the floor inside, casting a pale glow across the panel. Nina was crouched in front of it, sweat shining on her forehead despite the cold. Her tool bag was open, wires and meters scattered. She looked up sharply as we entered. "Why are you here?" she barked. Then her eyes flicked to the delivery rider. "Who's that?" "No time," Dylan said. "The substation S on fire. The precinct lost power." "Everything S." "I know," Nina cut in, voice tight. "I've been hearing it. You can hear it through the pipes." She jerked her chin toward the panel. "I'm trying to keep this building from becoming a toaster." The construction worker hovered in the doorway, breathing hard. "My kid," Nina threw him a look that could have peeled paint. "And my job is to keep you from dying in a basement because you lit a candle next to a gas leak. Stay out of my way." The panel itself looked like a mouth full of teeth, rows of breakers, labels in faded marker, a main switch at the top that Nina kept glancing at like it was a loaded gun. The lantern flickered, as if in sympathy. "What can we do?" Dylan asked, and it came out smaller than before. Nina wiped her forehead with the back of her wrist. "You can help me isolate circuits. People upstairs are turning on every flashlight, charging every device, trying to run space heaters like it's normal. If load surges back, this panel will cook. I need to shut down non-essential branches." "Non-essential," Dylan echoed. "Hallway lights," Nina said. "Elevator already dead. Laundry room, anything that draws heavy." My phone buzzed. One more message. "Unknown, main breaker only if you have to. Last resort. Risk of arc flash. Use insulated gloves. Dry floor." I stared at it. The words made my skin prickle. Nina saw my face. "What?" I showed her the screen before I could talk myself out of it. She read it quickly. Her expression changed, not fear exactly. Recognition, almost. Like someone had just spoken her language. "Who is this?" Dylan demanded again. Nina didn't answer immediately. She looked at my phone, then at me. "Did you post something?" she asked, sharp. "On social media? Did you?" "No," I said. "I haven't told anyone." Nina's jaw worked. Then she exhaled through her nose. "This reads like someone who's done panel work," she said. "Or someone who's watching a feed. Con Ed, maybe. Or City." The delivery rider shifted his weight. "People are saying all kinds of stuff online," he said. "When the network still works. Half of it is trash." "This isn't trash," Nina said, and the certainty in her voice made my stomach drop further. A low vibration pulsed through the wall. Everyone froze. It wasn't a sound so much as a feeling, like the building itself had hummed. Then, faintly, a click from the panel. One breaker toggled on its own, tripping with a tiny metallic snap. Nina's eyes widened. "That's backfeed," she whispered. "Backfeed?" Dylan asked. "Power coming from where it shouldn't," she said, voice suddenly calm in a way that scared me more than panic. "When the grid's unstable, you can get weird returns. Voltage spikes. It can jump circuits. It can," another breaker snapped. Then two more. The panel began to tick like an angry insect. Nina grabbed a pair of insulated gloves from her bag and shoved them at me. "Put those on." My hands shook. I fumbled, pulling the rubber tight. The gloves smelled like old latex and sweat. "What are we doing?" I asked, and my voice sounded far away. Nina pointed. "You," she said to Dylan, "go upstairs and tell everyone no chargers, no heaters, no microwaves, nothing. Tell them if they don't, they're going to burn alive." Dylan didn't move. "I'm not leaving you." "Go," Nina snapped. "You want to help by being useful." He hesitated, then bolted out, feet pounding up the stairs. Nina looked at me. "You're staying," she said, "because you're already here and because you have gloves on." The construction worker stepped forward. "I can help." Nina's gaze flicked over him. "Can you follow instructions?" He nodded too fast. "Good," she said. "Stand by the lantern. Keep it steady. If it flickers, I need to know." The delivery rider hovered in the doorway. "What about me?" Nina's voice softened a fraction. Hold the door, keep people out. He planted himself there, headlamp aimed outward like a warning. Another deep hum vibrated through the building. This one stronger. Lantern flickered. The panel clicked rapidly now. A staccato rhythm. My heart matched it. Nina reached for a meter, pressed probes against a terminal. The needle jumped. Jesus, she breathed. It's surging. The smell hit next, hot plastic, faint at first, then sharper. The kind of smell that made every survival instinct in your body scream fire before you saw it. Nina, I said, voice strangled. I know, she said, eyes locked on the main breaker. I know. The unknown text had said, last resort. Main breaker only if you have to. Risk of arc flash. I could feel my private fear rising, trying to take the wheel. This is too much. You're not a person who does this. You're going to mess up. You're going to hallucinate sparks that aren't there. You're going to freeze. The panel ticked faster. Then, with a sharp pop, a small blue spark jumped from one of the terminals to the metal panel door. It was tiny, realistic, but in the dark basement, it looked like the beginning of a larger disaster. Construction worker yelped and stumbled back, knocking into a storage cage. A box fell, thudding on the floor. Something glass shattered. Stay still, Nina shouted. Don't, another spark, larger this time. A brief, angry flare. The smell intensified. Nina's face went pale. Okay, she said, voice suddenly clipped. Okay, we're doing it. Doing what? I asked, though I already knew. She looked at me, eyes fierce. Main breaker. We kill the building. That means, I started. No elevators, she said. No heat, no lights. No water pumps if they're electric. But if we don't, this panel arcs and we lose the building anyway. And maybe us with it. My mouth went dry. How? Nina pointed at the main switch. On my count, you flip it down, fast, no hesitation. My throat tightened. This was the flaw, exposed and bleeding. My hesitation, my need for certainty before action. My terror of acting on the wrong reality. The panel gave me reality in the form of heat and sparks. Nina shoved my shoulder gently, positioning me. Feet dry, she warned. Stay off the puddle. I glanced down. A dark patch on the concrete near the door, water from somewhere, a slow leak. The kind that was always in basements. The kind that would kill you if electricity found it. The lantern flickered again, and for a second the room went dim enough that Nina's face became a mask. Count, I whispered. 1, Nina said. The panel hissed softly now, an electrical sizzle. 2, she said. A breaker snapped. Another spark jumped. 3, Nina said. I reached up with both gloved hands, grabbed the main breaker handle. It felt solid, stubborn, like it didn't want to move. I pulled. For half a second it resisted, then it gave. The breaker slammed down with a heavy clunk that echoed in the small room. Everything went quiet. Not instantly. There was a fading whine, like a machine spinning down. Then nothing. No ticking. No hum. No sizzle. The smell lingered, but it stopped growing. The lantern steadied. In the sudden calm, I realized my breathing was loud. Harsh. Animal. Nina sagged back against the wall, eyes closed for one long second. We did it, the construction worker whispered, voice trembling. Don't celebrate, Nina said, opening her eyes. We just turned our building into a cave. Upstairs, distant footsteps pounded, Dylan returning, 2 steps at a time. He burst into the basement corridor, flashlight beam bouncing wildly. There, he gasped. People are freaking out. Someone tried to light a candle. I yelled. He looked at Nina. Did you? Nina nodded once. Building S off. Dylan's face crumpled with relief and fear at the same time. Okay. Then, for from somewhere above us, a sound like a distant roar rose through the stairwell. Not supernatural, not an animal, a crowd. Voices, dozens of them layered and swelling, moving closer. The delivery rider stiffened at the door. "Someone's coming," he said. Nina sat up straighter, listening. "That's not our tenants." The roar grew louder, accompanied by pounding fists on the lobby glass, the heavy thud of bodies against a door. A man's voice shouted, muffled through floors. "Open up, we saw your lights. Let us in." My stomach dropped. "We don't have lights," Dylan whispered. "They think we do," Nina said grimly. "They saw the lantern through a basement window, or they saw our phones, or they're guessing." The pounding intensified. Another voice, closer now, angrier. "I know you're in there." Nina looked at me, then at Dylan. Her eyes were hard. "This is why the news didn't talk," she said quietly. "Because when people don't have information, they make their own. And then they come looking for someone to blame." Upstairs, the lobby door rattled violently. The building, our shelter, our cave, had just announced itself to the dark street as a place with power, even though we'd cut it. And now, with the grid dead, with the precinct useless, with the sky still refusing dawn, we had resolved one threat at a cost, only to trigger another we couldn't walk away from. Because the crowd was already at the door, and they weren't asking anymore. The pounding upstairs wasn't one sound. It was a whole vocabulary. Knuckles on glass, a shoulder into the door, a shoe against metal, and the low, constant murmur of voices stacking on each other, anger and pleading braided together until you couldn't tell which was which. Nina snapped off the lantern. The panel room fell into near black instantly. Our phone lights dimmed to the lowest settings like she'd ordered. The delivery rider angled his headlamp down at the floor and covered it with his palm, turning it into a weak glow that barely reached our shoes. "Don't move," Nina whispered. "Noise travels." My ankle throbbed in time with my heartbeat. I'd stopped noticing it during the panel surge. Now, with nothing else to do, pain reclaimed its territory. It wasn't just my ankle. It was my whole body, a dull ache from adrenaline wearing off. Upstairs, someone screamed, "Open up." A different voice, female, hoarse, answered, "They cut it. They don't have power." A third voice, closer. "Then why'd we see light?" "We didn't," Nina mouthed to us, furious without sound. "We did." Lantern, the phone screens, the brief bloom of light in a basement window. A tiny mistake that had become a beacon. Dylan stood near the door, breathing through his nose, hands clenched so tight his knuckles looked pale even in the dim. He'd gone from frantic to strangely still, as if his brain had switched into a mode where feeling was optional because it wasn't helpful. The construction worker, his name still unknown to me, just my kid in human form, paced a small loop in the corridor, whispering to himself, "I just need to get to him. I just need." The delivery rider kept peeking up the stairs, body taut like a spring. Every time the lobby door rattled, he flinched. I stared at my phone. No signal bars. Battery at 19%, then 18%. My fingers hovered over the message thread from unknown. The last text sat there like a cold hand on my spine. "Too late, basement, panel room. Avoid windows after dark, after dark, after 8. It had never been morning. The pounding upstairs shifted. Less frantic, more organized. Someone started counting. Not loud enough to understand, but rhythmic enough to make my stomach twist. "They're coordinating," Dylan whispered. Nina's jaw flexed. "Of course they are." A sharp crack sounded above us. Not glass, wood, something splitting under force. Then another. The lobby door wasn't going to hold forever. Nina looked at the panel room like it might offer a second solution. It didn't. The panel was dead. The building was dead. We were alive in the basement of a dead building, and people outside thought we were lying about it. Backstair, Nina whispered finally. The service exit. Dylan blinked. What? The door behind the storage cages, Nina said. It goes out into the alley by the dumpsters. It's not pretty, but it's a way out. Out into, Dylan started, then stopped himself, because arguing about where we'd rather be was ridiculous now. The construction worker lunged toward her. Get me closer to 21st. No, Nina hissed. It gets you away from a mob, he swore, and that was the closest he'd come to an answer that wasn't his kid's name. We moved, quietly, carefully, like the building itself was listening. Nina led us past storage cages. Someone's bike hung upside down from a hook. A row of holiday decorations in plastic bins. The ordinary clutter of normal life, now reduced to obstacles. We reached the service door. Nina tried the handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. She muttered something under her breath and dug into her tool bag. Keys clinked softly, a sound that felt too loud in the hush. Upstairs, the lobby door gave a deeper, more violent rattle. Then, a sound like glass finally giving way, shattering, the safety laminate tearing, a spray of fragments. The crowd surged in a wave of noise. Now, Nina whispered, and jammed a key into the service lock. It turned. The door swung open into darkness that smelled like trash and damp cardboard. Cold air slapped my face. We slipped out one by one, keeping our lights low, stepping into the alley like we were crawling out from under a table during an earthquake. Behind us, from inside the building, the roar rose again, closer now, inside the lobby, voices echoing through stairwells. We didn't wait to hear what they did next. We moved fast. My ankle nearly buckled with the first few steps. Dylan hooked my arm under his without asking and half dragged, half supported me. I hated it and needed it at the same time. The alley opened onto a side street that ran parallel to 23rd. We stayed close to brick walls, away from metal fences, away from anything that might be live. The delivery rider kept glancing up at sagging wires like they were tripwires. The construction worker was a shadow behind us, breathing harshly. 2 blocks later, we saw the glow. Not streetlights, those were gone. Not headlights, most cars were dead now. It was a cluster of bright, steady work lights mounted on tripods. Battery powered, maybe. Generator powered. A pop-up triage point. Orange cones. A folding table. 2 EMTs in reflective jackets moving with the brisk efficiency of people who had already decided panic was a waste of time. A police officer stood nearby with a flashlight, face drawn. A small knot of people sat on the curb, wrapped in blankets, their eyes blank. The universe narrowed into something practical. Help. Nina approached first, hands up, voice firm. We've got an injured ankle, she called, and we just evacuated a building with a crowd forcing entry. 1 EMT, a woman with tight braids and a face that didn't waste expressions, looked up. Name, she asked, already pulling gloves on. I realized with a jolt I hadn't said my own name to anyone in hours. Not once. Like names were luxuries for a world with daylight. I gave it. My voice sounded wrong in my ears, too small for what had happened. The EMT checked my ankle quickly, palpating with practiced hands. Pain shot through me, and I yelped despite myself. Sprain, she said. Maybe a fracture. We can splint. We're We're not transporting unless it's life-threatening. Ambulances are being held for fires and electrocutions. Electrocutions. My stomach rolled. She wrapped my ankle in a tight bandage and fitted a splint that made it feel both safer and more fragile. "Can you walk?" she asked. "Yeah," I lied. "Try again," she said, and it wasn't mean. It was exact. I took a step. My vision sparked at the edges. "Not well. Crutches are in short supply," she said, gesturing toward a small pile that looked like it had already been scavenged. "We can give you a cane, or you can lean on your boyfriend." "He's not," Dylan started, then stopped. The EMT didn't care. She handed him a length of metal, some kind of collapsible cane, and Dylan took it like it was an honor and a burden. A police officer approached Nina, not the same one from the precinct. Younger, tired. "Ma'am, you said forced entry." Nina's eyes flashed. "Not forced yet. They broke the lobby glass. They were coming in." The officer's jaw tightened. "We've had a lot of that." He glanced at Dylan and me. "You have IDs." "In my apartment," Dylan said. "In the building you left?" the officer asked, and his voice held something like disbelief that people still cared about ID right now. "Yes," Dylan said, stubborn. "We live there." The officer looked between us and Nina, then at the alley behind us. "Do not go back," he said. "Stay away from crowds. If you've got somewhere you can shelter without drawing attention, do that. Keep lights low. Keep lights low." The phrase landed like a weight. The officer continued, voice dropping. "And stop calling 911 unless someone is actively dying. Dispatch is," he stopped, as if the word failing felt too final. "Dispatch is overwhelmed." Nina nodded once. "What about Con Ed? Any updates?" He gave a short, humorless laugh. "Updates, sure. They're saying rolling outages and precautionary shutoffs. They're not saying why it's still dark." "Still," Dylan repeated softly. The officer's eyes flicked up, toward the sky, toward nothing. "Don't," he said, like the sky was a temptation. The EMT finished taping the splint. "Where are you headed?" she asked. Nina hesitated. That hesitation was new for her. Nina always had a plan, even if the plan was, "I'll fix it myself." "We can't go back," Nina said finally. "The building's compromised. The panel's off." The EMT nodded as if she'd heard that sentence a dozen times today. "Community Warming Center at PS 111, she said, pointing east. "They've got generator lights and water. Not much privacy. But there's staff. And there's cops." "Cops didn't help us much," Dylan muttered. "Cops aren't here to help," Nina said, not cruelly. "They're here to keep it from becoming a stampede." We started moving again in a small, limping cluster. The delivery rider didn't come with us. He stood near the triage lights, adjusting his headlamp. "You're not coming?" Dylan asked. The rider shrugged, mouth tight. "I gotta check on my cousin. He's near the bridge." He paused. "Listen, don't trust anyone who says they know why it's dark. Everyone's gonna have a story." I thought of my phone, dead silent now in my pocket. "Yeah," I said, and my voice came out hoarse. "I know." We headed toward the school. The streets between were a study in small disasters. A woman sat on her stoop, holding a crying baby, rocking without rhythm. A man stood in the middle of the road directing cars with a flashlight like he'd appointed himself traffic control. Someone had started a small fire in a metal trash can, trying to warm hands, and the smoke clung low in the dark. One corner, we passed a group of teenagers filming with their phones, faces lit blue as they narrated their own fear. They were talking fast, trying to sound brave. "Nobody's talking about it," one of them said, voice loud. "They're lying." Nina kept her eyes forward. Dylan's jaw tightened. My ankle throbbed with each step. The splint rubbed. Pain made everything sharper, the smell of smoke, the grit under my shoes, the way the air felt colder without the sun's imagined warmth, even if temperature hadn't changed much. I could feel exhaustion settling in like wet clothes. Not sleepy exhaustion, the kind that turns your thoughts thick and slow. We reached PS 111, a brick school building with a faint halo of light spilling from the doors. A generator thumped somewhere out back, a steady mechanical heartbeat. Inside, the gym had been turned into a shelter. Folding cots lined up like a cheap hotel. A table with bottled water. A whiteboard with handwritten rules. No candles. No cooking. Keep AISLES clear. People sat in clusters, whispering. Some stared at nothing. Some clutched phones that were useless now. A woman in a reflective vest took our names, our address, asked if we'd been exposed to live wires, asked if we had medications. It was procedural, the way the world tried to remain itself by making lists. Nina gave our building address. The woman's pen paused. "We have that building flagged," she said quietly. "Flagged for what?" Dylan asked. The woman's eyes flicked up, cautious. Words of disturbance. "A crowd, PD is aware." Nina exhaled sharply. "Great, we found a corner by the wall." Nina sat on a cot and immediately started inventorying supplies, water, blanket, her tool bag. She couldn't stop being Nina. It was the only way she could exist in a world where the rules had slipped. Dylan sat beside me on the edge of a cot, elbows on knees, staring at the gym floor. He looked like he'd aged 10 years since this morning. "I couldn't reach Jess," he said finally. His voice was small. "I couldn't reach anyone," I nodded. There was nothing to say that didn't sound like a cliché. "I keep thinking," he continued. "What if he stopped, swallowed. What if Boston is worse? What if—" Nina's head snapped up. "Don't," she said, not gently. "You'll break yourself." Dylan's mouth twisted. "You think I'm not already broken?" Nina held his gaze, then softened, just barely. "I'm not telling you not to feel," she said. "I'm telling you not to let your brain invent a horror story and live inside it." I flinched, because that had always been my thing. Living inside invented catastrophes. And now the catastrophe was real, and I still didn't know how to distinguish what was true from what my mind wanted to add. My phone was at 8%. No service. I turned it on anyway, because rituals mattered. The screen lit. No bars. No new alerts. But the unknown thread was still there. I scrolled back through it slowly. The warnings, the specificity, the timing. And then I noticed something I hadn't before. The first message had come in right after we talked about going to the precinct. The second after we arrived. The third right before the alert. The fourth right before the generator died. It wasn't just someone guessing. It was someone watching, or someone close enough to us to anticipate our moves. My skin prickled. I clicked the contact info for the number. No name, just digits. Impulse, I typed a message. The network wouldn't send it, but my thumb did it anyway, because I needed to do something with the unease. Me, why did you help us? The message sat there, unsent. A minute passed. 2, then, impossibly, a typing bubble appeared. I stared at it so hard my eyes burned. Dylan noticed my expression. "What?" I turned the phone toward him. The typing bubble vanished. A single message appeared, unknown. I wasn't helping. I was reducing liability. That was all. No follow-up. Signature. No explanation. The service bars didn't appear. The message just existed, like it had slipped through a crack. Dylan's face went blank. Liability, he repeated. Nina leaned in, reading. Her expression hardened. That's official language, she said quietly. That's what they say when they don't want to get sued. My mouth went dry. So they're what city? Con Ed. Someone. Nina sat back, eyes scanning the gym like she was suddenly seeing it as a map of risks. Could be anyone, she said. Could be someone with access. Could be someone who thinks they're smarter than the rest of us. Dylan stared at the phone like it was radioactive. So they knew, they know, they've known. And the news didn't talk, I whispered. And for the first time, the title of the story felt less like an eerie coincidence and more like a decision someone had made. I wanted to scream. I wanted to laugh. Instead, I did what I always did when my fear got too big. I got quiet. I held it inside my teeth and tried to make it smaller by not letting it out. Around us, the shelter settled into a strange rhythm. A volunteer handed out granola bars. Someone's baby finally fell asleep. A man with a bandaged hand asked where he could charge his phone and got told, gently, that charging stations were being rationed for medical devices. Time passed without daylight to measure it. The gym lights stayed the same dull yellow. The generator thumped, steady for now. At some point, a TV on a rolling cart flickered on near the front of the gym. People turned toward it like sunflowers, hungry for any authoritative glow. The image was grainy. The sound was low, but we could hear enough. A news anchor sat in a studio that looked too bright, too normal. Their voice was calm, rehearsed. Experiencing localized power disruptions due to increased demand, the anchor said. Officials advise residents to conserve electricity and remain indoors after 8 p.m. There's no evidence of the feed glitched. The anchor froze mid-blink. Then the screen went black. A murmur rose through the gym. Someone laughed, high and brittle. Someone else started crying. Nina stared at the dead TV. Remain indoors after 8 p.m., she said softly. So that part was real. Dylan rubbed his face with both hands. It's always remain calm, he murmured. It's always there's no evidence. I looked at my phone again. 8%. 7. In the absence of the sun, ordinary reality tried to reassert itself in pieces. Forms filled out, bandages applied, rules written on whiteboards. The gym smelled like sweat and damp wool, and the faint chemical tang of disinfectant. It was almost normal, but the cracks were everywhere. Outside, through the high gym windows, the sky was still black. Not night black with stars, not storm black with cloud texture. Just a flat, lid-like dark. Somewhere in the building, a child asked loudly, "When is morning?" No one answered. Later, how much later, I couldn't tell. An officer walked through the gym with a clipboard, taking names of people whose buildings had been disturbed. Nina gave our address again. Dylan gave his girlfriend's name, asked if there was any way to check on out-of-state family. The officer shook his head. Phones are intermittent, he said. We're prioritizing, he stopped, as if the word priority was suddenly absurd. Prioritizing hospitals and fire. Is it everywhere? Dylan asked. The dark. The officer hesitated. That hesitation was the new normal. East, he said finally. Mostly. Some places are reporting daylight, others aren't. Why? I asked. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, I don't know, with the kind of honesty that felt like a bruise. When he moved on, Nina leaned back against the wall and finally let herself close her eyes. Exhaustion sat on her shoulders like a heavy coat. Dylan lay down on his cot and stared at the ceiling, unblinking. construction worker had left hours ago, slipping out with a group heading toward a daycare center on foot, face set in grim determination. I didn't know if he made it. I didn't know if any of us would make it through whatever came next. My ankle ached dully now, pain muted by fatigue. I held my phone in both hands until it reached 1%, then turned it off to save what little it had, like saving one match for a winter that might not end. In the quiet moments between generator thumps and distant sirens, my mind kept circling back to that last text. I wasn't helping. I was reducing liability. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a promise. It was a shrug in words. And somehow, that felt worse than panic, because it meant someone had been making decisions in the dark long before we noticed the sun was gone. And even now, sitting on a cot in a school gym with my ankle wrapped and my future reduced to the next hour, I couldn't shake the sense that the most dangerous part of all of this wasn't the fire or the wires or the crowd. It was that someone, somewhere, had decided what we were allowed to know. The generator thumped. The lights stayed on. The sky stayed black. And the world, stubborn and cracked, kept going anyway. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I found a Spotify playlist that contains the sound of my sleeping breath. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first time I noticed it, I almost scrolled right past. I was standing in line at Elm Coffee Roasters on Broadway, half awake, thumb doing that automatic little flick news, weather, whatever, while the shop's grinder screamed, and the door hissed every time someone came in with wet hair and a dog that shook itself like a mop. Seattle in February, gray outside, warm inside, everything smelling like damp wool and espresso oils and cinnamon that somebody had spilled and never quite cleaned up. My Spotify opened itself the way it always did when I plugged my phone into my car, and I hadn't bothered to close it. It was sitting there on the screen like a polite waiter waiting for me to choose. Good morning, Discover Weekly, Daily Drive, the usual. Then a playlist I didn't recognize slid into the row. For you, Sleep Study 0217. The cover art was nothing, just a flat, dull gradient that looked like the default background you get before you upload an image. It had maybe 8 followers. The creator was a name that didn't ring anything. AM Source. I tapped it mostly out of annoyance. I hate new stuff appearing in my apps like my phone is redecorating while I'm not looking. The playlist loaded. The track list was weird right away, titles that weren't titles. Track 1, Room Tone, North Wall, Track 2. Vent/113, Track 3. Breath 0342, Track 4. Mattress Shift, Track 5. Doorway, no artists. Or the artists were all the same thing, AM Source. I laughed under my breath because it felt like a prank that had missed its target. Like someone had tried to make a spooky playlist and forgot to include anything that made it fun. My thumb hovered over breath 0342 because obviously it did. It was the only one that felt like it had teeth, barista called, and I stepped forward. "Drip, please." "Medium," I said. My voice came out rougher than I expected, like I'd been talking in my sleep. The barista, kid with a thin mustache and a beanie, did the whole efficient thing with the register. I glanced up at the chalkboard, pretended to consider pastries like I wasn't thinking about a playlist named Sleep Study 0217 showing up in my feed. My phone vibrated with a text. "Nora, you awake?" I stared at that for a second, like my body was trying to make a decision it didn't want to admit was happening. I typed back, barely. "Why, I paid," took the little wooden token they use for names, and moved down the counter. The espresso machine exhaled steam. Someone's laptop fan whirred like a small insect. Outside, a bus sighed at the curb. Normal noises layered over each other until everything sounded like one big continuous room tone. My phone buzzed again. "Nora, we good for tonight?" Tonight, right. I had promised Nora I'd come over to her place in Ballard, eat whatever she cooked, and help her test out the baby monitor she'd impulsively bought even though she didn't have a baby and didn't plan on having one. She'd said it was for her dog, then she'd admitted it was because she didn't like the idea of being asleep and unaware. Nora was like that. She treated discomfort like a puzzle. If something made her uneasy, she bought a gadget, made a list, set an alarm, tried to solve it. My private flaw was the opposite. If something made me uneasy, I pretended it didn't exist until it started chewing on my ankles. I looked down at the playlist again. The tracks were there, lined up like evidence bags. A ridiculous little thing, probably. A curated sleep sounds playlist that the algorithm thought I'd like, because I listened to white noise on flights and rain sounds when my building's garbage truck came at 5 a.m., except doorway. Room tone, north wall. Those didn't sound like someone trying to soothe you. That sounded like someone recording. My name is Evan Mercer. I'm 32, and I live alone in a one-bedroom in Capitol Hill that has thin walls and a radiator that pops like a knuckle when it heats up. I work for a small audio post-production house near Pioneer Square, the kind of place that cleans up podcasts, edits voiceover, makes terrible corporate videos sound less terrible. I spend my days listening to people breathe into microphones and pretending it's not intimate. I know what room tone is. I know what it means when a track is called Vent/113. It's not music, it's a space. My coffee came, and the barista set it down with a soft thunk. I picked it up, heat bleeding through the paper sleeve, and walked out into the drizzle. The cold air immediately grabbed the wet part of my hair and made it feel heavier. I put my earbuds in. Not both, just one, the left, so I could still hear the street. Habit. You learn to keep half your world open. My thumb hit play on breath, 0342. Nothing happened for a second, and I felt stupid in that very particular way you do when you realize you've been nudged into doing something by your own imagination. Like, wow, congrats, Evan. You scared yourself with a playlist. Then sound. Not music. A low, constant hush. Like an HVAC system. A faint, high-frequency whine that could be a cheap charger plugged into an outlet. And under it, a slow rhythm. In, out, in, out. The breath was close, not a cinematic sleeping person breath. Not exaggerated. It had little imperfections, one inhalation shallow, the next a little deeper like the person had shifted their jaw. Every once in a while there was a soft click, like teeth gently touching. At around 20 seconds in, the breath hitched just once and then settled again. My throat tightened. I stopped walking without meaning to, and stood on the sidewalk like a man waiting for someone who wasn't coming. People passed me. A stroller wheel hit a crack and made that plastic clack. A car went by, tires whispering on wet pavement. I pulled the earbud out, like removing it would make the sound stop existing. But the track kept playing on my phone, a little moving bar creeping along, those breaths continuing in silence behind glass. I put it back in. At 31 seconds, the breath did something I recognized so specifically. It made my skin prickle in a clean line up my forearm. A tiny whistle on the exhale. Not every time, just when the air found the right angle. I'd had that whistle since I broke my nose playing soccer in high school. It wasn't always there, but when I slept on my back, or when my sinuses were irritated, the air would do that faint, almost musical thing. I stood there, coffee cooling in my hand, and listened to a stranger's sleeping breath that sounded exactly like mine. A rational voice tried to climb into the driver's seat. It's an algorithm. It's coincidence. You're sleep deprived. You're projecting. Another part of my brain, the part that spends its days pulling words out of noise, did something colder. It started listening for the room. There was a faint rattle every now and then, regular enough to be mechanical. A radiator, a vent flap. At 1 minute and 12 seconds, there was a distant, muffled thud, and then a softer squeak that sounded like a mattress spring. At 1 minute and 19 seconds, something else, a shift of fabric, a small sigh that didn't fit the rhythm, like someone had adjusted position. At 1 minute and 28 seconds, a different sound, entirely soft, intermittent, like fingertips lightly tapping plastic. I yanked the earbud out again and stared at my phone screen. My coffee smelled sour now. The rain had picked up, tiny needles against my cheeks. My fingers opened Spotify's track details. Not much there. No lyrics, no credits, no link to an artist page. Just the length. 3:42. The little 3 dots offered add to queue, go to playlist radio, share. My thumb hovered. I almost hit it, like I could send it to Nora as a joke. Like, look at this weird ASMR thing. But my stomach had already made up its mind. Nora would take it seriously. Nora would ask questions. Nora would want to act. And once you act, you have to admit something is happening. I didn't want that yet. I closed the app and started walking again, faster now, pretending it was because it was raining harder. My building was only 6 blocks away. The streets were familiar puddles collecting at the corners, the smell of fried food from the little place that always burned their oil, the distant siren that could be anything in a city. By the time I got to my building, my coffee was half gone and my hand was shaking from caffeine and something else I wouldn't name. Inside, the lobby smelled like wet dog and old carpet cleaner. The elevator mirror showed my face in a way I didn't like, paler than usual, eyes slightly too open. I looked like someone who just heard a story and couldn't stop picturing it. On the 4th floor, I unlocked my apartment and stepped into that familiar quiet. Not silence. The refrigerator hum, the radiator's occasional click, the neighbor's muffled footsteps overhead. The kind of baseline sound you stop noticing until it changes. I stood there, keys still in my hand, listening. Nothing seemed different. I walked into my bedroom. The comforter was slightly askew the way I'd left it. One pillow had the dent my head made. On the nightstand, a paperback I'd been pretending to read, a bottle of cheap melatonin, my old wired earbuds coiled like a dead snake. I picked up the phone again and opened Spotify like I couldn't help myself. The playlist was still there. Sleep Study 0217. The number bothered me now. It felt specific in a way that wasn't aesthetic. I tapped it again. The tracks loaded. I scrolled. There were more than 5 tracks. There were 12. I hadn't scrolled far enough in the coffee shop. Track 6, Keys/Metal, track 7. Sink Drip Kitchen, track 8. Whisper Unclear, track 9. Phone Tap, track 10. Sleep Talk Noted, track 11. Shower Morning, track 12. Door/Lock, my mouth went dry. I tapped Keys/Metal and held my breath, like that would keep the sound from getting inside me. The track started with a soft clink, a jingle, metal against metal. Then the sharper scrape of a key entering a lock, a twist, a little metallic give. It wasn't a generic sound effect. It wasn't cinematic. It was recorded too close, the mic picking up the tiny friction noises the way mine would when I recorded Foley at work. I walked to my front door and stared at my lock like it might confess something. I turned the deadbolt slowly, listening to it. The sound in real life matched the sound in my ear in a way that made me feel briefly weightless, like my body didn't know which version of the world to stand in. I stopped the track. My phone buzzed again. Nora, don't bail. I'm making food. I swallowed, tasted bitterness. Not just coffee. I called her instead of texting. I don't know why. Maybe I needed a voice that belonged to someone else. She picked up on the second ring. Evan, hey, I said, trying to sound normal. My voice came out careful, like I was walking across ice. You sound like you're about to tell me you got hit by a bus, she said. She was always like that, straight to the shape of things. No bus. I forced a laugh and failed. Listen, can I ask you something weird? Always. I sat on the edge of my bed, phone pressed to my ear, staring at the dent in my pillow. Do you ever get, like, random playlists recommended to you? With weird titles. There was a pause. I could hear her apartment behind her. A pan sizzling, the faint yip of her dog, and some distant neighbor music through walls. Normal domestic noise. Sure, she said. Like the algorithm thinks you're into something you're not. Why? There's this playlist, I said, and my tongue wanted to trip over the words. And it sounds like recordings, not music. Another pause longer. The sizzle turned down like she'd moved the pan. Recordings of what? She asked. Her voice had shifted. Not scared, focused. I hesitated. I didn't want to say it out loud because out loud makes it real. I think it's my apartment, I said finally. Or something that sounds like it, like keys. A lock, breathing. Her inhale on the other end was sharp, involuntary. What do you mean breathing? I closed my eyes. The radiator popped. Somewhere in the building, a toilet flushed. I played a track called Breath, I said, and it sounds like someone sleeping. And I swallowed. It sounds like me. Okay, Nora said, too calm. That was her tell. Send it to me. I don't, I started. Send it, she repeated, firmer. Right now, share link, screenshot, whatever. I stared at my phone. My thumb hovered over Spotify's share button. A tiny, normal icon that had no business feeling like a trapdoor. Nora, I said, and my voice did something I hated. It went soft, like I was asking permission. It's probably nothing. It's probably some weird ASMR thing, and I'm Evan, she cut in. You work with sound. You know the difference between a stock track and a recording. Don't talk yourself out of your own ears. I hated her for being right, and I loved her for it. Both feelings sat in my chest like stones. What do do you want me to do?" I asked. "First," she said, "do not post about it. Don't comment. Don't message the playlist creator. Don't do anything that tells whoever made it that you noticed." That made my stomach sink in a new direction. "You think it's a person?" "I think," she said carefully, "that if it is a person, we don't want to invite them closer. Second, check your apartment. Slowly, like you would if you thought you lost your keys and didn't want to knock something over. Look for anything that doesn't belong." A sound in my room, just the refrigerator cycling on, somewhere out in the kitchen, made me flinch anyway. "And third," Nora added, "you're coming here tonight. You're not sleeping alone." I opened my mouth to argue, to say I was fine, to say it would be embarrassing to make a big deal out of a playlist. But the other tracks, Doorway, Whisper Unclear, Sleep Talk Noted, rose in my mind like a hand pressing up from underneath a sheet. I stood up. My knees felt too loose. "Okay," I said. "Okay, I'll come." "Send me the link," she said. I looked at the share button again. My thumb still hovered, because the choice wasn't really send it or don't. The choice was, do I keep this inside my head where it can grow without witnesses, or do I pull someone else into it and risk making it real? Do I stay here and investigate my own space, or do I leave and risk that whatever this is, algorithm, prank, person, changes the moment I step out? I breathed in, and the air whistled faintly through my nose. On the phone, Nora waited. I didn't press anything yet. "Evan," she said. I stared at my front door, at the lock, at the thin line of light under it from the hallway. "Yeah," I said, voice low. "I'm here." And then I had to decide what to do first. I didn't send the link, not right away. Instead, I muted the call and walked into my kitchen like I'd dropped something important and needed to find it before it rolled too far under the cabinets. I opened drawers, closed them, checked the top of the fridge, like a microphone would be sitting there in plain sight with a little blinking light. Nothing blinked. My apartment smelled faintly like yesterday's dish soap and radiator dust. The refrigerator hummed at a steady pitch. I tried to imagine that hum captured, compressed, uploaded, renamed room tone, north wall. "Evan," Nora's voice came back into my ear when I unmuted. "I'm looking," I said. "For what?" "I don't know," I snapped, and then immediately regretted it. "Sorry. If someone's recording, it would have to be a device. Right, something physical. Unless someone got into your Wi-Fi," she said. "That wouldn't record audio from my bedroom. Your phone would." I stopped moving. "My phone doesn't just record me while I sleep," I said, but it came out weaker than I wanted. "You sure?" she asked quietly. I stared at my phone like it had personally offended me. "I would know," I said. "I'd see battery drain, storage usage, something. You told me it was full battery when you found the playlist." "It always is in the morning," I said automatically. "Okay," she said, not arguing. "Then check." I pulled up my battery usage, normal. Apps in their usual order. Spotify near the top, because I use it constantly. No weird outliers. "Nothing," I said. "Storage, I checked that too. Photos, podcasts. A couple of big Pro Tools sessions I'd transferred for reference. Nothing new." "I don't think it's my phone," I said, and the relief I felt at that answer scared me. Because if it wasn't my phone, it was something else. "Send me the link," Nora said again. This time I hit share. The 3 dots expanded. I tapped copy link. URL sat there in the little pop-up, harmless, blue, digital. I pasted it into our text thread. There, done. My heart kicked once hard. "Got it," Nora said. I could hear her moving around, probably grabbing her laptop. "Stay on." The seconds stretched. I walked back into my bedroom and sat down on the edge of the bed again, phone pressed to my ear, staring at the dent in the pillow like it might shift if I looked long enough. "Okay," Nora said after a minute. "I'm on the playlist page." "What do you see?" I asked. "Same thing you described, 12 tracks, 8 followers, no bio, no artist page beyond the name." "Check the followers," I said. "Can you see them?" "I can see one public follower," she said. "A username, NWall. That doesn't mean anything." "It might," she said. "North wall." I looked up slowly at the wall opposite my bed. It was the one that backed onto the hallway, the one with the radiator under the window. "Stop," I said. "I'm just reading what's there," she said. "Relax." "I am relaxed." She didn't respond to that. "Okay," she continued. "I'm going to play breath." I held my own breath without meaning to. The line was quiet except for the faint digital compression of the call. Then, very softly, I heard it through her speakers, through her mic, through my phone, my sleeping breath, or something that sounded like it. Nora didn't speak for the first 20 seconds. "Well," I asked finally. "It sounds like a man," she said carefully. 30-ish. No heavy snoring. Nasal whistle on the exhale. My skin tightened along my shoulders. "Does it sound like me?" I asked. Another pause, this one longer. "Yes," she said. The word settled between us. But she added quickly, "That doesn't mean it is. Lots of people have broken noses. Lots of people breathe like that." "I didn't tell you about the broken nose," I said. "I know you, Evan, right? Of course." At 1 minute and 12 seconds over the call, I heard the faint thud. The mattress squeak. Nora inhaled sharply. "Did you move?" she asked. "No." "Okay," she said. "There's a sound, like a shift." "I heard it," I said. "Do you move around a lot when you sleep?" "I don't know," I said. "I'm asleep," she exhaled. God, we let the track play. It felt like listening to evidence in a courtroom where the defendant was my own body. At around 2 minutes in, there was something new I hadn't caught on the street. A low, almost inaudible murmur. "What was that?" Nora said immediately. "I don't know." "Rewind," she scrubbed back. The breath resumed. The hum, then faint, almost under the noise floor, a whisper. Not words exactly, more like the shape of them. "Is that you?" she asked. "I don't talk in my sleep." "You don't know that," I swallowed. "I've never been told I do." The whisper came again, softer this time. It could have been fabric shifting. It could have been air moving in a vent. It could have been someone else. "Okay," Nora said finally, stopping the track. "We need a plan." I thought the plan was I come to your place. "That's still part of it," she said. "But if someone put a recording device in your apartment, leaving it there doesn't solve anything. It keeps recording." "Assuming that's what this is," I said, because my brain was still trying to sand down the edges. "Evan," she said, and there was a crack in her voice now. "If it is what you think it is, that means someone has been inside your bedroom while you were unconscious." I didn't answer. Or she continued, pushing through. "Someone has access to your space in a way you don't understand. That's not a playlist problem. That's a safety problem." My throat felt tight. "What do you suggest?" I asked. "I suggest," she said, "we treat it like that. I'm coming over." "No," I said immediately, too fast. "Why not?" "Because if someone's watching," she echoed. "Recording," I corrected. "Whatever. If someone's doing this, I don't want you walking into it." "You think I'm safer not knowing?" she shot back. "That's not what you sent me the link." Silence. "That was a mistake," I muttered. "You don't get to pull me halfway in and then shut the door," she said. "I'm grabbing my keys." "Don't," I said, "please." There it was, the private fear. Not of being recorded, not even of someone in my apartment. of being responsible for someone else getting hurt. "I can handle this," I said. It sounded hollow even to me. "You haven't handled anything yet," she replied, not unkindly. "You stood on the sidewalk and listened. That's not fair. It's accurate." I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it. "I'm on my way," she said. 20 minutes. The line went dead. I sat there for a second, staring at my phone. 20 minutes. The problem had a clock now. I stood up and forced myself to think like I would at work. Practical, methodical. If there's a device, it needs power. Or a battery. It needs to transmit or be retrieved. It needs placement. I grabbed a kitchen chair and dragged it into the bedroom. The legs scraped against the floor louder than I meant them to. I winced at the noise, irrationally worried someone would hear it through the walls and know I was looking. I stood on the chair and checked the smoke detector, twisted it off carefully. Just a battery. No extra circuitry. No camera lens. I exhaled slowly. I checked the air vent, unscrewed the cover with a butter knife because I didn't feel like hunting for a screwdriver. The metal screeched lightly as it came free. Dust, darkness, no device, the radiator. I crouched and peered behind it. Cobwebs, a lost sock, no microphone. My heart was beating hard enough now that I could hear it in my ears. The room felt smaller, like the walls had leaned in an inch without asking. I moved into the living room, checked the bookshelf, under the couch, inside the lampshade. I felt ridiculous and exposed at the same time. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. I froze. It buzzed again. I stared at the screen. Local area code. I let it go to voicemail. Almost immediately, a notification popped up. New voicemail. My hands were slick when I tapped it. The message started with nothing. Just air. Then a soft, familiar hum. My refrigerator. I knew that hum the way you know your own breathing. I'd cursed it during Zoom calls. I'd adjusted mic levels around it. Then underneath, faint and close, in, out, my breath. I stopped the voicemail so fast I almost dropped the phone. The call duration read 0023. The timestamp was from 30 seconds ago. Someone had called me and left a voicemail of my own apartment sound live, or close enough to live that the difference didn't matter. I dialed the number back before I could talk myself out of it. It rang once, twice, and went to a generic automated message. "The number you have dialed is not in service." I tried again. Same message. My pulse thudded in my throat. This wasn't algorithmic anymore. This wasn't coincidence. This was a person, and they had my number. My first instinct was to call the police. My second was to imagine explaining this to a dispatcher. "Hi, there's a Spotify playlist that sounds like me breathing, and someone left me a voicemail of my fridge." I could already hear the pause, the polite doubt. Still, I opened the dialer and typed 911, then stopped. What would they do? Send a car? Look around, find nothing. Leave, and whoever was doing this would know I'd escalated. Another buzz. A text this time, from the same unknown number. No need to panic. My stomach dropped so hard I had to sit down. The typing bubble appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. 02:17 tonight. I stared at the message until the numbers blurred. 02:17. The playlist title. My phone felt suddenly heavy, like it was full of sand. I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. Someone walking past. A key turning in a neighbor's door. Normal sounds. Too normal. My mind started assembling possibilities like a detective who'd watched too many procedural shows. Someone in the building. Someone with access. A neighbor. A maintenance worker. Someone who'd been in my place before. I thought about the day last month when the landlord had come to fix the sink drip. He'd brought a guy with him. Mid-40s, baseball cap, quiet. I hadn't paid attention. I thought about the time I'd left my spare key with the guy downstairs when I got locked out. I'd never asked for it back formally. He just handed it to me. I thought about my own flaw, assuming people are harmless, because it's easier than confronting the possibility they're not. The front door handle rattled. Just once. I jerked my head up. It didn't turn. It just made that soft metallic jiggle like someone testing it without commitment. My breath stopped. Then footsteps again, moving away down the hall. I stood up slowly and walked to the door. I pressed my eye to the peephole. Empty hallway, beige carpet. The framed fire escape map crooked on the wall. My phone buzzed again. Another text. Lock is good. I looked down at the screen, then back at the door. They knew I'd checked, or they were guessing. My hands were shaking now in a way I couldn't control. I typed back before I could think better of it. Who is this? 3 dots appeared immediately. Sleep study. Rage flared hot and fast, cutting through the fear. This wasn't a ghost. It was someone enjoying this. Evan. I jumped so hard I hit my shoulder against the wall. Nora's voice came from the other side of the door. It's me, open up. For a split second, I couldn't move. What if Evan, she said again, softer. I'm alone. I checked the peephole. It was her. Dark green coat, hair damp from rain, jaw tight. I unlocked the door. As soon as she stepped inside, she looked at my face and went pale. What happened? She asked. I handed her my phone without answering. She read the texts, her lips pressed into a thin line. They're here, I said quietly. Her eyes flicked to the door, then around the apartment. Or close enough, she said. We stood there in my living room, 2 adults in a perfectly ordinary apartment, surrounded by ordinary furniture, ordinary hums and clicks. 02:17 tonight. It was 1:38 p.m. We had less than 13 hours. What do we do? I asked. Nora didn't hesitate this time. We don't wait, she said. We find out who in this building has access. Now. And as if on cue, the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then went out. The refrigerator cut off mid-hum. The radiator clicked into silence. The apartment settled into a quiet so thin, I could hear the rain more clearly against the windows. Nora looked at me. Power outage, she asked. I moved to the window and looked down at the street. The building across from mine still had lights on. So did the coffee shop on the corner. Only our building was dark. My phone buzzed one more time in my hand. New baseline. The words glowed against the black screen, bright and calm. Behind us, in the sudden dark, something in the hallway outside shifted. A soft, deliberate footstep. And this time, it stopped right outside my door. The hallway light outside my door snapped on, just like that. A harsh fluorescent glow seeped under the crack, thin and dirty white. The power inside my apartment was still out. The refrigerator stayed dead. The overhead lights didn't flicker back. Nora didn't speak. She held up a finger to her lips and mouthed, "Listen." There it was again. A shift of weight, slow, careful. Whoever was out there wasn't trying to hide the fact that they were there. They were letting us hear it. My phone screen glowed in my hand. New baseline. I turned it face down. "We're not staying in here," Nora whispered. "We go out first." "That's insane," I whispered back. "If someone's in the hallway, "They're controlling the situation," she said. "We change it." She was already moving toward the kitchen drawer where I kept the big chef's knife. She didn't pick it up. She just opened the drawer and looked at it like she was checking a box in her head. "Police," I mouthed. She nodded. I dialed 911 with shaking fingers. The operator answered almost immediately. I gave my address, tried to keep my voice steady. "Someone is outside my apartment door. We've received threatening messages. The building power is out." "Are they attempting to enter?" the operator asked. "Not right now," I said, "but they tested the handle. Officers are being dispatched. Stay inside. Keep the door locked." Nora raised an eyebrow at that. "Stay inside. Let whoever was out there decide when to escalate." The hallway light flickered, then went off, dark again. The footstep didn't retreat. It just waited. "On 3, Nora whispered. "For what?" We opened the door. "That's exactly what they want." "Maybe," she said. "Or maybe they want us trapped." I didn't have a better idea. "1," she said. My pulse hammered so hard I could hear it in my ears. 2. The hallway was silent now. 2 silent. 3. I unlocked the deadbolt and pulled the door open fast. The hallway was empty. The fluorescent light hummed overhead like nothing had happened. Beige carpet, the crooked fire map, doors closed on both sides. I stepped out, heart in my throat. "Nora," I hissed. She came out behind me, closing the door but not locking it. We looked left, then right. At the far end of the hall, near the stairwell, something moved. A shadow. Quick. My body reacted before my brain did. I took off down the hallway, sneakers slapping against carpet. "Evan," Nora called, but she followed. The building layout was simple. 4 apartments per floor, long straight hallway, stairs at one end, elevator in the middle. I knew it like muscle memory. The shadow slipped into the stairwell. I reached the door and shoved it open. Empty. The concrete steps spiraled down. No echo of footsteps. No slam of a door below. "Where did they go?" I whispered. Nora stepped into the stairwell beside me. Maybe they were already on the stairs. Then we would have heard a door below us slammed. We both flinched. "Ground floor," Nora said. We ran down the steps. My hand skimmed the metal railing. It was cold and slightly sticky from old paint. On the ground floor, the stairwell opened into the lobby. The building manager's office door was shut. The lobby lights were on, so the outage wasn't the whole building. I looked up at the ceiling camera over the mailboxes. "Do you know if that works?" Nora asked. "I've never seen him check it." We pushed through the lobby door and out onto the street. Rain had intensified, turning the pavement into a mirror. Cars moved normally. Pedestrians hurried past with umbrellas. No one running. No one looking back at the building. "Which way?" Nora asked. I looked left toward Broadway, right toward the smaller residential side street. I didn't know. My phone buzzed again. I almost dropped it. That wasn't me. I stared at the text. "What?" Nora demanded. I showed her. "That wasn't me," she read aloud. My stomach twisted. "Meaning what?" I said. She scanned the sidewalk, jaw tight. "Meaning someone wants us chasing ghosts. Misdirection, the shadow, the door slam. Someone could have just been leaving for work. Someone who had no idea 2 people were spiraling upstairs. We'd run out of the apartment because of a normal neighbor. The humiliation hit hard and sharp. "Damn it," I muttered. Nora's shoulders sagged slightly. "Okay," we slowed down. Police sirens wailed faintly in the distance. "They're coming," I said. "Good," she replied. "We'll tell them everything." We went back inside. 2 officers arrived within minutes. Mid-30s, rain-slicked jackets, neutral expressions. We told them about the playlist, the voicemail, the texts. the handle rattle, the power flicker. They listened. They took notes. Has anyone else in the building reported issues? One officer asked. Not that we know of, Nora said. Do you have reason to believe someone specific would target you? The other asked me. No, I said too quickly. They exchanged a glance. Do you have any ex-partners? Conflicts at work? It's not like that, I said. How do you know? I didn't. They walked the hallway, checked the stairwell, spoke to the downstairs neighbor, an older woman in a pink bathrobe who looked confused and annoyed. No one's been out there, she said. I was watching Jeopardy. The building manager, a thin man named Carl in his 50s, showed up from his office looking irritated. There was no power outage, he said. Not on my end. Our apartment went dark, Nora insisted. Carl frowned. Breaker might have tripped. We went upstairs together. The officer stayed back a step as Carl opened the electrical panel inside my apartment. One of the breakers was flipped. I stared at it. I didn't touch that, I said. Carl shrugged. Sometimes they go. Nora looked at me. My phone buzzed. New baseline achieved. I showed the officers. They looked less neutral now. Can you track the number? Nora asked them. We'll file a report, one said. If it continues, we escalate. If it continues, I said, he's in the building. Sir, the officer said gently, we have no evidence of that. The humiliation came back heavier. When they left, the apartment felt smaller. Attempt 1 had failed. We chased a shadow that wasn't real. We called the police and got a flipped breaker. We were still at square one. Nora paced the living room. We need proof, she said. Something concrete. I have texts. Texts can be spoofed. I have a voicemail. That could have been recorded earlier. She stopped pacing and looked at me directly. You work in audio. I knew what she meant before she said it. Compare it, she said. Your apartment now versus the voicemail. Look for differences. Prove it's live. My stomach tightened. That meant sitting still, listening. We set up in the bedroom. Grabbed my field recorder from my gear bag, the one I used for work sometimes when I needed clean room tone. It was sensitive enough to pick up a pin drop. I placed it on the nightstand. Timestamp, Nora said. We record now. I hit record. The red light blinked. In, out, my breath. The refrigerator hummed steadily in the background. After 3 minutes, I stopped it. Then we played the voicemail again. The fridge hum was slightly higher in pitch. Temperature difference, Nora said. I murmured. Then I heard it. In the voicemail, at around 9 seconds, a faint metallic tick. In my current recording, at 9 seconds, nothing. I rewound the voicemail, listened again. Tick, radiator, Nora suggested. It hasn't kicked on in hours, I said. We went to the living room. I replayed the voicemail at full volume. There, under the breath, another sound I hadn't noticed before. A faint, rhythmic tapping. Nora's eyes flicked to the coffee table. My old wired earbuds lay there, coiled. She picked them up. Tap the plug against the table, she said. I did. The same tiny, plastic-on-wood tick echoed from the speaker. My stomach dropped. I looked at the voicemail timestamp again. It was from 30 minutes ago, when I'd been standing in the kitchen. The earbuds had been in my hand then. I remembered fidgeting with them while listening to Nora. They're using my phone, I said hoarsely. But how? She asked. I stared at the device. If someone installed something, I said slowly. Malware. Spyware, it could activate the mic without draining the battery. It's possible, I said, if it's optimized, if it uploads only when connected to Wi-Fi. We both looked at the router on the shelf by the TV, small, innocent, blinking green. Unplug it, Nora said. I pulled the power cord. The green lights died. My phone immediately switched to cellular. I waited. Nothing. 30 seconds, a minute, then buzz. A text. Cell data works too. My hands went cold. That meant they had visibility beyond my Wi-Fi. Or they were guessing. You said your phone was full battery this morning, Nora said slowly. What if it was? What? What if it charged while something was running? That doesn't make sense. Neither does this. I scrolled through my app list. Nothing unfamiliar. But then I noticed something small. In settings, under privacy, microphone access. An app I didn't recognize had used the mic at 2:17 a.m. every night this week. The app name was generic. 2 words, something like system service. That's not right, I whispered. Nora leaned in close. Can you delete it? I tried. The option was grayed out. Attempt 2 had failed. The problem wasn't in the walls. It was in my pocket. The realization felt worse. My private flaw, my assumption that I understood my own tools, my own space, had left the door open. Factory reset, Nora said. If I do that, we lose the data. You'll lose the microphone too. She was right. But if we reset it, we'd lose the ability to prove it. Wait, I said, airplane mode. I flipped it on. No signal, no Wi-Fi, no cellular. We sat there in silence. 1 minute, 2, nothing. I exhaled slowly. Then, from the bedroom, my voice. Soft, muffled. In, out, I froze. That's not your phone, Nora whispered. The sound was coming from somewhere else. Not loud, just enough. We moved slowly toward the bedroom. The field recorder on the nightstand was playing back audio, but I hadn't touched it. The screen was dark, yet the sound continued, my breathing, and underneath it a whisper, clearer this time. Stay. Nora grabbed my arm so hard her nails bit into my skin. The sound stopped abruptly. We stood there, hearts pounding. The recorder screen flickered on. Playback 0000. Battery 12%. It hadn't been that low before. It's not connected to anything, I said. Bluetooth, Nora whispered. I shook my head. My phone was in airplane mode. The router was unplugged. The recorder was a standalone device. A faint metallic smell filled the room. Ozone, Nora said, then I saw it. Behind the radiator where I'd checked earlier. A thin black wire I hadn't noticed before. It disappeared into the wall. I crouched, fingers trembling, and pulled gently. The wire resisted. It wasn't loose. It was installed. Nora backed toward the door. Evan, she said, voice tight. That's not new. I tugged harder. Wire snapped free with a sharp pop. A small, coin-sized device clattered onto the floor. It had a tiny lens and a heat-warped casing. I stared at it, then at the radiator. The metal around the pipe was discolored. Jesus, Nora breathed. A sudden crack echoed from inside the wall. Loud, sharp, then a hiss. Steam burst from the radiator valve, white and violent. I stumbled back as scalding vapor filled the room. The device on the floor sparked. The metallic smell intensified. Move, Nora shouted. The hiss grew into a roar. The wall behind the radiator bulged slightly, plaster fracturing in a thin, jagged line. Whatever had been installed, there hadn't just been recording. It had been tampering with the pipe. The heat built fast, oppressive. My eyes watered. Retreat was no longer about paranoia. It was about survival. And the only way out was past the hallway, where someone might still be waiting. Steam hit my face like a slapped towel. Hot, wet, metallic. It took the air out of me for a second, made my eyes clamp shut on instinct. When I opened them again, the bedroom had turned into a white blur. The radiator hissed like an angry animal. The plaster line behind it was widening, spidering upward in tiny branching cracks. "Back, back," Nora shouted, and yanked me by the sleeve hard enough to jerk my shoulder. I stumbled into the hallway of my apartment, coughing. The air was cooler there, but my throat still burned. "We need to shut it," I said, voice raw. "You don't have time to learn plumbing," Nora snapped. She was coughing too, but she was thinking faster. "It's going to rupture." I looked over my shoulder. The steam thickened, rolling out of the bedroom door in heavy curls, condensing on the ceiling and dripping back down. The coin-sized device I'd pulled free had sparked once, and then gone dead. A tiny black beetle on my floor. My field recorder was still on the nightstand, half hidden in the fog. "Evidence," I rasped. Nora's eyes flashed. "Evidence can burn, you can't." She was right. I hated her for it. I hated myself more for needing her to be right. I grabbed my phone, still in airplane mode, and shoved it into my pocket. My hand shook so hard I could barely keep my keys between my fingers. "We go," Nora said. "Now." I reached for the bedroom door to shut it, like closing a door could contain steam and pressure. The knob was warm. Too warm. Nora slapped my hand away. "Don't be a hero." The hallway outside my apartment door was quiet. Too quiet. I cracked the door open an inch. Fluorescent light hummed overhead. Beige carpet. The crooked fire map. And halfway down the hall, near the elevator, the building manager stood with his hands in his pockets, like he'd been waiting for a bus. Carl, 50s, thin. A face that always looked mildly inconvenienced by other people's problems. He turned his head toward us slowly. "Everything all right?" he called, voice carrying down the hall in that calm, practiced way. Nora's grip tightened around my arm. I could feel her nails through my sleeve. "No," she said sharply. "No, Carl, it's not." Carl blinked once. "What's going on?" Steam pushed out behind us in a thicker pulse, like the apartment exhaling. I saw Carl's eyes flick briefly to it, then back to our faces. A micro-calculation. So fast, I might have imagined it if my brain wasn't suddenly wide awake. "My radiator's blowing," I said, stepping into the hallway fully. "We need to shut the building line. Now." Carl took a step closer, palms up. Okay, let's not panic. Sometimes those old valves," "It's not an old valve," Nora cut in. "There's a device in the wall." Carl's expression didn't change much, but his throat moved with a swallow. "What device?" he asked. "The one behind the radiator," I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. "The one wired through the wall. One that sparked when I pulled it." Carl let out a small laugh that didn't fit the situation at all. That's ridiculous." Nora stepped forward. "Then come look." Carl didn't move. Steam rolled out again. The smoke alarm in my unit started to chirp weakly, like it couldn't decide whether to commit. Carl's eyes went past us to the doorway. He took one more step forward, then stopped again, like there was an invisible line he didn't want to cross. "You called the police earlier," he said. My stomach tightened. "How do you know that?" Carl lifted one shoulder. "I saw them. I'm the building manager." "That's not what I mean," Nora said, and her voice had gone flat, dangerous. "How do you know it was earlier and not just now?" Carl stared at her for a beat too long. "You need to back away from us," Nora said. Carl held up his hands again. "Look, I'm just trying to help. Let's handle the radiator first. Boiler room's downstairs. I've got keys." "Show them," Nora said. He hesitated. "Show them," she repeated. Carl reached into his pocket slowly and pulled out a ring of keys. He held them up. They jingled softly. My brain latched onto the sound in a way that made my chest squeeze. Keys/metal. Fine, Nora said. Boiler room. Now. Carl started walking toward the stairwell, not the elevator. Why not the elevator? I asked, because my body needed something to do besides shake. Carl glanced back. If the power's unstable, the hallway lights are on, Nora said. Carl's gaze slid away. Safer to take the stairs. Nora looked at me. A silent exchange. We followed, but not close. Nora kept me slightly behind her, like she could shield me with her body if she had to. The thought made my stomach turn. I didn't want her doing that. I also didn't know how to stop her. At the stairwell door, Carl pushed it open and stepped inside. The concrete steps spiraled down, lit by a single bare bulb that flickered, then steadied. It smelled like damp cement and old paint. Carl started down. Nora didn't follow immediately. She leaned in close to me and whispered, "If he tries anything, you run up, not down." "What about you?" "I'll be right behind you," she lied. She pushed past me and went down first anyway. We descended, footsteps echoing. The farther we went, the warmer the air got, thick with mechanical heat. A deep hum began to rise under everything: boilers, pumps, the building's circulatory system. Carl stopped at the basement door and unlocked it. Keys scraping, turning. Door/lock. The sound landed in my gut. He opened the door, and we stepped into the basement hallway. It was narrow, lined with storage cages and old bikes. The lighting was dimmer here, more yellow. The air smelled like laundry detergent and mildew, and something metallic that made me think of pennies. At the end of the corridor was a heavy steel door with a faded sign: "Boiler room, authorized personnel only." Carl didn't look back this time. He just went straight to it. Nora's voice cut through the hum. "Carl, stop." He paused, hand on the boiler room handle. "What?" he asked, too quickly. "Why is only Evan's breaker flipped?" she said. Carl turned slowly. "I told you, those panels." "And why did the hallway light go out, then back on?" Nora pressed. "Why did you hesitate when I said device? Why did you already know about 217? Carl's face tightened. A small muscle in his jaw jumped. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. My phone vibrated in my pocket, even in airplane mode. That shouldn't happen. For a second, I thought it was the building vibrating. Steam, pressure, pipes. But the vibration was too precise, too phone-like. I pulled it out. The screen was black. Then it lit up without me touching it. A notification bloomed across the top like a polite little banner. Spotify now playing. Doorway, my blood went cold, not the cliché kind, the actual physiological kind, like my skin had tightened. My hands tingled. Nora saw it. Her eyes widened. "I thought you were in airplane mode," she whispered. "I am," I whispered back. The track started on its own, a low hush. Then, very clearly, the sound of a door handle rattling. Not just any door, mine. I spun and looked back down the basement corridor. The steel basement door at the top of the stairs was shut. But in my head, I saw my apartment door, the knob, the lock. The audio in my phone continued. A slow scrape. A key entering a lock. My lock, the deadbolt turning. Nora moved instantly. "He's in your apartment," she said. Carl's face changed. Not into a villain face. Not into a snarl. Into something worse. A man who's been caught and is deciding whether to improvise. "That's impossible," he said, but his voice was flat. Nora lunged for the boiler room door handle, away from Carl, toward control, toward anything. Carl moved too. He grabbed her arm. Everything happened fast and stupid and human. Nora twisted, trying to break his grip. Carl pulled hard. Her shoulder slammed into the boiler room door with a dull impact. She hissed in pain, but didn't cry out. "Let go," she snapped. Carl's grip tightened. His other hand went toward his pocket. I moved without thinking. I grabbed the first thing my hand found, an old metal broom leaning against a storage cage, and swung it. Not a clean, heroic swing. A panicked, sloppy arc. The broom handle clipped Carl's wrist. He cursed and let go of Nora for half a second, enough for her to wrench free and stumble backward. Carl's pocket spilled something onto the floor, a small black rectangle, like a cheap phone or remote. It skittered on the concrete. My field recorder flashed in my mind. Battery low. Playback hijacked. This looked like the kind of device that could do that. Carl went for it. Nora went for it too. She got there first and stomped on it hard. Plastic cracked under her boot. Carl's face contorted. "You don't understand. You're right," Nora said, voice shaking with anger and adrenaline. "We don't, because you won't say." The sound from my phone kept playing. A door opening, a soft creak, then footsteps on my apartment carpet. Slow, careful, not Carl, because Carl was right in front of me. Someone else was in my apartment. Or worse, someone had been there all along. "Evan," Nora said, eyes locked on mine. "Upstairs. Now." Carl stepped in front of the stairwell like he could block us. Like this basement hallway was suddenly a checkpoint. "You can't just run around," he said, voice rising. "There are safety procedures." Nora's laugh was short and ugly. "Safety." She shoved past him. Carl grabbed her again, this time higher, fingers closing around her upper arm. Nora jerked and slipped. Her boots skidded on the damp concrete. She went down hard onto her hip with a sharp gasp. Pain flashed across her face. My stomach dropped. Carl stood over her, breathing hard, eyes wild now. This is going too far," he said. "You started it," I said, and my voice surprised me. It wasn't loud. It was small, but it was real. Carl looked at me like I was something he'd ignored until it spoke. "Evan," he said, and for the first time he sounded almost pleading. "Listen." I didn't. Another sound from my phone. A soft whisper close to the mic. "Stay." Nora's eyes flicked to my phone, then to Carl, then to the boiler room door. Her breath came fast. She was thinking through pain. I could see it in the way her jaw clenched. "Boiler room," she said. "He wants us focused on the apartment. We don't go up until we shut this down." "What?" I said. "The radiator is sabotage," she hissed, grabbing the door handle and hauling herself up with it. She winced, face going pale. If the pipe blows, the whole line could fail. Steam, water, electrical, fire hazard. He's creating a crisis. We stopped the crisis. Carl's eyes darted. That was confirmation without words. Nora shoved the boiler room door open. Heat hit us like opening an oven. The room was loud fans, pumps, a relentless mechanical thrum. Two big boilers sat side by side, metal and pipes and gauges, everything sweating slightly. A tangle of insulated lines ran up into the ceiling like veins. On one wall was a breaker panel. On the floor near the panel was a small tripod with a phone mounted on it. The phone's camera lens faced the doorway, recording. My stomach flipped. There was a little red dot on the screen. Live. Nora's voice went tight. "He's filming." Carl shoved into the room behind us, panic now overtaking whatever careful control he'd had in the hallway. "Don't touch anything," he shouted over the roar. Nora ignored him. She moved straight to the breaker panel and yanked it open. Her fingers flew over the switches like she'd done it 100 times. "You know what you're doing," I shouted. "No," she yelled back, and that honesty scared me more than any lie. But I can read labels. Carl lunged for her. I stepped in his path and shoved him back with both hands. He stumbled into a pipe, cracked his shoulder, grunted. "Evan," he snarled, and then his hand shot out toward my pocket. I realized what he wanted before he got it. My keys, or my phone, or both. He grabbed my hoodie, yanked. I went off balance, slammed into the boiler casing. Hot metal bit through the fabric against my forearm. Pain flared bright and immediate. I sucked in air and tasted copper. Nora shouted my name, but she didn't stop moving. She found a valve wheel red, waist height on a thick pipe, and grabbed it with both hands. "Help," she yelled. Fought Carl's grip, twisted, and shoved him back again with my good arm. My burned forearm screamed. I bit down on a sound. Nora tried to turn the valve. It didn't budge. "It stuck," she cried. Carl's face changed again when he saw her on the valve. Fear, sharp and involuntary. "This isn't," he started. "Shut up," Nora snapped, and put her weight into it. The wheel creaked, moved a fraction, then stopped again. "Evan," she yelled. Now, I stumbled to her, grabbed the wheel with my unburned. The metal was warm, greasy with use. We turned together, bodies straining. My shoulder popped. The valve gave another inch, then another. The pitch of the boiler room changed slightly, subtle but real. A deeper groan, like pressure shifting. Carl surged at us, one last attempt. Nora kicked backward without looking. Her heel caught his shin. He yelped and fell to one knee. I turned the valve harder, teeth clenched against pain. The wheel finally spun with a smoother motion, like something unseating itself. Or softened, not stopped, but eased. Somewhere above, through the pipes, I felt rather than heard the radiator hiss lessen, like a lung exhaling after being held too long. Nora sagged against the pipe, breathing hard, sweat slicking her hair. Carl stayed on one knee, panting, eyes darting between us and the tripod phone still recording. "Why?" I said, voice hoarse. "Why my breath?" Carl's expression twisted like he wanted to spit the answer out and swallow it at the same time. He looked at the tripod phone, then at my phone, still lit with Spotify's doorway track, then finally at me. "I didn't want to hurt you," he said, and there was something in his voice now that sounded like truth and sickness together. I needed it to be real." Nora's laugh came out shaky. "You made it real," Carl's eyes flashed. "You don't understand what it's like to have a building full of people, and no one sees you until something breaks." My skin crawled. This wasn't about money. It wasn't some elegant scheme. It was ego and access and obsession grown in the cracks of routine. "You put that in my wall," I said. Carl swallowed. "It was maintenance. Easy. Everyone lets you in. They hand you keys. They forget. Keys slash metal." My burned arm throbbed. "And 217, Nora demanded. Carl's gaze slid away. "That's when the system runs its cycle. It's when the boilers, the pumps, stop lying," Nora snapped. Carl's jaw clenched. "It's when you stop moving," he said, voice low. "It's when the building is quiet. It's the only time you can hear people for who they are." My stomach turned. Outside the boiler room, somewhere above us, a faint alarm started to chirp. My smoke detector, maybe, still protesting steam. Then another sound joined it. Sirens, closer now. Nora's eyes flicked to me. "The police." Carl's head jerked. Panic bloomed across his face like a stain. He scrambled up, limping. Nora moved to block the door. Carl shoved her with both hands. She stumbled back, hit the pipe, and cried out, her injured hip making her legs buckle. I moved to catch her, but my burned arm failed me. She slid down the wall, gasping. Carl bolted out of the boiler room. "Evan," Nora choked, clutching her side. "Don't," but I was already moving. I ran out into the basement corridor, slipping once on damp concrete. Carl was halfway to the stairs, keys jangling like a taunt. He hit the stairwell door and slammed it open. I followed, up the concrete steps, lungs burning, my forearms screaming with each swing. Carl was fast for a thin man, adrenaline turning him into something desperate. Halfway up, his foot slipped. He grabbed the railing, caught himself, then kept going. We burst into the lobby. 2 officers were coming through the front door, hands near their belts, eyes scanning. Carl froze for a split second. Then he ran straight for the side exit. "Stop," one officer shouted. Carl didn't. He shoved the side door open and disappeared into the rain. One officer chased. The other turned toward me. "Sir, are you injured?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My throat was raw. My brain was too full. Nora's voice floated up faintly from the stairwell. "Basement, boiler, he's filming." The officer's eyes sharpened. He moved toward the stairs, radio crackling. I stood there in the lobby, shaking, smelling wet cement and burned fabric and steam. My phone buzzed in my hand again. This time it was Spotify. It was a notification from Messages. No number attached, just an iMessage contact card with a name. AM source the message read, "You turned the valve. Good." Under it, in smaller text, "There are others." My fingers went numb. I tried to screenshot it, but my hand fumbled, tapping the screen wrong. The message vanished, like it had never been there. I stared at the blank thread, heart hammering. Upstairs, somewhere in my apartment, I imagined the playlist still sitting quietly on Spotify's servers, tracks lined up with neat names and clean durations, waiting for a thumb to hit play. My breath still existed there, my room tone, my lock, a version of my life that wasn't mine anymore. The officer's voice cut through the lobby. "What's your name, sir?" I swallowed hard and forced sound out of my throat. "Evan," I said. "Evan Mercer." My voice whistled on the exhale, and I hated myself for noticing. The burn looked worse under fluorescent light. In my apartment's bathroom, with the mirror fogged from the residual steam and the overhead bulb making everything pale, my forearm had gone mottled red with a slick, blistered patch where the boiler casing had kissed through my hoodie. It throbbed in time with my pulse, a hot ache that made my fingers tremble when I tried to hold the cold washcloth against it. Nora sat on the closed toilet lid, one hand braced on her hip, the other wrapped around a paper cup of water like it was an anchor. She kept swallowing like her mouth was too dry to speak. Out in the hallway, boots moved. Radios crackled. Someone's voice repeated my address and unit number in a bored cadence that made it sound like a grocery list. "Keep it on," Nora said, nodding at the washcloth. Her voice was steady, but it had that thinness to it, like a paper bag stretched too far. "Don't be tough." I wasn't being tough. I was trying not to feel anything at all. When the knock came, it wasn't polite. It was authority. 2 raps, a pause, then the deadbolt turning because someone had keys and permission now. The officers filled my doorway with damp jackets and calm faces. Behind them, Carl wasn't there. The chase hadn't ended with a dramatic tackle in the rain. The officer who'd run after him had come back empty-handed, breath-hard rain dripping off his cap. "Carl Wilkins," the officer said, reading from his notepad like the name could summon him. "Building manager. We've got his ID from the office. His vehicle is registered to an address in Shoreline. We've put out a bulletin. Is he gone? Nora asked. The officer hesitated. He's not in the building. That wasn't the same as gone. It was just a different kind of absence. They asked me to sit on the couch. They asked Nora if she needed an ambulance. She said no automatically, then flinched when she tried to stand. And the word yes appeared behind her eyes like a delayed echo. I'm fine, she said, but her breath hitched. Let's not do fine tonight, the officer replied softer. They called Seattle Fire. They called SFD because steam and boiler rooms become paperwork and liability, and because someone had actually messed with plumbing. The firefighters arrived with equipment that made my apartment feel like a set piece. Bright helmets, thick gloves, a thermal camera that looked like a toy until it was. They went straight for my bedroom and came back with their faces more serious. Your radiator valve is compromised, one of them said. Looks like tampering. We're shutting down that line. You can't stay here tonight. I stared at him. The words slid off my brain. Nora's hand found my knee, grounding. Her fingers were cold. One firefighter held up the coin-sized device in a clear evidence bag like it was a dead insect. The melted casing looked worse now. The tiny lens caught the light. We'll take that, an officer said, and it was the first time all night I felt relief sharp enough to hurt. Something physical, something real, something that wasn't just my ears and my imagination and a playlist that could be dismissed with a shrug. Boiler room, I asked. My throat still felt scraped raw from steam. We've secured it, the officer said. Tripod phone too. We're going to need statements from both of you. Nora nodded once. Then she leaned forward, elbows on knees, and covered her mouth with her hand like she was trying to keep something from spilling out. I watched her and saw the micro tremor in her fingers. She had wanted control. A baby monitor, a plan, a way to hear the night. Now she'd heard too much. At Harborview, everything was clean and indifferent. They wrapped my arm in something that smelled like antiseptic and plastic. The nurse didn't look impressed by my pain, but she wasn't unkind either. She explained burn care in the same tone she probably used to explain a sprained ankle. Keep it clean, watch for infection, come back if it blisters worse. Nora got x-rays. A doctor pressed on her hip and watched her face like it was a monitor. No fracture, they said, but a nasty bruise and a strain. She'd be sore for days, weeks maybe. A police officer took our statements in a curtained cubicle, while a TV in the waiting room played muted news with captions about traffic and rain. The mundane world kept going, stubbornly refusing to become a thriller. I told the story like I was describing someone else's day. Playlist, breathing, voicemail, texts, breaker, device, steam, Carl. When I got to the part about my phone auto-playing Spotify in airplane mode, the officer's pen slowed. Could have been cached, he said. It said, now playing. Nora snapped from her wheelchair. Her patience had frayed into a sharp edge. And it matched his lock. Don't tell me it was a coincidence. The officer held up a hand. Ma'am, I'm not telling you anything. I'm documenting. Document harder, she said, and then winced because the anger tugged on her hip like a rope. The officer's face softened slightly. We will. We're bringing in digital forensics. The boiler room phone is solid. The device behind the radiator is solid. The rest will do what we can. What about Spotify? I asked. He sighed. We can request data. It doesn't mean we'll get it quickly. Time had been the antagonist's favorite tool. 0217, Tonight, now, the clock. Now the clock belonged to the system. Requests, warrants, waiting. It made me feel helpless in a new way. When we finally left Harborview, it was close to midnight. The rain had eased into a thin mist that made streetlights look fuzzy around the edges. Nora's car smelled like wet coat and the faint garlic of whatever she'd been cooking before her night got rewritten. She drove with both hands on the wheel, knuckles pale. She didn't put on music. She didn't even turn on a podcast. The silence wasn't dramatic, it was cautious, like sound itself had become suspect. "You can stay with me," she said, eyes fixed on the road. "I know." "You should," she added, like she needed the sentence to be heavier. Not a debate. I didn't argue. The cost of arguing felt too high. In her Ballard apartment, her dog Miso circled us anxiously, nails clicking on the laminate. Nora bent to pet him and hissed quietly when her hip pulled. I watched her face and saw the moment she decided to hide pain rather than let it show. In the corner of her living room, still in its unopened box, was the baby monitor. Nora saw my eyes land on it. She walked over, picked up the box, and carried it to the kitchen trash without ceremony. She tore the cardboard open and shoved it down like she was burying something. "Not funny anymore," she said. "It was never funny," I replied, and the bitterness in my voice surprised me. We ate cold leftovers standing at the counter because sitting felt like surrender. Nora kept checking her phone, then turning it face down. I kept checking mine too, even though I'd turned it off completely and left it in her bathroom like it was contaminated. When I finally lay down on her couch, the pillow smelled like laundry detergent and her shampoo. Normal. I stared at the ceiling and listened to the building's quiet. The distant elevator, someone's washing machine, a car door slam outside. Every sound felt like a file name now. Vent/113. Doorway, keys/metal. My body tried to do what it always did when it was tired, drift. But every time my breathing slowed, my brain snapped awake like it was being called by name. Nora came out of her bedroom around 2 a.m. She sat on the chair by the couch and watched me like she could keep me safe by refusing to sleep. "You can sleep," I whispered. "No," she said. "You'll make yourself sick." She shrugged. "Maybe." She looked smaller in the dim light, not fragile, just worn. A person who'd spent her whole life trying to get ahead of uncertainty and had just met someone who lived inside it. "Do you think Carl did it all?" she asked quietly. I stared at the ceiling. "I don't know," I said honestly. "He was there, that's real. But the message that there are others thing," Nora's jaw tightened. "It could have been him trying to scare you. Or it could be true." Silence. Nora finally spoke again, softer. "If it's true, what do we do?" I wanted to say something decisive, something that would make her relax. Something like, "The police will handle it, the system will work, we'll go back to our lives." But the system hadn't stopped Carl from installing a device behind my radiator. The system hadn't stopped him from filming in the boiler room. The system hadn't stopped him from touching the breaker panel like it was his personal control board. All that had stopped him was us. Improvisation, anger, luck. And the cost was written in my bandaged arm and Nora's bruised hip, and the fact that neither of us could hear room tone without feeling sick. "I don't know," I repeated. Nora nodded like she'd expected that answer. At 2:17 a.m., Miso barked once in his sleep and then settled. The sound jolted me awake anyway. Nora's eyes flicked to the clock on her microwave. 2:17. She let out a shaky breath. Nothing happened. No text, no call, No playlist auto-playing. The absence was its own kind of pressure, like a hand hovering just above your shoulder. The next day was paperwork and small humiliations. A detective met us at my building. The building smelled like bleach now, like someone had tried to clean fear out of the hallways. Firefighters had taped off my unit. A sign said no entry in block letters. Carl's office downstairs was open, drawers pulled out, cabinets ajar. A uniformed officer stood in the doorway like a guard at a tomb. The detective's name was Alvarez. She didn't look like she'd slept. She walked us through the boiler room. The tripod was gone now, bagged and tagged. The place looked normal again, which made it worse. Alvarez showed us a photo on her tablet. It was the playlist cover art, and beneath it, a list of tracks that had grown since yesterday. It wasn't 12 anymore. It was 27. New titles: Stairwell Basement, Boiler Hum Shift, Two Voices Argue, Valve Turn Burn Sharp Inhale, Miso Bark 0217. Nora's face drained of color. "That's impossible," she whispered. "Spotify records new tracks," I asked, and my voice sounded stupid even to me. Alvarez's eyes stayed on the tablet. "Not officially," she said, "but you understand what I mean when I say we're dealing with someone who knows how to move audio around." I stared at the last track name again. Miso Bark 0217. My throat tightened. Nora grabbed the edge of the boiler room doorframe, knuckles white. "How?" she asked. Alvarez didn't answer right away. She looked at both of us, then spoke carefully. "Either," she said, "this was updated after last night because someone had access to those recordings, or someone is still recording." Nora's eyes flicked to me, then down to my bandaged arm. "And if someone is still recording," Alvarez continued, "then Carl wasn't the whole pipeline. Pipeline, boiler, pipes, lines." Words had turned into traps. "We requested Spotify's cooperation," Alvarez said. "We've got subpoenas in motion. Carl's devices, what we recovered, are being processed. Found SD cards. We found a hard drive. We found building keys and copies. We found a maintenance schedule with notes that make my skin crawl." "What notes?" Nora demanded. Alvarez hesitated. "Unit numbers, times, quiet, alone, new baseline, that kind of thing." My stomach rolled. Nora closed her eyes for a second like she'd been punched. When she opened them, her gaze was hard. "So what do we do?" she asked. Alvarez's expression was tired and practical. "You don't stay here. You don't go back to routine. You change locks. You talk to your landlord about full rekeying. You assume access was compromised. You keep your devices off until forensics clears them. And you call me if anything happens again." "And Carl?" I asked. Alvarez exhaled. "We'll find him." The way she said it made me believe she meant it. It didn't make me believe it would happen soon. Before we left, I walked past my door. The strip of tape over the frame looked like a scar. I stared at the peephole. In my mind, I heard the track again. Doorway, the soft creak, the slow footsteps. I stepped back. My legs felt weak, like my body had learned a new kind of fatigue. Nora leaned close. "You're not going in," she said. "I know. We'll get your stuff later, with them." I nodded. I didn't trust myself to speak. 2 weeks later, my life looked almost normal from the outside. I returned to work with a bandage on my arm and a story I kept vague. "Plumbing issue," I told people, burned myself. They nodded like adults do, satisfied with a contained explanation. Nora kept her curtains closed more often. She started double-checking her locks twice, sometimes 3 times. She tried to laugh it off and couldn't. I slept at her place for a week, then a hotel. Then, when my landlord finally agreed to rekey the entire building and replace the old radiator line in my unit, I moved out anyway. Not because the building was unsafe now, because I couldn't breathe in it without hearing myself. My phone went to a forensic lab. When it came back, the tech said they found a persistent service that shouldn't have been there. It was removed. They couldn't tell me exactly how it got installed, only that it had privileges it shouldn't have had, and that the safest assumption was someone had physical access at some point. Physical access, keys, routine. My flaw had been thinking routine meant safe. Nora's baby monitor box stayed in her trash for days, until she finally carried it down to the dumpster like she was disposing of a body. Alvarez called once, then twice. Carl had been spotted in Tacoma, then not. A warrant was issued. His accounts were frozen. They found more recordings, more track names, a pattern that made the whole thing feel less personal and more like a practice. That was supposed to make it better. It didn't. On a Wednesday afternoon, I opened Spotify for the first time in days. My thumb hovered over the app like it might bite. I told myself I was checking because I needed to know, because avoiding it would give it power, because I was trying to be brave. The playlist was gone from my For You row. Relief flickered. Then I searched for it. Sleep Study 0217. Nothing. I searched for AM Source. Nothing. I stared at the blank results screen until the words stopped looking like words. And almost absent-mindedly, I clicked into my library. There was a new playlist there. No cover art, no followers listed, just a title in plain text. Room tone, new address. My mouth went dry. I didn't tap it. I sat there at my desk, city noise muffled through the window, coworkers talking about coffee and deadlines and weekend plans. Normal life, with its steady hum. My finger hovered over the playlist like a needle over a record. A laugh burst from somewhere behind me. A chair scraped. Someone coughed. My breathing whistled faintly on the exhale. I closed Spotify. I shut my laptop. And I went outside into the damp air, where the world had always been loud enough to hide in if you were willing to let it. But even on the sidewalk, surrounded by traffic and voices and rain, I found myself listening. Not for footsteps, for the shape of silence between sounds, for the moment when the bass line shifts, for the possibility that someone, somewhere, was still naming my life as a track. And maybe, just maybe, waiting for me to hit play. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, the voice on my baby monitor, is calling me Dad, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The monitor crackled the way it always did when the microwave was running. A dry burst of static that made the little green LED blink like it was thinking about dying. And then deciding not to. I didn't look up at first. I was elbow deep in the sink, coaxing dried formula residue out of a bottle, with a brush that always smelled faintly of dish soap, no matter how many times we rinsed it. The kitchen light above the sink had that buzz it got when the bulb was close to going out, a high mosquito whine that lived at the edge of hearing until you noticed it and then couldn't stop noticing it. The microwave beeped. The monitor popped again. Then a voice came through, thin, compressed, like someone talking into a paper cup. "Dad." I froze with the bottle halfway under the tap. The water kept running. The brush handle squeaked in my grip. My brain tried to do the quickest, dumbest math. It grabbed at the first explanation like a handhold. Feedback. Neighbor's monitor. Baby sounds turning into syllables. The weird way cheap speakers will pull consonants out of noise if you're already thinking about them. But it wasn't a baby sound. It was a person. Not loud, not theatrical, just casual. Like someone calling from the other room to make sure you heard them. "Dad," it said again. In the living room, the monitor sat on the coffee table between a stack of mail and the remote we were always losing. The screen showed the nursery, dim, gray-green from night vision, the corner of the crib, the outline of the rocking chair. Nothing moved. No little limbs flailing, no blanket shifting. Our daughter was a lump under her sleep sack, the white noise machine doing its steady ocean hush. The voice came again, and this time it added the smallest inhale beforehand, like it was about to say more. "Dad." I shut off the tap too hard. The sudden absence of water made the whole room feel louder. My hands were wet and soapy, and shaking in a way I didn't want to admit was shaking. "Emily," I called, keeping my voice normal on purpose, like normal was a thing you could decide. From the hallway, our bedroom door clicked open. Footsteps on the hardwood, then the soft shush of slippers. Emily appeared, hair up in a messy knot, one of my sweatshirts hanging off her shoulder because it was cold near the windows, even with the heat on. She had that look she'd had for months, tired, but wired inside it. Like the tired was a coat she couldn't take off. "What?" she whispered automatically, because we had trained ourselves to whisper in our own home. I nodded toward the coffee table without speaking. The monitor was still hissing with white noise and the occasional static tick. Emily leaned in, squinting at the screen. "What am I?" the speaker crackled. "Dad." Emily's eyes snapped to mine. Not fear right away. First confusion, then the tiny crease between her eyebrows that meant she was trying to solve it. She reached for the monitor, as if bringing it closer to her face would make the audio clearer. "That's," she started and stopped. "It sounded like," I said. "Don't say it," she said, and then she hated that she'd said it because it made it real. She swallowed and tried again. It sounded like a man. The voice didn't come again. It went back to the ocean hush, the little static ticks like someone tapping a fingernail against plastic. Emily turned the monitor over, like the voice might be stuck under it. She checked the volume wheel on the side, then the power cord. Her fingers were quick, competent. She had always been the competent one between us, the one who read manuals and kept track of receipts and knew which drawer the batteries were in. "It's picking up interference," she said. "These things, there are stories. People hear other people's monitors. It's a frequency thing." "Stories," I repeated. My mouth tasted like dish soap. Emily shot me a look that said, "Don't spiral. Not now. Not in the kitchen. Not with her asleep." "I'm not spiraling," I said, which was a lie because my chest already had that tight, almost nauseous flutter that came right before my thoughts started running ahead of me. Emily moved toward the hallway. "I'm going to check her." "I'll go," I said too fast, and she paused, looking at me. In that pause, a lot happened without anyone saying it. Since Mara was born, I'd been trying to be useful in ways that didn't require being brave. I could do bottles. I could do laundry. I could watch YouTube videos about how to install baby gates and then install them slightly crooked. When Mara cried in a way that sounded like pain, or when she had a fever and her skin felt too hot, I would feel something animal and helpless rise up in me, and Emily would step in. Not because she didn't trust me, because she did, and she didn't have time to let me learn slowly. I knew my flaw. I'd never said it out loud, but I carried it like a pebble in my shoe. That I could love something completely and still freeze when it needed me. Emily's gaze softened a fraction. "Okay," she whispered. "You go." She gestured at the monitor, at the coffee table, at the room, at the whole problem. I wiped my hands on my jeans and walked down the hallway. Our house was a small cape in Waltham, Massachusetts, 2 streets off Main, close enough that you could hear traffic if you stood on the porch long enough. It had been built in the 40s, and it creaked in winter when the wood shrank. At night, if you listened, you could hear the radiator in the nursery tick as it cooled and heated, like it was trying to talk. Mara's door was half closed. We kept it that way so the cat wouldn't sneak in and sleep in the crib. The air in the hallway was cooler, smelling faintly of the diaper pail and baby lotion, and the stale coffee we'd forgotten to throw out earlier. I pushed the door open with 2 fingers and stepped into the nursery. The nightlight in the shape of a cloud cast a weak amber glow across the walls. Everything looked softer in it. The shelves with board books and stuffed animals. The changing table with the little caddy of wipes. The rocking chair with the blanket draped over it like a person had just stood up. Mara was asleep. Her cheeks were flushed with that healthy sleep warmth. Her mouth was open in a tiny O. Her hands were near her face, fists loose. I stood there longer than necessary, listening. The white noise machine did its steady whoosh. The radiator clicked once. The house settled, a far-away pop from somewhere in the walls. No other voices. No movement. I leaned over the crib, careful not to cast too big a shadow on her face. "Mara," I whispered, even though she couldn't answer. My breath was warm on my own lips. "Hey, Peanut." She didn't stir. I backed away, and the floorboard by the dresser complained with a sharp squeak that made my shoulders jump. I held my breath and watched her, waiting for her eyes to flutter, for the little pre-cry face to form. Nothing. She stayed asleep. On the dresser, the baby monitor camera sat on its little stand, aimed at the crib. It was a simple unit with a black lens like an eye. We'd bought it because it was Wi-Fi, because Emily had read about people hacking cameras and didn't want our kid on the internet. It transmitted to the handheld screen in the living room, old school radio frequency. That had felt safer. Now, I stared at the camera and felt stupid for trusting anything just because it didn't connect to an app. I reached out and gently turned the camera a few degrees, not enough to change the view much, just enough to break whatever mental picture I had of it. I checked the cord. It was plugged into the outlet behind the dresser, the cable neatly zip-tied because Emily couldn't stand dangling wires. Everything normal. When I left the nursery, I pulled the door back to its half-closed position, and I paused in the hallway with my hand still on the knob, listening again like that would give me an answer. I walked back to the living room. Emily was still by the coffee table. She picked up the monitor and was flipping through settings, even though there weren't really settings, just volume and a channel switch on the back. Her finger hovered over the tiny slider labeled A, B, C, D, anything, she whispered. "She's asleep," I said. "Did it do it again?" Emily shook her head. "No." But she slid the channel switch from A to B. The sound changed slightly, the white noise becoming a different texture, like a different kind of ocean. Static popped once. She frowned. "We've always had it on A. Why are there channels?" I asked. "So you don't pick up someone else's," she said, but her voice didn't sound as sure as she wanted it to. The room felt oddly exposed, like the curtains weren't fully closed even though they were. Outside, the streetlight cast pale stripes across the snow piled along the curb. A car went by, tires hissing on wet pavement. Emily set the monitor down and rubbed her face with both hands. "Okay," she said. "Okay. It's probably interference. Someone nearby has a similar unit, or a ham radio guy, or I don't know, anything." "Ham radio guys," I repeated, because it was ridiculous, and also because I needed something I could laugh at later. But my laugh didn't come. Emily looked at the baby monitor again, like it might speak if she stared hard enough. I sat on the edge of the couch and tried to make my voice light. "Maybe the microwave did something." "It's not connected to the microwave," she said, then immediately softened because she could hear the edge in her own tone. "Sorry, I mean maybe. It could be electrical noise. The transformer outside, the weather." "The weather made a man say, 'Dad'?" I asked. Emily's eyes flicked up. "Don't." I held up a hand. "I'm not trying to, you are," she said, quieter. "You're doing the thing where you push it until it breaks, because if it breaks, then you can react. But if it stays in the maybe, you sit in it." The accuracy of that hit me like a palm to the chest. My private fear, the one I didn't tell her because it sounded pathetic, was that I wouldn't be the kind of father who acted. When something came for our family, something real, something human, something that didn't announce itself, I would be too slow, too polite, too reasonable. Emily exhaled, then reached across the coffee table and squeezed my wrist. Her fingers were warm, her nails bitten down short. "We can call someone," she whispered. Not 911, but like non-emergency. "Ask if anyone's reported interference." Or, she swallowed, "or we can just change the channel and see if it happens again." On the monitor, the nursery image was steady. Mara was still asleep. The green LED blinked on and off like a calm heartbeat. A part of me wanted to do nothing, to treat this like a weird blip, a glitch, a one-time fluke we'd tell friends about someday with a shrug and a laugh. You know how those monitors are. Another part of me, the part I didn't like because it made everything harder, pictured a person somewhere close enough to reach into our house with sound. It pictured someone testing the edge of us, seeing what we did. Emily looked at the phone on the end table like it might bite her. "If we call," she said, "it becomes a thing, like a file, a report. If we don't call," I said, "it's just us and the monitor." We sat there in that thin slice of time where you can still choose to keep your life the same. The monitor crackled once, sharp and bright, and both of us snapped our attention to it. Nothing followed, just the ocean hush. Emily's thumb hovered over her phone screen, not dialing yet. "What do you want to do?" she asked, and the question was small, but it was also a test. I stared at the baby monitor, at the quiet nursery, at the idea that someone else had been in that sound with us for a second. A second was enough. "We can switch channels," I said slowly, "and and we can check the manual to see if it's supposed to, I don't know, scan or lock. But also, I swallowed. Also, I think we should call the non-emergency line, just to ask what they recommend. No drama, just advice. Emily looked relieved and annoyed at the same time, like she wanted me to have said that immediately, and also like she hated that we were here at all. She nodded. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, I'll call." She unlocked her phone. And then she hesitated, her finger hovering over the keypad. Because once you press the first number, you can't pretend you didn't hear it. The monitor sat between us, steady and silent, waiting like it had patience. We had to decide whether we were the kind of parents who wrote this off, or the kind who made it real. Emily's finger lowered toward the screen. Emily pressed the first number. Before she could finish dialing, the monitor let out a sharp burst of feedback, louder than before, a jagged shriek that made both of us flinch. The white noise cut out entirely for half a second. The nursery image on the screen flickered, rolled once like an old TV losing signal, then snapped back. And then the voice came again, clearer this time, closer to the mic. "Dad, I see you." Emily dropped the phone onto the couch like it had burned her. I felt something cold and electric run up the back of my neck, not dramatic, just a clean jolt, like when you miss a stare in the dark. The nursery image on the monitor didn't change. Mara was still asleep. The rocking chair hadn't moved. The cloud nightlight glowed steady. But the voice hadn't sounded like interference. It had sounded positioned. "I see you." Emily's breathing had gone shallow. "That's not," she started, then stopped. "That's not random." "No," I said, my mouth was dry. "No, it's not." The white noise hissed back to life, steady and indifferent. Emily grabbed the monitor and turned the volume down, then back up, like she could shake something loose. "Okay," she said quickly, words stacking over each other. "Okay. That's not a baby monitor crossing signals. That's someone is transmitting. That's a transmitter." "To what?" I asked, though I already knew. "To us," she said. The room felt smaller. The couch, the coffee table, the windows with the blinds pulled tight, they all felt like props instead of protection. I stood up too fast and nearly knocked my knee into the table. "I'm going back in there." Emily caught my wrist. "Wait, why?" "Because if someone can see you," she said carefully, "it's through the camera, not through the room." That landed. I looked at the monitor screen. The night vision glow showed the crib, the dresser, a slice of wall. It did not show the doorway. I leaned over the crib, I said slowly. I was right in front of the camera. Emily nodded once. "Okay," she said. "Okay, we unplug it." "What?" "We unplug the camera, right now." I didn't argue. I was already halfway down the hall again. The house felt louder now. The radiator ticking in the nursery sounded sharper. My own breathing felt too big for the hallway. I pushed open the nursery door and went straight to the dresser. I didn't look at the crib this time. I didn't want to split my attention. The camera sat there, black lens aimed exactly where it always had. I grabbed the cord and yanked it from the outlet. In the living room, I heard the monitor give one last hiss of static, then silence. I waited. Nothing. I picked up the camera and turned it in my hands, like it might reveal a secret seam. It was warm from being plugged in, plastic smooth and unremarkable. I unplugged the white noise machine too, just in case. Mara stirred at the sudden quiet. Her eyelids fluttered. I winced. "Hey," I whispered, softer now, instinct taking over. "It's okay." She shifted once, made a tiny throat sound, and settled. I carried the camera into the hallway. Emily was standing where I'd left her, but she looked different now, tighter, like she'd pulled something inward. "It's unplugged," I said. She glanced at the monitor in her hands. The screen was black. No signal message in small white letters. "Okay," she said. "Okay." The silence between us wasn't empty. It was full of questions we didn't want to articulate. Emily picked up her phone again. "Now I'm calling." She dialed the non-emergency line for Waltham PD. I could hear the faint ring through the speaker. "Waltham Police non-emergency," a woman's voice answered, brisk and tired at the same time. "Hi," Emily said, and I could hear the strain she was trying to smooth out. "My name is Emily Hale. We live on," she gave our street name. "We have a baby monitor, and someone just spoke through it." There was a pause on the other end. "Spoke through it how, ma'am?" A man's voice. He said, "Dad, I see you." Another pause. I imagined the dispatcher typing, the click of keys. "Is anyone in your home that shouldn't be?" "No," Emily said quickly. "My husband just checked the nursery. Our daughter is asleep." "Do you have any Wi-Fi enabled cameras in the home?" "No," Emily said, sharper now. "It's a radio frequency monitor, not connected to the internet." "All right," the dispatcher said. "It's possible someone nearby is on the same frequency. It happens occasionally with older units. I can have an officer swing by to take a report if you'd like." Emily looked at me. I nodded. "Yes," she said into the phone. "Please." "What's your date of birth?" the dispatcher asked. While Emily answered, I went to the front window and peeled one blind slat down with 2 fingers. The street was quiet. Snow piled in uneven mounds along the sidewalks. A blue sedan sat parked across the street under the streetlight, thin frost on its windshield. It hadn't been there earlier. I tried to rewind my memory. Had I noticed it when I came home from work? Maybe. It wasn't an unusual car. Waltham had plenty of blue sedans. The dispatcher finished with Emily and said an officer would be there within 15 minutes. 15 minutes, Emily repeated after hanging up, like it was a number we could hold on to. I nodded, still staring at the sedan. "Do you recognize that car?" I asked. Emily joined me at the window. She squinted through the blinds. "Which one?" "The blue one." She shook her head. "No, but that doesn't mean—" "I know," I said. "I know." We stood there longer than necessary, trying not to make the act of looking obvious. Then, from the darkened monitor screen on the coffee table, still powered, just not receiving a soft pop sounded. Not a voice, just a faint electronic click, like a connection trying and failing. Emily looked at it. "It's still on." "Turn it off," I said. She pressed and held the power button. The screen went fully black. For a second, I felt something like relief. And then the doorbell rang. It was too soon. We both jumped. Emily's hand flew to her chest. "No way, that's the cop," she whispered. I glanced at the clock on the microwave in the kitchen. 12:18 a.m. The doorbell rang again, not aggressive, just a polite second press. I walked toward the front door slowly, every step measured. I didn't turn on the porch light. Instead, I leaned toward the narrow window beside the door and angled myself so I could see without being fully visible. A man stood on the porch. White. Mid-40s maybe. Dark jacket. Knit cap pulled low. He held something small in his hand. He looked straight at the door. Then, without raising his voice, he said, "Hey, sorry to bother you this late." My stomach clenched. Emily was behind me now. "Who is it?" she whispered. I didn't answer her. I called through the door, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah." The man shifted his weight, breath visible in the cold air. "I think I've got your frequency," he said. My monitor's picking up your kid. I heard a man's voice. Thought I should come over. The words were normal, reasonable, even neighborly. But the timing pressed in on me. You heard a man's voice? I asked. Yeah, he said. Sounded like he was talking to someone. Figured I'd let you know before it freaked my wife out. Emily's fingers dug into my arm. I pictured the voice. Dad, I see you. You live, I prompted. 2 houses down, he said, gesturing vaguely to the right. Blue cape with the basketball hoop. I couldn't see that from here. He lifted his hand slightly. In it was a baby monitor unit, the same brand as ours. That's what I mean, he said. These things cross all the time. It was plausible, painfully plausible. Can you switch channels? He asked. I just did, and it stopped. You might want to too. Emily leaned close to my ear. We unplugged it, I nodded. Through the door, I said, thanks, we unplugged ours. The man smiled faintly. It didn't reach his eyes. Good, he said. Just wanted to make sure. He didn't leave immediately. He stood there for another second, 2, long enough for the quiet between us to stretch thin. You all right in there? He asked. I didn't like that. We're fine, I said. He nodded once, then stepped back off the porch. His boots crunched in the snow. I stayed at the door until I heard the faint slam of a car door. A car engine turned over. Emily rushed to the window. Is that the blue sedan? I lifted the blind again. The blue sedan's headlights flicked on. It pulled away slowly, tires whispering over slush, and disappeared down the street. Emily let out a shaky breath. That's probably it. Right, he heard us. We heard him, crossed signals. I didn't answer. Because if that were true, the voice would have been coming from his unit. Meaning when it said, I see you, it wasn't a neighbor randomly overlapping. It was directed, and he had known our exact house. 15 minutes suddenly felt too long. Emily turned toward me. We told the police someone was transmitting, she said. Now there's a guy with the same monitor parked across the street. 2 houses down, I corrected automatically. Ethan. I ran a hand through my hair. I don't like that he didn't knock earlier. If he heard us first. Maybe he just, a sharp, metallic bang echoed from the back of the house. Not loud enough to be catastrophic. Loud enough to be wrong. We both froze. The sound had come from the direction of the kitchen. The back door. Another noise followed, a faint scrape, like something dragging lightly against metal. Emily's face drained of color. We locked the back door, she whispered. I swallowed. I did. The radiator ticked. The house settled. And then, unmistakable this time, the back door handle turned. Slowly. Once. Twice. Testing. Emily's hand found mine in the dark. The police were still minutes away. And whoever had just been on our porch was no longer across the street. The back door handle turned again. Not violently. Not like someone trying to kick it in. Just a careful, deliberate twist. Metal on metal. A soft, mechanical complaint. Emily's nails dug into my palm. Call them back, I whispered. I'm already on it. Her hands shook as she pulled up the recent call and hit redial. I moved toward the kitchen slowly, each step placed so the old floorboards wouldn't give us away with that familiar complaint. The house was laid out simply, living room at the front, hallway down the center, kitchen in the back left corner, the back door set into the wall beside the sink. A narrow window over the sink looked out onto our tiny backyard, a patch of snow, a sagging fence, the detached garage we never used for the car because it was too tight. The kitchen was darker than the living room. Only the stove clock glowed green, 12:27. The handle turned again, then stopped. I stood just out of view of the small square window in the door. My heart was pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. Emily's voice carried softly from behind me. "Yes, hi, we just called about the monitor. There's someone at our back door now. They're trying the handle." The dispatcher's voice was tinny but audible. "Officers are en route. Stay inside. Make sure all doors are locked." "They're locked," Emily said. The handle gave a harder jerk. The door didn't budge. I reached for the deadbolt and twisted it tighter, even though it was already fully engaged. The metal was cold under my fingers. Outside, snow crunched, then silence. I leaned slightly toward the sink window, careful not to silhouette myself. The backyard was mostly shadow. The porch light didn't reach that far. The neighbor's yard light cast a faint wash over the fence, enough to see the top rail and the sagging section near the right corner. Something moved along the fence line. Low, quick. I tensed. And then the shape darted into the light. A raccoon. It paused on top of the fence, staring toward the house with bright, reflective eyes. Its breath puffed in the cold air. Then it scrambled down into our yard and disappeared behind the garage. I exhaled through my teeth. Emily appeared in the kitchen doorway. "They're 2 minutes out," she whispered. "Okay." We both stood there, listening for another attempt at the handle. Nothing. "Maybe he ran when he heard you on the phone," she said. "Or when he realized it was locked." Emily's jaw tightened. The house felt different now. Not ours, not safe. Every small noise, the refrigerator kicking on, the tick of cooling pipes, felt like a signal. A red and blue flash washed faintly across the kitchen ceiling. We both turned toward the front of the house. Through the living room blinds, light strobed across the walls. "They're here," Emily breathed. The relief hit too fast. It made my knees weak. I walked to the front door and opened it before the officer could knock. 2 cruisers sat at the curb, lights spinning but sirens off. Snow glowed pink and blue under the wash. A tall black man in his early 30s stepped onto the porch. He wore a knit cap pulled low and had the calm posture of someone used to walking into other people's panic. "Evening," he said. "Officer Grant. You're Mr. Hale?" "Yes," I said. Behind him, a shorter white woman in her late 20s, Officer Rinaldi, according to the name patch on her jacket, circled toward the side of the house with a flashlight already raised. "You reported someone attempting entry?" Grant asked. "Yes," I said. "Back door. And earlier, someone came to the front door saying he had our baby monitor frequency." Grant's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Okay, let's start at the beginning." While Emily filled him in, voice steady now that someone official was there, I walked him through the house. Living room, hallway, nursery door half closed, kitchen at the back. Grant checked the back door. He crouched slightly, examining the handle and deadbolt with his flashlight. "No visible damage," he said. "No pry marks. Doesn't mean he didn't try it," Emily said. "I'm not saying that," Grant replied calmly. "Just telling you what I see." Aldi came in through the side gate and rapped lightly on the kitchen window before entering through the back porch door we never used. "Fence lines clear," she said. "Fresh footprints, though." My stomach dropped. "Fresh?" I asked. "Within the last hour," she said. "Snow's still crisp around the edges. They come from the street along the side of the house, stop at the back door, then head back out." Grant looked at me. "Anyone you're having issues with? X, neighbor dispute?" "No," I said quickly. "Nothing like that." "Blue sedan," Emily added, "parked across the street." Grant nodded toward Rinaldi. "Plate," she shook her head. Didn't see one parked out there now. I stepped back toward the front window and peeked out. The street was empty. The blue sedan was gone. They left when you pulled up, I said. Grant gave a small nod. That's common. He straightened. All right. Here's what we can do. We'll file a report. We'll canvass the immediate neighbors, see if anyone matches the description. In the meantime, I recommend upgrading your monitor. RF units can be picked up by anyone with the same model. Can someone talk through it? Emily asked. Grant hesitated a fraction. If they have a similar unit and know how to manipulate the channels, yes. It's possible. Manipulate, I repeated. He met my eyes. It's not common, but it's possible. The words didn't comfort me. We walked back to the living room. Grant took down our information. Rinaldi stepped outside again to check the side yard one more time. Emily hovered near the nursery door, listening for any change in Mara's breathing. Grant finished writing. We'll patrol the area for a bit, he said. If you hear or see anything else, call immediately. Should we stay somewhere else tonight? Emily asked. Grant considered. That's up to you. There's no sign of forced entry. Could be a neighbor messing around. Could be someone testing doors. Unfortunately, that happens. Testing doors. The phrase lodged in my chest. They left 5 minutes later. The cruisers rolled away, lights off now. The house went quiet again. Too quiet. Emily locked the front door and leaned her forehead against it for a second. I hate that they can't just fix it, she whispered. I checked every lock in the house. Front door, back door, side porch, basement bulkhead outside. When I came back in through the kitchen, I stopped cold. The back door. The deadbolt was still engaged, but the small latch on the inside, the little flip lock we rarely used, was hanging loose. I was certain I had flipped it down earlier. Emily, I called softly. She came into the kitchen. What? The latch, she frowned. You locked it. I did. She stepped closer. The latch was up, not down. Maybe when the officer checked it, she offered. He didn't touch that. We stood there staring at a piece of metal the size of my thumb like it was a clue in a murder trial. Okay, Emily said finally. Okay. We're not doing this. We're tired. We're filling in blanks. She was right. It had been a long week. Mara had been teething. We were both running on fragments of sleep. Let's stay up, I said. Take shifts, Emily nodded. You first. I'll sit with her. She went into the nursery and closed the door almost all the way. I sat at the kitchen table with the lights off, only the stove clock glowing. I held a heavy cast iron skillet in my lap because it felt better than holding nothing. My phone buzzed. I nearly dropped the pan. Unknown number. I stared at it. Emily's voice drifted faintly from the nursery, humming under her breath. The phone buzzed again. I answered. Hello, silence. Not empty silence, breathing, faint. Then the line clicked dead. I stared at the screen. No voicemail. My hands were sweating. I stepped quietly to the front window and lifted the blind again. Nothing. Street empty. Snow undisturbed. And then, as I watched, the porch light flicked off. I hadn't turned it off. I spun toward the switch by the door. It was down. Off. I looked back outside. The porch was dark. My brain scrambled for the simplest explanation. Faulty wiring. Old house. Loose connection. And then I heard it. A faint, tinny sound from the living room. I moved slowly toward it. The powered-down baby monitor sat on the coffee table. Its screen was still black, but from its speaker, barely audible, Dad. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like falling down an elevator shaft. It was off. I lunged for it and flipped it over. The power light was dark, the battery compartment on the back still in place, and yet the speaker crackled again. Dad, not loud, not urgent, just there. Emily stepped out of the nursery, eyes wide. Did you hear? Yes. I pressed and held the power button again. Nothing changed. Take the batteries out, she said. My fingers fumbled with the compartment. The cover popped off. I yanked the batteries free. The monitor went completely dead. Silence. We both stood there breathing hard. That's not possible, Emily whispered. I didn't respond, because as I straightened, I noticed something else. The nursery door. It was wider than she'd left it, not open, but not nearly closed. Emily followed my gaze. I didn't, she began. We both turned slowly toward the hallway. From the nursery, a new sound drifted out. Not white noise, not the radiator, Mara was crying, not her sleepy whimper. Full, sharp, panicked cries. Emily ran. I followed close behind. She reached the crib first and scooped Mara up. It's okay, she murmured. I scanned the room. The camera sat on the dresser, unplugged, but angled differently, pointed toward the doorway now, directly where someone would stand to look in. I felt something inside me snap into focus. Emily, I said quietly. We can't stay here. She clutched Mara tighter. Where do we go? Anywhere, I said. Hotel, my parents, anywhere. She hesitated. And in that hesitation, the basement door at the end of the hallway creaked open. Slow, deliberate, the dark gap widened inch by inch. We both stared at it. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floor, furnace, old shelving. One narrow window at ground level. No reason for that door to open. No draft, no cat. It opened another inch. Retreat was no longer an option. Someone was already inside the house. The basement door opened another inch. The hinge gave a dry, complaining squeal, like it hadn't been moved in months, and resented being asked now. Emily stood in the nursery doorway with Mara clutched against her chest. Mara's cry had gone hoarse and wet, the kind of cry that scraped at you because you could hear her throat getting raw. Emily's face was set in that concentrated, practical way she got when she was scared and trying to outthink it. I had the cast iron skillet in my right hand. My left was empty and useless. Fingers spread like I could stop something with air. Back, I whispered. Emily didn't move. She stared at the widening seam of darkness at the end of the hall. The basement staircase ran straight down from that door, old wooden steps, narrow, steep, the kind you took carefully when you were carrying laundry. The basement itself was unfinished concrete, furnace, and shelving. One small ground-level window that looked out under the front porch. I'd pictured it 100 times while paying our heating bill, but not like this. Not as a place where someone could stand below us and listen. Another inch. Mara wailed, sharp. And then softly, so softly it made my skin tight, there was a sound from the basement. Breathing. Not the radiator. Not a draft. A person taking in air through their nose like they were trying not to make noise. Emily's eyes met mine. My throat tried to close on instinct. Ethan, she whispered, and there was something in her voice I'd never heard directed at me before, an expectation, not a plea. Do it. Be the person you keep promising you are. I swallowed. Get Mara to the front, I said quietly, like we were talking about taking the trash out. Lock yourselves in the car. Don't wait for me. Emily's jaw tightened. No, Emily. What if he's between us and the front? I hadn't thought that far. I'd only thought, basement door open, danger inside, move baby away. My brain had been chasing the simplest line. I took a step into the hall, toward the basement door. The floorboard by the dresser squeaked high and sharp, and I hated it, hated the way the house betrayed us with its little familiar sounds. The basement door stopped moving. Silence. Then a voice drifted up from below, calm as a weather report, muffled by the stairwell. "Hey," it said, not through electronics. Not tinny, not compressed. Real air, real throat. Emily made a strangled sound, half gasp, half suppressed scream. The voice continued, "You don't have to make this harder." I felt my hands go colder around the skillet handle. "Who are you?" I called, and my voice cracked on the last word, a pause. Then, like he was answering someone at a counter, the voice said, "I told you, I'm 2 houses down." It was him, the man from the porch. The same casual tone, the same polite confidence, like if he sounded reasonable, our brains would do the rest and call this a misunderstanding. Emily's nails dug into Mara's sleep sack. Mara's cries hiccuped, exhausted. "Get out of my house," I said. The voice laughed once. Not loud, just a small exhale of amusement. "You already did," it said, and for a second, I didn't understand what he meant. Then the porch light being off, the back latch flipped. The camera angle pieces that had floated as separate wrongnesses snapped into alignment. He hadn't been outside and then inside. He'd been managing both at different times, testing, mapping, making sure we do predictable things. "Ethan," Emily whispered from behind me. "Call 911. My phone, I started, and realized my phone was in the kitchen on the table where I'd been sitting with the skillet in my lap. I'd left it there after the silent call. "Go," Emily hissed. "Go now." The basement door creaked again, not opening, not closing, someone leaning against it from the other side, testing how much it gave. I took a step backward. Another floorboard squeaked. The voice below said, almost gently, "That's a loud floor." Emily made a sound like she'd been hit. He knew our house. I turned my head slightly, just enough to look at Emily, without taking my eyes off the basement door. "Stay in the nursery," I mouthed. She shook her head hard. "No." Mara's crying dropped suddenly to a tired, ragged whine. The abruptness made it worse. It meant she was running out of steam. It meant she'd been scared long enough. I backed toward the kitchen, moving slow, keeping the skillet up like a shield. Emily followed me, close, shoulder brushing my arm, because the hallway was narrow, and we were trying to occupy the same space without making noise. When we reached the kitchen doorway, I angled myself so I could see the hall and the basement door at the same time. "Emily," I whispered, "get your phone. Call. My phone's in the living room," she whispered back, and we both froze, because of course it was. She dropped it earlier on the couch when the voice came through the monitor. She'd never picked it up again after the police left. All our objects were in all the wrong places now, scattered by panic. The basement door moved. Not a slow inch this time. It opened, steady and controlled. A wedge of darkness spilled into the hall. A flashlight beam lanced up, sweeping once across the wall, the framed photo of Mara in the hospital bassinet, Emily's coat hanging by the closet. The beam cut off. Then the man stepped onto the bottom stair, just within view. He wore the same dark jacket and knit cap, but now his gloves were on, and he held the flashlight low in one hand. In the other hand, a flat, black object. For one terrifying second, my brain screamed gun. But it was. It was a handheld radio transmitter, the kind you use for a hobby drone or a ham setup, with a little antenna and dials. My lungs unlocked an inch. Not a gun, not a sudden execution. Still a threat. He looked up the stairwell into the hall, and he smiled faintly like this was awkward for him. "See," he said, "no reason to freak out. I'm not here to hurt the baby." Emily let out a broken sound behind me. I took a step forward without meaning to. "Then why are you here?" He shrugged slightly. "You unplugged the camera. That was annoying." "So you broke in," I said. "I didn't break anything," he corrected, almost offended by the accusation. "Your bulkhead latch is trash." The basement bulkhead. Outside. The old angled doors that led down to the basement steps. I checked it, but I hadn't. I hadn't checked it like someone trying to get in wood. I checked it like a homeowner, like a person who assumed the world was mostly decent. He continued, "Your monitor model, same one we've got, lets you do talk back if you know how. People don't realize. They think not Wi-Fi means safe. It's not. It's just old." My stomach churned. "So you were watching us." He lifted his shoulders again. "For 10 minutes, 15. I needed to know if you'd call the cops." Emily's breath came in short bursts. Mara made a little exhausted cough and then started crying again, weakly. He looked toward the sound, and his expression shifted, irritated, not sympathetic. "Can you keep her quiet?" he asked. That sentence did something to me. It turned my fear into a clean, hot line. "Get out," I said again, louder now. "Right now." He stared at me. The polite mask thinned. "I'm trying," he said, "but you're making this dramatic." He took one step up. The hall narrowed. The staircase funneled him toward us. I didn't move. He took another step. Now we were close enough that I could smell him, cold air, a hint of cigarettes, that sour metallic scent of someone who'd been sweating under synthetic fabric. "Ethan," Emily whispered urgently. "Kitchen, the back door." She was right. The back door was behind us. The yard, the fence, the garage. We could run. But the thought of turning my back on him made my skin crawl. And Mara, a baby in winter air. A baby in the dark. My mind stalled on the logistics, and that stall was exactly my flaw, hovering in the maybe, until the world decided for me. He climbed another step. His flashlight beam swung, hitting my face. My eyes watered instantly. I lifted the skillet, blocking the light, and in that movement my elbow knocked the knife block on the counter. Wood clacked. A knife handle shifted. The sound snapped something in him. His face tightened. "Don't," he said, and his voice was suddenly not calm. "Don't be stupid." He moved faster then, taking 2 steps at once. I didn't have time to think. I swung the skillet, a sideways arc, not aiming for his head because I wasn't trying to kill him. I was trying to make him stop moving toward my family. The skillet hit his forearm with a thick, dull thud. He grunted, pain sharp and involuntary, and the transmitter clattered down the stairs. The flashlight skittered, beam spinning wildly, making the hallway strobe. He grabbed the stair rail with his good hand and surged forward anyway. He was stronger than he looked. He caught my wrist, my skillet hand, and twisted hard. Pain snapped bright through my forearm. The skillet handle slipped in my sweaty grip. For a second we were locked there, his face inches from mine, teeth bared in effort. His breath smelled like stale coffee and nicotine. Behind me, Emily cried out, "Ethan," he shoved. I stumbled backward into the kitchen doorway, my hip slamming the counter edge. The impact made stars burst in my vision. The skillet dropped with a heavy clang onto the tile. He came up the last step, fully in the hall now, inside our house. He glanced toward Emily, toward Mara, and something ugly flickered in his eyes, a calculation. He lunged, not at me this time, at them. Emily jerked back, turning her body to shield Mara. "Don't touch her," Emily screamed, and the sound was raw, not whispered anymore, not careful. The man's hand snatched at the sleep sack. Mara shrieked, thin and terrified. Something in me broke free of the hesitation like a snapped cable. I grabbed the first thing my hand found, the cast iron skillet on the floor. I drove it forward, not swinging, just pushing the heavy edge into his ribs with everything I had. He made a strangled sound and recoiled, stumbling sideways into the hall closet door. The closet door burst open, coats and scarves spilling like limbs. A hanger snapped. He lost his footing on the pile of fabric. He went down hard, shoulders slamming the hardwood. For half a second, everything went still. His eyes were wide. Mine were wide. Then he scrabbled for something, his flashlight, his transmitter, anything. Emily didn't wait. She ran. Not fast, not like in movies, but desperate, clumsy, careful not to drop Mara. She moved through the living room toward the front door, feet slipping slightly on the rug. "Go," I yelled, voice hoarse. "Go." I turned back to the man. He was already on one knee, cursing under his breath. His forearm was swelling where the skillet had hit it. He grimaced and flexed his fingers, then reached into his jacket pocket. My stomach lurched. This time was it a knife, a gun? He pulled out a small canister. Pepper spray. He raised it. I lunged. He sprayed. A hot, wet burn hit my face like a thrown handful of fire ants. My eyes slammed shut on reflex. My throat seized. I gagged. Tears poured instantly, uncontrolled. I heard Emily at the front door, fumbling with locks, Mara crying, her own breath sobbing out. The man's boots thudded on hardwood as he surged past me toward the front. Blind, I swung the skillet wildly and felt it catch something, his hip maybe, because he grunted and stumbled, but he didn't go down. I crashed into the wall, shoulder first, and the pain in my hip flared. I forced my eyes open a sliver. The living room was a smeared, watery blur. The porch outside was black. Emily had the deadbolt open. She yanked the door. Cold air slapped in, and then she froze. I followed her gaze through burning eyes. On the porch steps, half in shadow, stood another figure. A second man. Younger, late 20s maybe, hood up, hands in his pockets. He didn't rush. He didn't speak. He just stood there, blocking the exit like he'd been waiting for the exact moment we'd try to run. Emily's face collapsed into pure terror. "No," she whispered. Behind us, the first man laughed once, breathless, triumphant. "Told you," he said, and his voice was almost cheerful now. No need to make this dramatic. My brain did a fast, brutal inventory. Front blocked, back door behind the kitchen, basement behind the hallway. Phone, where was the phone? On the couch, maybe, or on the floor. Emily tried to slam the door. The second man's boot stopped it. Wood shuddered. Mara wailed. The first man grabbed Emily's arm. Emily screamed and twisted, and in the struggle, her foot caught the edge of the rug. She went down hard, hip hitting the floor. Mara stayed in her arms. Emily had the instinct to hold tight even as she fell, but the impact made Mara shriek like she'd been hurt. The sound tore through me. I charged. My eyes were still streaming, my face on fire, but I could see enough. I brought the skillet down on the first man's wrist as he held Emily. The blow landed with a sickening crack. He screamed, real scream now, and released her immediately, clutching his hand to his chest. Emily scrambled backward on the floor, clutching Mara, panting. The second man on the porch hesitated at the scream. His boots shifted. That hesitation was a door opening. I grabbed the throw blanket off the couch with my free hand and hurled it at the porch figure's face through the half-open door. It wasn't a weapon. It was a momentary blindness, a stupid, desperate trick. It worked. Flinched and pulled back, tearing the blanket off instinctively. I slammed the door with my shoulder. The latch caught, not the deadbolt. Emily hadn't had time, but the latch. I threw the chain lock over with shaking fingers and snapped it into place. The porch figure hit the door once with his palm hard. The chain jerked taut. Another hit. The door frame groaned. Behind me, the first man was on his knees, moaning, cradling his broken wrist, his face twisted with rage. He looked up at me, eyes glassy with pain. "You don't get it," he hissed. "You don't get what you took." "I don't know you," I rasped, voice thick from pepper spray. "You live in my house," he said. He said it like a fact, like we were the intruders. The porch figure rattled the doorknob again. Emily, on the floor, fumbled blindly for her phone with one hand while holding Mara with the other. Her fingers found it under the couch cushion somehow, like muscle memory. She hit the screen. It lit her face. 911, she choked out. 911. I heard the dispatcher answer. Emily's voice was shredded, but she got the address out. "We need help," she said. "2 men, they're in the house. One is trying to get in the front door. Our baby, please." I turned back to the first man. He was crawling toward the hallway, toward the basement door, trying to retreat or trying to circle. My brain flashed to the nursery, to Mara's crib, to the camera angle turned toward the doorway. He hadn't needed to go up there now. He'd already been there once. The cost of that thought made my stomach twist. I stepped into his path, skillet raised. "Don't," I warned. He looked up at me, and for a second the polite neighbor mask returned absurdly. "This didn't have to be like this," he said, almost conversational again. "If you just listened." Behind me, the front door chain popped. Metal snapped. The door lurched inward a few inches. Cold air spilled in. The porch figure's shoulder jammed into the gap. Emily screamed again, still talking to 911, words tumbling. I had one choice. I could keep the first man from slipping toward the hall and risk the second getting through the front door. Or I could abandon the first and brace the door, risking him vanishing into the house. Either way, someone got past me. My hesitation returned, an old familiar vice. And then Mara made a small, broken sound, less a cry, more a struggling breath. Emily's face went white. She's choking, no, she's breathing, she's panic frothed in her voice. That decided it. I dropped the skillet. I lunged to the door, slamming my body against it, using my weight to hold it shut while the porch figure shoved. Wood flexed. The gap narrowed, then widened again as he pushed. My shoulders screamed with strain. Behind me, the first man surged toward the hallway. Emily shouted into the phone. "He's moving, he's going to the back." I didn't have eyes on him anymore. I could only feel the door shuddering and hear the house betraying us with creaks and thumps. Then, suddenly, the porch figure stopped pushing. A new sound cut through the chaos. Sirens, close, fast. The porch figure cursed one sharp word and backed away from the door. The pressure eased. I nearly fell forward. Outside, red and blue light washed across the living room walls. The first man in the hallway froze mid-step. He looked toward the front, toward the flashing lights, and something like resignation crossed his face. Not fear, recognition. Like he'd played this out before. He turned and bolted toward the kitchen. I stumbled after him, adrenaline dragging my burning body forward. He hit the back door with his shoulder and yanked hard. The deadbolt held. He cursed, fumbled for the latch, then realized it was engaged. His eyes snapped to me, wild. I raised the skillet again had I picked it up. I didn't remember doing it, but it was in my hand like it belonged there. He made a choice then, not the back door, the basement. He spun, sprinting down the hall, grabbing the basement door handle and wrenching it open. He disappeared down the stairs, taking darkness with him. I took one step after him, and my foot caught the edge of the scattered coats from the closet. I went down hard, knee slamming wood, skull snapping back against the wall. Pain exploded white. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Footsteps pounded outside. A voice shouted from the porch, "Police, come to the door." Emily was sobbing, still holding Mara, still on the phone. I lay on the floor, tasting blood and pepper spray, and the coppery panic of having been too slow by half a second. The conflict was ending, sirens, uniforms, commands, but the house was still ours to survive, because one of them was still in the basement, and we had no idea what he'd left behind on his way out. I came back in pieces. First, the siren washed through the blinds, turning the living room into a slow-motion police light show. Then the smell, cold air, and pepper spray, and something metallic that might have been blood, might have been the old penny smell of fear. Then sound, boots on the porch, radios chirping, a man's voice saying, Sir, look at me," like he was trying to catch my eyes in his hands and hold them still. My cheek was pressed against hardwood. It felt oddly warm under my face, like the house had its own body heat. "Ethan," Emily said. She was close. I heard her before I saw her. Her voice was shredded like sandpaper over a wire. "Ethan, please." I tried to answer and my throat seized. Pepper spray turned every breath into a cough. My eyes were swollen and leaking. My left ear rang. Somewhere in my mouth, I tasted blood. "Okay," an officer said. "We've got you. Don't move." Hands slid under my shoulders. Another hand steadied the back of my head, firm and careful. I tried to lift my chin, and the room spun like a lazy carnival ride. "Is my baby?" I croaked. "She's okay," Emily said immediately. "She's okay. I have her." The relief didn't feel like relief. It felt like a string cut inside my chest. A flashlight beam swept over the hallway toward the basement. Someone called, "Clear," from near the kitchen. Another voice answered, Hold," as if they were stacking up, like you see on TV, except this was my hallway, my coat spilling out of the closet like a body. "Where is he?" I tried again. "Basement," I heard myself say, though it sounded like it came from someone else. "He went down." "Copy," a radio chirped. Officer Grant's voice, calm, familiar, cut through the chaos. "Mr. Hale, I need you to stay with EMS. We're going to handle the basement." Grant crouched near me, face tight now in a way it hadn't been earlier. His eyes flicked to the scattered coats, the broken chain lock on the front door, the pepper spray haze hanging invisible in the air like a memory you couldn't see, but could still feel in your lungs. "You did the right thing calling," he said, and it wasn't comforting so much as it was a fact he needed me to accept. "I didn't," I started, meaning I didn't do enough. I didn't move fast enough. Grant didn't let me finish. "Focus on breathing." An EMT appeared, male, maybe 40, wearing gloves, and an expression that was both bored and kind. He held a small bottle of saline and a gauze pad. "Name?" he asked. "Ethan," I rasped. "Ethan, I'm going to flush your eyes," he said. "It's going to suck, but it helps." He wasn't wrong. The saline hit my eyes like icy needles, and I made a noise I didn't want to make in front of anyone. Tears poured harder. My throat spasmed with coughing. It felt like my face belonged to someone else. From behind the kitchen, a shout sharp and urgent, then a scuffle sound, boots hitting stairs. Emily's voice rose, panicked. "What's happening?" Grant's voice, louder now. "Stay back." I tried to sit up to see, but the EMT pressed me down gently. "Nope," he said. "You just took a hit to the head, buddy. Don't be a hero." That word felt wrong on me. The noise moved away, deeper into the basement. Shouts bounced up the stairwell, commands, quick instructions, then a loud metallic clang like someone had knocked into shelving. Then silence. A long, breath-held silence where every muscle in my body tightened, as if silence itself meant the worst. And then, "One in custody," someone yelled. The words didn't register cleanly at first. My brain wanted to keep the scene spinning, wanted to keep bracing. "One in custody," I repeated, and the EMT nodded like, yes, that's good. Let it land." Emily let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh, and then she sat down hard on the living room rug with Mara still in her arms. Her back hit the couch. She stared straight ahead, like she didn't trust her eyes to move. Mara, unbelievably, had gone quiet. Not asleep, just stunned. Her little face was red and wet. Her mouth trembled. She made tiny hiccupy breaths, watching Emily's face like she was learning what fear looked like. Officer Rinaldi walked up from the basement, cheeks flushed from exertion. "He was trying to get out through the bulkhead," she said to Grant. "We got him on the stairs. Wrists messed up." Grant nodded, jaw clenched. "And the other?" Rinaldi's eyes flicked to the front door. "Gone." The words slid through the room like cold air. "Gone." Grant looked at me, then at Emily, and he didn't sugarcoat it. "Second suspect took off when units arrived. We'll get K9 out, canvass the area, pull camera footage from neighbors if we can." Neighbors, cameras. The irony almost made me laugh. We avoided Wi-Fi cameras because we thought it made us safer. And now we were hoping someone else had recorded our street like a security blanket. Rinaldi's gaze dropped to the handheld transmitter, sitting on a plastic evidence tray near the hallway, black, angular, cheap-looking. "He had this," she said, "and a monitor in the basement. Same brand you described." Emily's face tightened. "So he was talking through ours." Grant nodded. "Yes." The confirmation didn't soothe anything. It just put a label on a thing that still felt unreal. An EMT moved to Emily. "Ma'am, can I check you and the baby?" Emily flinched, as if the question was an accusation. "She's fine," she said instantly. "Okay," the EMT replied, gentle. "I still need to check. Just quick." Emily's arms tightened around Mara, then loosened by force. She let the EMT touch Mara's little limbs, check her pupils with a tiny light, listen to her breathing. Mara hated it and started crying again, a tired, offended cry that almost felt normal. Emily's eyes tracked every movement, like if she watched hard enough, nothing bad could happen again. When it was my turn, they lifted my shirt and pressed cold fingers along my ribs. My hip was already blooming into a deep ache. My knee throbbed. The back of my head felt tender, like a bruise you could sense without touching. "You need to go in," the EMT said. "Head injury, pepper spray exposure. We'll take you to Newton Wellesley or Lahey, your call." "My wife," I said. Emily shook her head without looking at me. "Go," she whispered. "Go, I'm not leaving this house with her right now. I can't," her voice broke, not theatrically, like a rope fraying. Grant stepped in. "Ma'am, we can have an officer stay with you." Emily nodded too quickly. Yes, the ambulance ride was a blur of fluorescent light and antiseptic smell, and the EMT's steady voice asking me to rate pain from 1 to 10. My mind kept replaying the moment. The porch figure appeared hood up, quiet, blocking the exit like he'd been there the whole time. That still felt like the sharpest part, the cleanest betrayal of the idea that there was always an outside and an inside. At the hospital, everything moved on rails. Questions, forms, a CT scan, a doctor with tired eyes telling me I had a mild concussion, bruised hip, sprained wrist from where he twisted it. No skull fracture, no internal bleeding. I should feel grateful. I felt numb. They irrigated my eyes again. The sting eased, replaced by raw soreness. When I blinked, the world looked too bright, like it had been overexposed. A nurse asked if I felt safe going home. Home. I stared at her and didn't answer fast enough. She nodded like she understood. "We'll document it," she said, practical. "If you need a restraining order later, documentation helps." Restraining order against a man whose name I didn't know. Around 4:00 a.m., Emily called. Her voice was steadier now, but it had a new flatness, like she'd slid a piece of herself into a drawer and shut it. "They got him," she said. "I know," I whispered. "No," she said. "They got his name." I sat up too fast and regretted it immediately. My head pulsed. "What is it?" "Derek Marlowe," she said. 43. Lives, her breath hitched. "He lives in the blue cape with the basketball hoop. 2 houses down." He hadn't lied. Not about that. My stomach turned. "They found his wife," Emily continued. She didn't know. She said he told her the monitor was broken. She was shaking. She kept saying, he wouldn't. "Why us?" I asked, and hated how small my voice sounded. Emily was quiet. In the background, I could hear Mara's white noise. Emily must have turned it on with her phone, since we'd unplugged the machine. The sound was slightly different, a digital version of the ocean. Wrong, but close enough. "Grant said," Emily swallowed. "Grant said Derek had eviction papers in his jacket pocket. Old ones for this address." I closed my eyes and saw the man's face, the way he'd said, "You live in my house." Not metaphorical, not a threat, a belief. "He used to rent here," Emily said. "Before we bought it, like years ago. He got evicted. Non-payment, maybe, or I don't know. He told himself it was stolen from him." "And the other guy?" I asked. "Grant thinks it was his cousin," she said, "or a friend. They've got a partial plate from a neighbor's ring camera." "Ring camera, of course." "They'll find him," she added quickly, like she needed me to believe that. I wanted to believe it. "Are you okay?" she asked, and there was a tremor under the flatness. "No," I said honestly. "But I'm here," she exhaled. "Mara's okay. She's clingy. She won't settle unless she's on me, which is fine. I'm not putting her down anyway." There was a pause where neither of us said the thing we were both thinking. We can't live like this. "I'm coming home," I said. "You can't drive," she said, immediate. "Then I'll Uber," I said. Emily's laugh was a single, dry puff. "Great. A stranger car. Love that." The truth of it made both of us quiet again. When I got back just after sunrise, the street looked normal in that cruel way mornings do. Snow still on lawns. Someone's porch light still on because they forgot to turn it off. A guy scraping his windshield like it was any other day. Our front door had splintered around the chain lock. An officer stood in our living room, sipping coffee from a paper cup, looking like he'd spent a long night in a house that didn't belong to him. Emily was on the couch, Mara asleep on her chest. Emily's hair was still up, but now it looked like it hurt. Her face had that drained, washed-out color people get after adrenaline leaves. She looked up when I came in. For a second, we just stared at each other, trying to match the person we saw to the person we remembered from yesterday. Then she stood carefully, shifting Mara without waking her, and walked to me. She pressed her forehead to my shoulder. I put my arms around her and felt how tense she still was, like a wire. "I'm sorry," I whispered, not for the thing I did, but for the seconds I lost to indecision, for the way I'd asked questions instead of moving, for the fact that my body had to be forced into action by the sound of my baby's panic. Emily didn't answer that. She didn't absolve me. She just held on. Officer Grant approached quietly. His eyes looked older than they had hours ago. "Mr. Hale," he said, "I'm glad you're back. Here's what we have so far." He spoke in the careful cadence of someone who knew every word had weight now. "Marlowe is in custody. He's being charged with breaking and entering, assault, attempted kidnapping." Emily's grip tightened on me. Grant paused, softening his voice. "And some additional counts related to unlawful electronic transmission. He invoked his right to counsel. We'll get you a victim advocate. There will be court dates." "Attempted kidnapping," Emily whispered, like she needed to hear the words fully formed to accept them. Grant nodded once. "Based on his actions and statements, we're treating it seriously." "And the second man?" I asked. "We're working leads," he said. "We're not stopping." He handed me a card with a name and number. "Victim Services," he said. "They'll help with protective orders, relocation resources if you choose." Relocation. The word sat on the coffee table like a heavy object. After the police finally left, and the house settled into a false quiet, Emily and I walked through each room like we were inspecting it for hidden cracks. In the kitchen, the back door still held its deadbolt, still looked normal, which made me angry. I wanted obvious damage. I wanted the world to look as violated as it felt. In the hallway, the closet door hung crooked on its hinges, coats still piled on the floor where they'd fallen like a tangle of bodies. I picked them up slowly, one by one. Emily watched me like she was afraid I'd find something else. The basement door was closed now, locked. But when I stood at the top of the stairs and looked down into the dim, unfinished space, I felt the same rush of dread as before. The furnace sat there like a sleeping animal. Shelves lined with old paint cans and Christmas decorations looked suddenly like hiding spots. Grant had told us they'd searched it thoroughly. He de-said it twice. Still, my skin didn't believe him. Emily took Mara upstairs for a nap. I replaced the broken front door chain with a temporary latch from the hardware store, metal that bit cleanly, no sentimental squeak. Then, almost automatically, I went to the living room coffee table, where the baby monitor had been. The monitor was gone. Evidence. The absence felt like a missing tooth. I kept reaching for it with my eyes, expecting to see the small screen, the steady green LED. Instead, there was just a pale rectangle of dust where it had sat. Emily came down later with Mara in her arms and stopped when she saw me staring at the empty spot. "We're not getting another one," she said. "We need something," I said, and heard my own voice tighten. We can," she said flatly. "We can put her in our room. We can take turns. We can hear her. I don't care. No cameras. No speakers. Nothing that lets anyone reach in." I wanted to argue. I wanted to say there were safe ones, encrypted ones, modern ones. But the word safe had lost its meaning. Okay, I said. Okay. That night, the nursery stayed empty. Mara's crib remained upstairs like a museum exhibit. We moved the bassinet back into our bedroom, even though she'd outgrown it, and her legs brushed the bottom. Emily slept sitting up for the first 2 hours because she couldn't let her body go fully horizontal. Every time Mara shifted, Emily's eyes flew open. I lay beside them, eyes open too, listening to the house. The radiator ticked. The refrigerator clicked. A car passed outside, tires hissing on wet pavement, almost normal. But my mind kept mapping the layout in the dark. Front door, hallway, kitchen, basement door. How fast someone could move from one to the other. How much sound the old floors made. Around 2:14 a.m., my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I stared at it, heart already climbing. Unknown number. Emily's head lifted instantly. She hadn't even been asleep. I didn't answer. I watched the screen until it stopped buzzing. No voicemail. Then, a second later, a text appeared, no name, no context. Just 2 words, Dad, listening. Emily made a small sound that wasn't quite a sob and wasn't quite a laugh. I turned my phone face down so the light wouldn't wake Mara, but the words kept glowing behind my eyelids anyway. Maybe it was the other guy. Maybe it was some cruel copycat who'd seen police lights and guessed. Maybe it was nothing. A wrong number. A prank. But the phrase used the exact cadence of the monitor. And in the dark, in the almost ordinary quiet, maybe didn't feel neutral anymore. It felt like a door that could open at any time. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. At first, it was just the stoplight. It hung over Main Street, doing what it always did, red, green, red, except it was green for too long. Long enough that I noticed it in the lazy way you notice a song looping on a neighbor's porch speaker. Long enough that my foot hovered over the brake out of habit, not need, while the empty cross street sat there like a staged photo. No headlights, no late-night delivery vans, no drifting silhouettes of kids sneaking cigarettes behind the grocery. Green, green, green. I told myself the sensor was stuck, that the town had finally saved money on LEDs and bought something cheap that glitched when the temperature dropped. It was February, and the air had that metallic cold that makes your nose feel sharp. You could explain anything with weather. I rolled through. The streets were wet from an earlier mist, not enough to puddle, just enough to make the asphalt shine under the lamps. The tires made a soft hiss. My heater blew lukewarm air that smelled faintly like dust and old plastic. The dash clock read 2:58 in the corner, the kind of digital font that looks too confident for how often it lies. My phone buzzed in the cup holder and lit the inside of the car in a pale rectangle. Maya, you close. I thumbed back with my right hand, steering with my left, watching the lane lines glide under my headlights. Emmy, 2 men, you still outside? No reply yet. The signal bars on my phone were there, full, which was a comfort I didn't realize I needed. until the thought of them dropping occurred to me, like remembering the existence of ice after you've already stepped onto it. I turned onto Pine and cut past the hardware store. The sign, Harris and Sons, was dark, but the reflective paint caught my beams and flared white for a second, then went dull again. A stray shopping cart was half on the curb like a drunk that had fallen mid-step. There was nothing unusual about that either, and still, everything felt held, as if the whole town had exhaled and decided to wait. My car passed the diner, and the smell of old grease and coffee grounds, impossible, because the place had been closed for hours, still clung to the brick like it always did. A sodium street lamp flickered and made the sidewalk pulse. It didn't go out. It just hesitated, like a person forgetting a word. By the time I pulled into the small lot behind the clinic, the clock on my dash said 2:59. My wipers squeaked once when I turned them off, a single rubber complaint. The building was a 2-story rectangle that had tried to look welcoming by painting itself a pale yellow. It failed. In winter, it looked like someone had left a stick of butter on the counter too long. 2 of the upstairs windows glowed. One was the staff room. One was the triage bay, and the glow spilled down the brick in soft squares. Maya was outside like she'd asked me to be, hood up, hair stuffed into it, both hands wrapped around a paper cup. She stood under the overhang near the back door, where the security camera pointed. The camera had a little red LED on its underside that blinked in slow, satisfied intervals. She lifted her cup in a tired salute as I got out. "Finally," she said. Her voice was flat, but her mouth tried for a smile. Her breath came out in white threads. Maya Patel, 29, female, ER nurse, 2 years out of Chicago, 1 year into this town because her mom had decided her lungs would behave better here. Maya always moved like her muscles were running on a schedule. Even standing still, she looked like she was mentally counting down to her next task. "Traffic," I said, and she snorted because we both knew that was a lie. There was no traffic at this hour. There wasn't even the usual one car that always seemed to be out doing something suspiciously aimless. "Yeah, sure," she nodded at my car. "You bring the jumper cables." I popped the trunk and dug them out from under my spare tire. They were heavy in my hands, cold enough that the plastic handles made my fingers ache through my gloves. "You're leaving your car here?" I asked. "Just for a bit," she said. "Battery's dead. I was gonna call my dad, but it's..." She glanced at the sky as if it might tell her the time. "It's late." That was the truth, but not the reason. Maya hated asking for help in ways that made her feel like a problem someone else had to solve. Her private fear, she'd admitted it once on a bad shift, leaning against a vending machine, was that she took up too much space in people's lives. She compensated by making herself useful until it hurt. I didn't push. "Okay, where's your car?" "Front lot," she said, and pointed. I didn't want to go around there alone. She said it lightly, like she was joking, but she was. The clinic didn't have security at night unless there was a violent patient, and tonight it had been quiet in the way quiet can make you more aware of your own footsteps. We walked around the building. The back lot had a thin glaze of ice near the drain. Our shoes made small, careful sounds. Somewhere, a dog barked once, and then stopped as abruptly as if someone had turned off a speaker. "What happened?" I asked, because I'd only gotten the texts. "You said you heard something," Maya shrugged, pulling her hood tighter. "I don't know. I was taking out the trash and I thought I heard like a bunch of people in the parking lot talking, laughing. But when I looked, there was nobody. That's it, that's it. She lifted her cup and sipped. And then my car wouldn't start, and I decided I didn't want to spend the rest of my life in this building. Fair, I said. My name is Luke Mercer, 33, male. I live 2 streets from the clinic, in a rental that smells like someone else's laundry detergent. I teach high school English because I thought it would make me a person with clean edges and a useful purpose. It didn't. It made me good at pretending I wasn't tired. I also hadn't slept right in months. That's not a dramatic statement. It's a physical one. I would wake up at 2:47 or 3:12 with my heart doing something impatient, like it was late for an appointment. And then I'd lie there staring at the ceiling until morning. My private flaw, my own quiet, embarrassing one, was that I didn't trust calm. If things were peaceful, I waited for the moment they were. I'd lived long enough with a father who could turn any small mistake into a week-long storm that my body still prepared for impact, even when the sky was clear. We reached the front lot. It was bigger, more open, bordered by a line of bare trees and a low hedge that had gone brown. The clinic's sign out front, RIVERBND Urgent Care, glowed blue-white. In the distance, Main Street's lights were visible between buildings like a string of small moons. Maya's car sat under a lamp, a compact sedan with a thin layer of grit on the bumper. The interior light turned on when she opened the door, then dimmed. "Okay," she said, setting her cup on the roof. "Let's do this before I change my mind." We clipped the cables onto my battery and then onto hers. The metal made a little spark when the final clamp touched, a brief snap that made us both flinch and then laugh at ourselves. "Ready?" I asked. "Yeah." She slid into her seat, door open, one leg out. "If it doesn't start, I'm going to set it on fire and walk to the river." Noted. I started my car and let it run. The headlights of mine and the overhead lamp together created overlapping shadows that made the lot look layered, like there were 2 versions of it slightly misaligned. Maya turned her key. The engine clicked. Once, twice. Then it caught with a reluctant, uneven rumble that steadied after a second. "Yes," she said, and exhaled as if she'd been holding her breath for longer than just the jump. "Okay, thank you." "Anytime," I said, unhooking the cables. My fingers were clumsy from cold. Maya got out, leaving her engine on, and leaned against her door. "You want to come inside for a minute? I can get you a coffee. It tastes like sadness, but it's warm." "I shouldn't," I said automatically, because my brain liked routines and limits. Then my phone buzzed again, and for a second the sound felt too loud. No message came through. The screen lit and stayed on the lock screen, just lit, like it was thinking. Maya noticed. "You okay?" "Yeah." I tapped the screen. Nothing changed. The time on my phone read 3:00. My dash clock in my car, visible through the windshield, also read 3:00. It had been 2:59 a second ago. I was sure it had, but time moves. That's what it does. So this was normal. Still, my eyes flicked to the clinic sign. Its digital display had a small scrolling line on the bottom that usually showed HOURS and a phone number. The scrolling line was frozen mid-word. The dot matrix letters halted like someone had paused a video. The main sign still glowed steadily. It hadn't lost power. The little LED camera light under the overhang back where we'd started had stopped blinking. Just on, solid red. Maya followed my gaze. Maybe it's a timer thing, I said, and the fact that I was narrating excuses out loud made me feel stupid. Maya pushed off her door and took 2 steps toward the building, squinting. That's weird. From inside, through the glass doors, the reception area was visible. There was a wall clock behind the desk, the kind with a second hand that ticks loudly when you're waiting for someone to call your name. The second hand wasn't moving. Maya stared at it, then at me. "Luke, what?" I asked, already feeling that old animal part of my brain leaning forward. "Do you see that?" "Yeah," I said, and my mouth went dry. "Maybe the battery's dead." "In the clinic wall clock," she said, "at the exact same moment as the sign and your phone being weird." "It's not being weird," I said too quickly. "It's just," I looked down at my phone again and tried to unlock it. The swipe animation stuttered. Not fully froze, but like it was wading through thick water. My notification bar showed the signal bars, Wi-Fi icon, battery, everything normal. Yet the screen lagged under my thumb in a way it never had. Maya lifted her own phone. "Mine's not unlocking," she said, and there was something small and sharp in her voice now, like a crack in glass. We stood there, 2 adults in a parking lot, staring at our devices like they were supposed to tell us how to behave. Somewhere in the dark beyond the hedge, a car engine ran, a steady idle. We both turned our heads. At the edge of the lot, on the street that led back to Maine, there was a pickup truck stopped at the intersection. Headlights on, turn signal blinking. Blink, blink, blink. But it wasn't moving through the green light. It just sat there, as if the driver was waiting for something. Maya's shoulders tensed. "Is he okay?" "Maybe he fell asleep," I said. It sounded thin. "Who falls asleep at a light with their blinker on? It happens. It can happen. People do dumb things." Except the blinker kept blinking at a perfectly steady rhythm. The same rhythm, I realized, as the camera LED had been blinking before it stopped. A slow, patient pulse, like an electronic heartbeat. Maya started walking toward the truck, not fast, but purposeful. That was her. If someone might be hurt, she went toward it before her fear could negotiate terms. "Maya," I said, and the urgency surprised me. "Wait," she paused, looked back. "He could be having a stroke," or she gestured helplessly. "He's just sitting there." I glanced toward Main Street. From here, we could see part of it, the diner corner, the light over the pharmacy, the tall sign of the gas station farther down. Everything looked the same as it always did. And yet, now that I was looking, I saw things that didn't fit. A person standing on the sidewalk across from the diner, under the awning, one hand lifted as if mid-wave. A bicycle tipped slightly, rider frozen in that moment, right before they put their foot down. A dog at the curb, leash slack, head angled. They were too far away to see faces, but the shapes were wrong in a way my brain didn't want to name. Not wrong like monsters. Wrong like a paused frame in a normal movie. Maya whispered, "Luke, what is that?" I swallowed. My throat made a small click. I wanted to say it was a trick of distance, a coincidence, a weird municipal power hiccup, a cell tower issue. Carbon monoxide in the air making us hallucinate together. The list of explainable things piled up, and none of them felt heavy enough. The pickup's headlights stared at us, unblinking. The turn signal kept its unwavering cadence. Blink, blink, blink. Maya took one more step. Her hand went to the pocket of her jacket, where her clinic badge usually hung, as if it could protect her. "I'm just going to check on him," she said, quieter now, to convince herself. My own feet didn't move. My body had that familiar sensation of standing at the edge of a pool, toes curled, waiting for the shock of cold water. My flaw, my distrust of calm, had turned itself inside out. Now, the calm was too complete, too absolute, and I didn't know what a storm looked like when it came from this. From inside the clinic, somewhere deeper than the reception, a noise started. Not a scream, not a bang, a printer. That steady, mechanical whir and click of paper feeding through rollers. The sound drifted down the hallway and into the lobby like the building had decided to keep doing one small task despite everything else. Maya looked at the doors. "We have a printer on a timer," she said slowly. "Lab results sometimes. It prints automatically." "At 3, I said, and it came out like a question. Her eyes met mine. The light above us buzzed faintly, a thin electric insect sound. The pickup's blinker kept blinking. The figures on Main Street remained in their strange, motionless positions. We were standing in the only place that still seemed to have choices. Maya's voice was careful. "Okay," she said. "2 options." She held up 2 fingers like she was teaching a patient how to breathe through pain. 1, we go to that truck and see if someone's hurt. 2, I asked, even though I already knew. 2, we go inside, she said, and see what the hell is printing at 3 in the morning. I glanced again toward Main Street, toward the person mid-wave, toward the bicycle that didn't wobble, toward the dog that didn't shift its weight. Then I looked at the clinic doors, the still second hand behind the desk, the frozen scrolling sign outside, the solid red camera light. The air smelled like cold metal and the faint sweetness of Maya's coffee. Somewhere, my car engine hummed steadily, a small normal sound in a landscape that suddenly felt staged. Maya waited, fingers still up, breath turning to fog. "Which one?" she asked. And I realized that whichever direction we chose, we'd be stepping into whatever this was, instead of standing outside it pretending it was nothing. Maya didn't wait for my answer. She lowered her 2 fingers, turned, and started toward the pickup. "Truck first," she said over her shoulder. "If someone's having a stroke, we don't get to ignore that." Of course she would choose that. Of course I would follow. The pavement between the clinic lot and the street felt longer than it had any right to. Our shoes made hollow sounds in the cold. My car idled behind us, a low, steady purr that suddenly felt fragile, like it could quit at any second and leave us in whatever this was. The pickup's blinker kept its metronome rhythm. Blink, blink, blink. As we got closer, I could see it was an older Ford, dull blue, with a ladder rack bolted to the bed. The driver's side window was rolled halfway down. The interior light wasn't on. Headlights washed the intersection in pale white. The traffic light above the truck was green. It stayed green. Maya reached the driver's door and knocked on the metal with her knuckles. "Sir," she called. "Are you okay?" No response. She leaned down, peering in. I hovered at her shoulder, my pulse tapping behind my ears. The driver was a man in his 50s, maybe, wearing a high-visibility jacket with reflective stripes. His hands were on the steering wheel at 10 and 2. His head was angled slightly toward the windshield. Eyes open, not wide, not panicked, just open. "Sir," Maya tried again, louder now. She waved her hand in front of his face through the open window. Nothing. His chest, I squinted, trying to see if it moved. The windshield reflected the traffic light, making it hard to tell. "Is he breathing?" I whispered. "I can't tell." Her voice had lost its casual edge. It was clipped, professional. "Sir, can you hear me?" She reached in and touched his shoulder. I braced for a reaction, a flinch, a start, a shout. He didn't even sway. Her fingers pressed into the fabric of his jacket. She shook him gently. "Sir, He felt solid, not rigid like a statue, just like a person sitting very still. Maya glanced at me. Call 911. I pulled my phone out. The screen was still on 300. It hadn't advanced. The swipe to unlock lagged, stuttered. The keypad came up after a delay that felt like it belonged to a dial-up modem. I hit 911. The call icon pulsed. No ring, no busy signal, just the word calling sitting there as if it had been typed and forgotten. It's not connecting, I said. Maya swore under her breath and reached across the driver, fumbling for the hazard lights. The truck's blinkers started flashing in sync now, both sides, a brighter, more urgent pulse. Blink, 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 blink. The driver's own turn signal stopped. For a second, that felt like progress, like something had changed. Sir, she said again, closer to his ear. If you can hear me, blink. His eyes didn't move. I looked up at the intersection. The cross street's light was red. It stayed red. No cars moved on either side. No engines revved. No horns complained. And then I noticed something worse. The gas station sign down Main, visible over the roof of the pickup, had its digital price numbers lit. $3.19. $3.49. They glowed steady and bright. But the small digital clock embedded at the bottom of the sign also read 300. I checked my phone again. 300. I looked at the dashboard clock in the pickup, visible through the windshield. 300. Time S not moving, I said, and I hated how it sounded, like I was narrating a bad dream. Maya didn't answer. She had 2 fingers pressed to the man's neck now, searching for a carotid pulse. Her brow furrowed. What? I asked. I can't feel anything, she said, too calm. Either I'm missing it, or she shifted her fingers, tried again. I don't, she swallowed. I don't feel a pulse. My stomach flipped. But he's upright, I said. He's not slumped, his eyes are open. I know. She moved quickly then, reaching across him to pop the door open wider. The hinges creaked. The dome light flickered on overhead, a dull yellow glow that made his skin look waxy. Help me get him out, she said. Maya, if he's in cardiac arrest, we have minutes, she snapped. Or we would, if time was actually moving. That last part slipped out of her like a thought she hadn't meant to say. We unbuckled his seatbelt. The click of the latch was loud in the quiet street. When we pulled him forward, his body came easily, not stiff, not resisting. Just limp in a controlled way, like someone asleep who had decided not to wake. We eased him down onto the cold pavement. His eyelids didn't flutter. His jaw stayed slack. His skin felt cool under my fingers, but not icy. Maya tilted his head back, checked his airway, leaned down close to his mouth. I don't feel breath. Start compressions, I said automatically, because that's what you say when you don't know what else to say. She placed her hands on his chest and began. 1, 2, 3, 4, her palms pressed down. His jacket crinkled. The sound of fabric and bone under pressure echoed faintly off the empty storefronts. I found myself counting with her. 8, 9, 10. Nothing changed. His eyes stayed open. His face didn't contort. There was no gasp, no cough. Come on, she muttered under her breath, like she was coaxing a stubborn machine. Come on. She went through 30 compressions, then pinched his nose and gave 2 breaths. His chest rose under her mouth. No response. Again, she said. We were kneeling in the middle of an intersection, performing CPR on a man whose entire world seemed paused around him. I glanced toward Main Street. person under the diner awning was still mid-wave. Closer now, I could see it was a woman, maybe mid-30s, holding a phone in her raised hand, as if she'd just spotted someone across the street. Her coat flared slightly, caught in a breeze that apparently no longer existed. The bicycle rider was balanced at an impossible angle, one foot hovering inches above the ground. The dog at the curb had its ears perked, leash taut in a line that led to a man frozen mid-step. They weren't moving. They weren't falling. They weren't even swaying. "Maya," I said, my voice cracking. "It's not just him." She didn't look up. Focus. Her arms were already shaking slightly from the compressions. 15, 16. "I can't feel anything," she said again, frustration edging into her tone. "No pulse, no spontaneous breathing. But he's not gray. He's not mottled. He looks normal," I said. "Exactly." She stopped after another cycle and sat back on her heels, breath fogging in short bursts. "Okay. Okay, what?" I asked. "We need a defibrillator. The clinic." "Yes." We both looked toward Riverbend Urgent Care. It was less than 100 yards away. The glass doors reflected the streetlights in long streaks. Through them, the reception area sat unchanged. The printer noise was still going, a steady mechanical whir. The pickup's hazard lights blinked over the man's body. Blink, 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 blink. "If we move him," I said, "we're taking him away from whatever this is." She shot me a look. "You think leaving him in the road is safer?" "I don't know what's safer," I admitted. That was the truth I hated most. Maya stood, wiping her hands on her jeans, leaving faint streaks of dirt. "Help me." We lifted him under the arms and legs. His body was heavier than I expected, dead weight without being dead. His head lolled slightly, but didn't fully slump. As we dragged him toward the clinic, something else shifted in the corner of my eye. The traffic light above us flickered, not from green to yellow, just a flicker like a blink. For the briefest second, it went dark. Then it came back on green, and I swear I felt something move in the air, not wind, not sound, just a correction. We got him to the clinic doors. They didn't open automatically when we stepped in front of them. "Great," Maya said. She tried the handle, locked. "Of course they're locked," I muttered. "It's 3 in the morning." "My badge," she said, already fishing it out of her pocket. She swiped it against the reader beside the door. Nothing. She swiped again. The small screen on the reader was frozen mid-animation, a progress circle stuck at half. "Maya," I said, panic creeping in now. "What if it's not just outside? What if it's inside too?" She didn't answer. She banged on the glass with her fist. "Hello? Anyone inside?" Through the glass, the receptionist, Carla, 46, female, sat behind the desk. She was leaning forward slightly, one hand on the keyboard, mouth parted as if mid-sentence. She didn't move. "Carla," Maya shouted. No reaction. I moved closer to the glass, pressing my face near it. Carla's eyes were open, focused on something beyond the monitor. A coffee mug sat near her elbow. Steam was rising from it. That's what made my stomach twist. The steam was rising in a thin, elegant curl, but it wasn't changing shape. It was like someone had drawn it and left it there. "Maya," I said, my voice low. "The steam." She saw it too, her lips parted. "That's not possible," she whispered. The printer inside the clinic finished its current page with a final mechanical chirp. A sheet of paper slid out and landed in the tray. It didn't fall. It hung, half in, half out of the printer, frozen mid-drop. My brain felt like it was trying to chew through something too large. Maya stepped back from the door slowly. "Okay," she said, and her voice had gone tight in a way I'd only heard once before, when a kid in the ER had coded and they couldn't get him back. Okay, new plan. What plan? We don't bring him inside. Then what? She looked down at the man between us. We check someone else. That's your plan, I said, incredulous. Just test it. Yes, she said sharply. Because if it's everyone, then we're not dealing with one cardiac arrest. We're dealing with something systemic. The word hung there. Systemic. Carbon monoxide, I offered weakly. Outside, she shot back. Across an entire town, I didn't have an answer. We dragged the man back toward the sidewalk, laying him gently on the concrete near the hedge. Stay here, Maya said. Absolutely not. She hesitated, then nodded once. Fine, but if something feels wrong, we leave. Immediately. That last word was for me, I knew, for my tendency to freeze when things got too quiet. We walked toward Main Street. The closer we got, the clearer the tableau became. The woman under the awning, Sophie Delgado, 34, female, a barista at the diner, had her phone held up at an angle, mouth open mid-laugh. A silver ring gleamed on her left hand. Hey, Maya said softly, stepping into her line of sight. Sophie, no blink. Maya touched her arm. Nothing. I circled the bicyclist, teenage boy, maybe 16, male, helmet half-strapped. His foot hovered inches above the pavement. I nudged the wheel with my hand. The wheel didn't roll. It didn't resist. It just stayed, like it was fixed in place. What is happening? I whispered. The dog at the curb, golden retriever, tongue half out, had a thin strand of drool suspended from its mouth to the air below. The strand didn't fall. I reached out and swiped my finger through it. It broke. The drool fell and hit the pavement. The dog didn't react. Maya saw that. You changed something, she said. The broken strand glistened on the ground. For the first time since 300, something had moved that wasn't us. And then, in the distance, beyond the gas station, I heard it. A low, rising whine, an engine revving, not idling, accelerating. Maya and I turned at the same time. Down Main Street, past the frozen figures and silent storefronts, a pair of headlights lurched into view from a side road. The car wasn't slowing. It was coming straight through the red light at the far intersection, and every person in its path was standing perfectly still. The car didn't slow down. It blew through the far intersection like the red light meant nothing, like the empty street was a racetrack. Headlights jittered over storefront windows and frozen faces. The engine had that strained, high whine of someone pushing the accelerator too hard in a low gear. Maya, I said, already moving. Sophie Delgado stood directly in its path. The geography snapped into focus in my head in a way it never had before. Main Street ran north-south. The clinic sat 1 block west on Pine. The gas station was 2 blocks south. The diner was halfway between. The car was coming from the east side road, cutting west across Main. It would hit Sophie first, then the bicyclist, then plow straight into the gas station pumps. Move her, Maya said. We lunged for Sophie at the same time. Her arm was stiff in my hands, but not rigid, just suspended. When I pulled, she came easily, like someone stepping out of a photograph. Her raised phone tipped and fell from her frozen grip. It hit the sidewalk and clattered an ordinary human sound that felt enormous. The car roared closer. We dragged Sophie back toward the diner wall. My shoes slipped on damp concrete. My shoulders slammed into the brick awning support, and pain flared down my arm. Bicycle, Maya said, already pivoting. The teenage boy was still balanced, one foot hovering. I grabbed the handlebars and yanked. For a split second, the bike resisted, not physically, but in a way that felt like pushing against thick air. Then it gave, tipping sideways. The boy's body folded in a loose, normal way as we hauled him to the curb. The dog at the crosswalk stood exactly where the car would pass. "Leave it," I said, because there wasn't time. The car tore through the intersection. The dog's leash snapped taut as the vehicle clipped it. The golden retriever's body was yanked sideways and tumbled under the front bumper. The impact sound was dull, wrongly soft. The car swerved hard, overcorrected, and plowed straight into the gas station's nearest pump. Metal shrieked, glass burst, the pump buckled. For half a second, nothing happened. Then gasoline sprayed out in a bright arc, misting the air. The engine kept revving. "Kill it," Maya breathed. The driver door flung open. A man stumbled out, mid-30s male, wearing a gray hoodie and pajama pants. He looked wild-eyed, sweaty, panting like he'd run a mile. He looked alive. "What the hell is happening?" he shouted. His voice cracked the night open. Maya and I stared at him like he was a miracle. "You can move," I said stupidly. "Obviously I can move," he snapped. "Why isn't anyone else?" He turned and saw the frozen figures lining Main. The gas pump behind him continued to spew fuel, splashing onto asphalt, pooling around the car's front tires. "Engine," Maya said, snapping back into herself. "Turn it off." The man dove back inside, fumbled with the ignition. The engine died. The gasoline kept flowing. I could hear it, liquid hitting concrete, a constant splash. "Emergency shutoff," I said. "There's a button." Every gas station had one, usually on the side of the building near the entrance. We sprinted toward the convenience store attached to the pumps. The glass doors were locked. Inside, the clerk, middle-aged woman, mid-blink, stood behind the counter. A bag of chips hovered halfway between her hand and the scanner. "Where is it?" the man yelled. "Outside wall," I said, scanning there. "Red metal box. Emergency stop." I slammed my palm against it. Nothing. I hit it again. Still nothing. "It's dead," I said. "No," Maya said, already circling the pump. The lines ruptured. The pump's digital display was frozen at 300 as well. The gasoline spraying wasn't changing shape the way the steam in the clinic hadn't changed. It was flowing normally, moving. I watched the liquid spread toward the gutter, toward the storm drain. "Why is that moving?" I asked. The pajama man shook his head wildly. I don't know. He ran a hand through his hair. "I was at home. I woke up and everything was wrong. My wife," his voice cracked. "She was standing in the hallway, just standing." Maya's jaw tightened. "Name," she said. "Ethan," he said. "Ethan Ward, 36. "Okay, Ethan," she said, voice steady but fast. "Right now we have fuel on the ground and a hot engine." "It's off," he protested. "The manifold's still hot," she snapped. "And if any spark hits," as if summoned by her words, a faint ticking sound came from the crumpled hood of the car. Metal cooling, expanding, contracting. Each tick sounded like a match being struck. We backed away instinctively. "Fire extinguisher," I said. "Inside, locked." The clerk inside didn't move. Ethan slammed his fist against the glass. It thudded uselessly. A faint hissing noise rose from somewhere near the base of the pump. I felt something brush my ankle. I jumped back with a choked sound. It was just the broken leash from the dog, dragged across the pavement by the spreading fuel. I swallowed, embarrassed at the spike of fear. gasoline smell thickened, sharp and chemical. It burned the back of my throat. "We need sand," Maya said, "or something to absorb it." "Where?" I demanded. "Construction site," I said suddenly. 2 blocks north. They're redoing the sidewalk by the bank. There's gravel. The geography clicked again. Bank on the north corner, temporary fencing, piles of dirt and crushed stone. "Go," Maya said. "You're staying?" I asked. "I'm not leaving this," she said, gesturing at the pump. Ethan looked between us like a trapped animal. "I'll go," he said. "No," I said. "You hit the pump. You're staying." He stared at me, breathing hard. "Fine," he spat. I ran. My lungs burned in the cold air. My shoes slapped pavement. Every frozen person I passed felt like a landmark in a nightmare. The dog's body lay twisted near the curb, unmoving. At the construction site, the temporary fencing stood open. A mound of gravel sat under a tarp. I grabbed a plastic bucket lying nearby and started shoveling with my hands. The stones bit into my skin. My fingers went numb. Halfway back, I heard a sound that made my stomach drop. A scream, high, thin, cutting through everything. I dropped the bucket. "Maya!" shouted, sprinting. The scream cut off abruptly. I rounded the corner onto Main, heart pounding so hard it made my vision pulse. Maya stood near the pump, clutching her shoulder. Ethan was on the ground, holding his face. The scream hadn't been terror. It had been Ethan when gasoline splashed into his eyes. "I can't see," he yelled. "I can't see." "Water," Maya said through gritted teeth. "We need water." The station, locked. The pump's hissing had slowed slightly, but fuel still pooled around their shoes. I grabbed Ethan under the arms and dragged him away from the slick. He thrashed blindly, hands clawing at his face. "It burns," he sobbed. Maya pointed. "Fire hydrant." There was one half a block south, painted dull yellow. I hauled Ethan down the sidewalk. Maya followed, favoring her left arm. "What happened?" I demanded. "Metal snapped," she said tightly. "The pump casing caught me." Blood soaked through her sleeve near the shoulder. At the hydrant, I spun the cap uselessly with my bare hands. "Tool," Maya gasped. There was a small maintenance shed beside the gas station. A padlock hung open on its latch. I sprinted back, ducked inside. Inside the shed, everything was normal. Tools hung on pegboards, a mop leaned in a bucket. A radio on a shelf displayed 300 in bright green digits. It wasn't frozen. The seconds ticked forward. 301. My breath caught. I stared at it, frozen myself. The radio crackled with static. Then a voice cut through. "Anyone hearing this? Not stay where you are." The signal broke into noise. 302. Time was moving in here. I grabbed the hydrant wrench off the wall and ran back. We cranked the hydrant open together. Water blasted out in a violent surge, knocking Ethan backward. I shoved his head under the stream, flushing his eyes while he screamed and cursed. "Keep them open," Maya yelled. He sobbed and obeyed. The water washed gasoline down the gutter, diluting the sheen. After a minute, his screaming turned to ragged breathing. "I can see," he whispered. "It's blurry, but I can see." Maya sagged against the hydrant pail. I looked back toward the shed. Time had been moving inside. I checked my phone. 300. Still. I ran back to the shed. The radio now read 304. I stepped outside. My phone still said 300. I stepped back in. 305. "Maya," I called. She limped over, Ethan trailing, eyes red and streaming. "What?" she demanded. "Inside," I said. "Time S moving inside." She stared at me. "Show me." We stepped into the shed together. The world shifted subtly, not visually, but in my chest. The air felt looser. The radio read 306. Maya checked her phone. 300. She stepped back outside. 300. She stepped back in. Her phone blinked. 306. We both looked at each other. It's not the town, she said slowly. It's zones. Like coverage, I said. Like something's blocking something, she corrected. Ethan stood in the doorway, half in, half out. His body jerked, just a twitch, a glitch. Ethan, I said. He staggered forward into the shed fully. He looked down at his hands, flexing them. Oh my God, he whispered. Then, without warning, the ground trembled. A low rumble rolled through the street. From the direction of the gas station came a metallic groan. We rushed back outside. The ruptured pump, weakened by the crash and soaked in fuel, finally gave way. It toppled. As it fell, it struck the neighboring pump, which knocked into the third in a domino line. One of them sparked. A bright, white flash snapped in the dark. Maya, I started. The first pump ignited. Flames roared up in a violent column, feeding on the gasoline pooling across the concrete. Heat slammed into us, stealing breath. The fire raced toward the convenience store wall. And between the blaze and the clinic, between the only moving zone we'd found and the rest of the frozen town, stood a row of motionless people, exactly where they had been at 3:00 a.m. The fire was coming for them, and the shed behind us, the only place where time moved, was already filling with smoke drifting under its warped door. Retreat was no longer an option. We were out of space. Fire isn't subtle. It doesn't creep. It announces itself in heat and roar. And the way oxygen seems to get snatched out of your mouth. The gas station forecourt turned into a bright, violent thing, orange tongues licking up the pump housing, black smoke shoving into the sky. The convenience store's glass reflecting the flames like a second, worse fire trapped inside. Maya coughed hard, one hand braced on her bad shoulder, the other gripping her phone like it was a talisman. Ethan stood a step behind her, blinking watery eyes that had gone pink and raw. His hoodie was speckled with water and grit. I tasted gasoline even through the smoke. Sweet, chemical, nauseating. Between us and the burning pumps, frozen people stood exactly where they'd been at 3:00. A line of them near the sidewalk, Sophie under the diner awning, the bicyclist half leaning on his tipped bike, the dog walker mid-step with the broken leash slack at his feet. A few more by the gas station's door, one hand extended as if reaching for the handle. They weren't obstacles in the normal sense. They were bodies, breathing or not, alive or not. They were human beings placed like road cones in front of a fire. The shed behind us, our one moving pocket, exhaled a thin gray ribbon from the door seam. Smoke was getting in. We can't stay here, Maya rasped. Where? Ethan said, voice high. Where do we go? My brain wanted to zoom out into maps, into explanations, into theories. Zones, signals, coverage, a boundary line like an invisible fence. But the heat forced it down to basics. We had fire, we had fuel, we had people who couldn't move. And the clinic, the locked clinic with the defibrillator, the staff, the printer stuck mid-drop, was only a block away on Pine. If there was any place built for emergencies, it was that building. Except it was frozen. Except it was locked. Except we couldn't reach help through phones. And the one thing that had felt like a clue, the shed where time moved, was now becoming a death trap filled with smoke. Maya's eyes flicked to the hydrant half a block south. Water still ran down the gutter in a shimmering ribbon, carrying gasoline sheen away like spilled ink. "Hydrant," she said. "We flood the forecourt. We cool it. We keep it from spreading." "That's not how," Ethan started. "It's not going to put out a gasoline fire," I said, "because it wouldn't. You don't fight fuel with water like it's a campfire. But water could cool nearby surfaces, could slow ignition of anything else. It could buy time. Time. The thing the town had stolen." Maya was already moving, limping toward the hydrant with stubborn speed. Her fear taking up space in people's lives had twisted into its opposite. She was making herself responsible for everything because it was the only way she knew to stay steady. I followed. Ethan hesitated, then ran too, slipping once on the wet pavement and catching himself with a curse. At the hydrant, the wrench lay where we dropped it. The hydrant was still open, water blasting into the street in a hard, white stream. Maya grabbed the wrench with her good hand and twisted. The stream shifted slightly, sputtered, then steadied. "We need to aim it," she said through clenched teeth. "There's a hose connection," I said, scanning. Hydrants had outlets for hoses, but we didn't have a hose. We needed something to direct water. "Maintenance shed," Ethan said suddenly. There was a mop bucket and a long hose, maybe. "A hose in a shed," Maya snapped. "A pressure washer hose," he insisted. I saw something coiled. I remembered the shed. Tools on pegboards, mop bucket, radio with moving time. I hadn't looked long enough to inventory everything, but it was plausible. Gas stations had pressure washers. They cleaned the forecourt. A hose could let us push water toward the fire line. We sprinted back toward the shed. The heat hit us again as we neared the pumps. The fire had grown. Flames clawed sideways now, driven by a faint wind I hadn't noticed before, wind that moved normally, because physics hadn't stopped. Smoke streamed across the street, smearing streetlights into halos. A pop sounded from inside the convenience store. Then another, glass cracking, shelves collapsing, or worse, an aerosol can exploding. I flinched and kept running. At the shed door, Ethan yanked it open. Smoke rolled out in a thick, greasy breath. He recoiled, coughing. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and leaned in. The air inside was hot and bitter. My eyes watered instantly. "Fast," Maya said behind me. Her voice sounded smaller now, strained. I scanned the pegboards through the haze. Wrench outlines, hooks. The pressure washer, yes, there, a squat machine on wheels. The hose was coiled around it like a black snake. I grabbed it. The rubber was warm. It resisted, snagging on itself. The radio on the shelf still glowed, but the numbers were hazy through the smoke. It crackled once, and a voice punched through, clearer than before. "Repeat. If you can hear, get to an enclosed space. Do not cross." Static swallowed the rest. "Enclosed space. Do not cross." "Cross what?" "The boundary." I yanked the hose free, dragging the pressure washer a foot before the wheels jammed. The machine bumped, and a small metal canister fire extinguisher fell off a shelf and clanged on the concrete. My heart jumped. "Extinguisher," I shouted. Maya lunged forward, but the smoke hit her like a wall. She doubled over, coughing hard, one hand on her knee, the other clutching her shoulder. Ethan stumbled in behind her, trying to help, and his foot caught the extinguisher. It rolled toward the back of the shed, away from us, disappearing into the thickest smoke. "Luke," Maya croaked. I crawled on hands and knees because the air was marginally clearer low to the ground. My fingers brushed metal. I snagged the extinguisher by its handle and dragged it back. The label was smeared, but I could make out the type, ABC dry chemical. Not ideal for a fuel fire like foam would be, but better than nothing. It could knock down flames on surfaces, create a brief gap. We had something. I shoved the extinguisher into Maya's hands and hauled the hose out of the shed. Outside, the air felt like an ocean after drowning, cold, clean, alive. Maya staggered, coughing, but she held the extinguisher like it was a weapon. Ethan uncoiled the hose, hands shaking. How do we use the washer? We don't, I said. We use the hose as a redirect, hydrant water into it. That's not going to fit, Ethan said, but he was already trying. We dragged the hose to the hydrant. The connection sizes didn't match. Of course they didn't. Real life didn't do convenient fittings. Maya swore. Then we improvise. She glanced down at the broken leash near the dog walker, thin rope, and metal clip. Nearby, a frozen man held a canvas grocery bag mid-swing. The bag hung from his fingers like gravity was optional. Maya stepped to the frozen man, and with a quick motion that made me wince, yanked the bag free. The man's fingers didn't curl. He didn't react. The bag came away with a tearing sound, the handle ripping slightly. Sorry, Maya murmured, not to him, just into the air. She dumped the contents onto the sidewalk. Apples that didn't roll, a loaf of bread that didn't bounce. Everything landed with normal thuds, then sat there. She grabbed the canvas and the leash. Wrap it, she said to Ethan. We're making a gasket. Ethan stared at her. You're insane. Do it, she snapped. He did. We wrapped the hose end around the hydrant outlet, stuffed canvas in the gaps, cinched it tight with the leash like a tourniquet. It leaked immediately, water spraying out in cold jets. Maya said, we grabbed a second bag from another frozen person, a scarf from someone's neck, and jammed them in. The leak slowed. Not perfect, but enough. Okay, I said, aim it. Ethan took the hose like a firefighter, feet planted, shoulders squared. He looked ridiculous in pajama pants, soaking wet, face red and raw, holding a makeshift hydrant hose against a burning gas station. Maya limped toward the fire line, extinguisher ready. We don't put it out, she said. We cut it off. We keep it from reaching the store. We keep it from reaching them. She nodded at the frozen people. I didn't know if they were alive. Maya didn't know. But she couldn't tolerate doing nothing. I stayed behind her, keeping one eye on the hose, one on the flames. On my count, Maya said. She moved closer to the pumps, close enough that heat shimmered the air between her and the fire. Close enough that her eyelashes glinted in the orange light. The fire had wrapped around the base of the toppled pump. Gasoline still fed it in thin streams that glittered like snakeskin. Maya pulled the pin. Her hand trembled, pain and adrenaline. 1, she said. Ethan tightened his grip. 2, I swallowed, throat raw. 3, Maya squeezed the extinguisher lever and swept the nozzle at the base of the flames. A white cloud erupted, dry chemical powder blasting out, coating the pump base and forecourt like sudden snow. Flames sputtered, retreated, then flared again at the edges. Now, I yelled at Ethan. Ethan opened the hydrant feed further. Water surged into the hose, and the hose bucked like a living thing. He staggered, nearly losing control, then locked his elbows and aimed. A hard stream of water slammed into the forecourt, pushing powder and gasoline sheen outward. It didn't put the flames out where fuel still fed them, but it cooled the concrete, drove burning liquid away from the frozen pedestrians, created a wet barrier. Maya advanced another step, coughing, eyes squinting. "Luke," she said, voice sharp. "Move them." "What?" "The people near the store," she said. "If the fire jumps, move them away." I stared at the nearest frozen man hand on the gas station door, body angled forward as if about to step inside. Moving them felt like violating something fundamental, like touching a museum display behind glass. But we'd already done that. We de-dragged Sophie. We de-moved the bicyclist. And the dog, my stomach tightened at the dog. I ran. The frozen man at the door was heavier than he looked. When I pulled him, he came, but slowly, like he was stuck in thick mud. I grunted, slipping on wet pavement, and dragged him back toward the sidewalk. His shoes squeaked. His jacket rustled. He didn't blink. I dragged another, an elderly woman with a cane frozen mid-lift. She was frighteningly light. I moved her behind the concrete trash can by the curb, as if that would shield her from fire. Behind me, Maya kept blasting the extinguisher, carving brief gaps in the flame while Ethan kept water streaming, widening the wet barrier. "Keep it steady," Maya shouted. "I'm trying," Ethan yelled back, voice cracking. The hose jerked again. The makeshift gasket at the hydrant connection slipped. Water sprayed sideways, soaking Ethan's face. He yelped, and the hose swung, the stream arcing wildly. The water hit the burning pump directly, splashing gasoline outward in a shimmering fan. Flames leapt. Not huge, just a sudden flare that licked across the forecourt, toward the line of frozen people like a fast, hungry thought. Maya cursed. She turned the extinguisher toward it, blasting powder. The flare died back, sputtering. But the surge of heat had done something else. The convenience store's front glass, already stressed, shattered outward with a loud, cracking whoop. A wave of hot air rolled across us. I flinched, arms up, expecting shards. Most of the glass fell and stopped midair, hanging in a glittering arc just inches from the ground. It hovered like a frozen fountain of knives. My breath caught. For half a second, it looked like the world had decided to become supernatural after all. Then one piece, only one, fell all the way down and clinked on the pavement. And another. Then the whole arc dropped at once, not suspended by magic, but by something simpler. The glass had been stuck in a sheet of plastic film. Safety glass. Laminated. It had held, then finally tore. Realistic, terrifying, explainable. Maya didn't spare it a glance. She was already moving. "Luke," she shouted. The store, inside, shelves of chips and candy were visible through smoke. A small beer cooler glowed. A rack of lighters sat by the counter. Lighters. Propane canisters for camping on a display near the back if they had them. "If that goes," Maya gasped, "it's a blast." I ran to the door, which was now half open, glass cracked and dangling. The door should have been locked, but the lock mechanism looked bent, and the frame had warped from heat. It wasn't locked anymore. I hesitated, standing at the threshold, because I remembered the radio voice. "Get to an enclosed space. Do not cross what?" If the town was zoned, and the shed was one moving pocket, then maybe enclosed spaces were pockets. Maybe the inside of the store was another. Or maybe crossing into it would do something worse, trap me, freeze me. My fear of calm surged. My body wanted to lock up. "Luke," Maya screamed. "Go," I went. Inside, the air was hotter, smoke thicker. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but their hum sounded uneven, like a recording warping. The digital clock over the counter read 3:00. The clerk stood frozen behind the register, one hand hovering over the lottery scratchers. But something else was different. The ceiling fan above the aisle was turning, slowly, unevenly, but turning. I stared at it, stunned. Time was moving in here too. A moving pocket, enclosed spaces. My phone in my pocket buzzed, sudden and violent. I yanked it out. 3:12. The number punched me in the gut. Time had jumped. My notifications flooded in all at once. Missed calls, texts, unsent messages. Like a dam breaking. I didn't have time to read them. I grabbed the nearest fire extinguisher mounted by the door, a smaller one than the shed S, but still. I yanked it free, and I saw the display of camping fuel canisters near the back, green bottles, small propane tanks stacked neatly. If the fire reached these, it would be chaos. I ran down the aisle, coughing, eyes streaming, and started pulling them off the shelf, shoving them into a rolling basket that sat abandoned mid-aisle. The basket moved normally. Wheels squeaked. My arms trembled with effort. The canisters were cold to the touch, ironically, but my skin felt hot, prickling. I shoved the basket toward the back door and exit to the alley. The back door had a crash bar. I slammed it. It didn't budge. I hit it again. Nothing. The crash bar was frozen mid-press. The mechanism didn't travel. The door, like the clinic, like everything else, had its own rules. My throat tightened. Smoke thickened, swirling near the ceiling. The fan stuttered. I turned back toward the front, dragging the basket toward the door we'd come through. As I did, I caught movement, real movement, near the register. The clerk's eyes shifted, just slightly. My stomach dropped. "Ma'am," I croaked. Her mouth trembled as if trying to form a word. She didn't speak. She didn't step. But her eyes were moving. The cost of the zone boundaries. The glitch Ethan had shown at the shed door. Maybe heat, maybe enclosure, maybe proximity to a moving person triggered partial reboot. Or maybe the fire was changing the rules. "Hang on," I said stupidly, like she could answer. I dragged the basket faster, coughing so hard my ribs hurt. At the front door, I shoved it through the warped frame. The wheel caught on broken glass. I kicked it free. Outside, the world slammed back into roar and heat. Maya saw the basket and shouted something I couldn't hear over the fire. I shoved the extinguisher into her hands and pointed toward the basket. "Propane," I croaked. "Get it out." Ethan was still fighting the hose. His arms were shaking violently now. The gasket leaked badly, spraying water in a mist that glittered in the firelight. "We're losing it," he screamed. Maya limped to the basket and started dragging it away from the store, toward the open street, away from the cluster of frozen people we'd moved. The basket rolled, then snagged on a crack in the pavement. Maya yanked too hard with her injured shoulder and cried out, stumbling. She caught herself, teeth clenched, eyes bright with pain. I ran to help, grabbed the basket handle with her. Together we dragged the propane canisters away, leaving wet streaks on the pavement. Behind us, the fire flared again, reaching higher. The toppled pump fully collapsed, and with it, a new jet of gasoline spurted, feeding flames toward the store's interior. Maya spun, raised the extinguisher, and blasted at the base, sweeping powder in a wide arc. The flame line stuttered. Ethan shouted, "Luke, help!" The hose had twisted. The stream weakened to a pathetic sputter. I sprinted to the hydrant connection. The canvas gasket had blown out, soaked and tearing. Water sprayed sideways in a hard, cold sheet. I jammed my hands into the gap, trying to hold it, and the pressure slammed into my palms like a hammer. The force drove my fingers back. My skin felt like it was tearing. "Wrap it," I yelled. Ethan threw the leash at me. I fumbled it, fingers numb and slick. My hands shook. The leash slipped in the spray. Maya ran back, face pale, and without a word, she pressed her body against the hydrant outlet, using her weight like a clamp. She winced, breath hissing through her teeth. "Do it," she said, voice low. I looped the leash around the hose and hydrant, cinched it tight, used the scarf as padding. My fingers screamed. The cold water made them ache and burn simultaneously. The leak slowed. The stream steadied. Ethan grabbed the hose again and aimed it back toward the forecourt, cutting a wet barrier between the fire and the frozen pedestrians. For a moment, just a moment, the fire seemed contained. Not out, never out, but not spreading. The roar dropped a notch. The heat eased. In that brief lull, I heard something else. A siren, distant, warped by distance and smoke, but unmistakable. Maya's eyes widened. "You hear that?" "Yes," I said, throat raw. But the siren didn't get louder. It stayed at the same volume, like it was looping. Like the green light, like the blinker. A recorded sound, not rescue. Ethan's face crumpled. "No," he whispered. Maya's jaw set. "We finished this ourselves." Then the point of no return arrived, not as a dramatic revelation, but as a simple, brutal reality. The convenience store roof began to sag. It wasn't obvious at first, just a slight bowing in the metal awning above the door, a groan like a ship's hull. Then the awning gave way. It collapsed outward with a crash, scattering debris across the sidewalk, debris that didn't freeze, because physics didn't care about whatever was happening to people. A beam slammed into the street with a heavy thunk. The beam landed directly across the route back to the clinic on Pine, blocking the corner. Behind it, flames licked up the store wall, hungry and bright. A retreat path back past Main, back toward the clinic, back toward whatever we thought safe, was now a wall of fire and fallen metal. We were trapped on this side of the blaze, hemmed in by frozen bodies, burning fuel, and the single moving pocket of the shed that was now fully smoking. Maya stared at the blocked street, and something in her expression shifted acceptance, maybe, or the moment a professional realizes she's past the part where protocols help. "Okay," she said softly. "Okay." She looked at me, then at Ethan. "We can't go back," she said, "so we go forward." "Forward where?" Ethan demanded, voice breaking. Maya nodded toward the convenience store, toward the doorway I'd just come out of, now belching smoke. "Enclosed spaces," she said, recalling the radio. "Moving pockets." "You want us to go inside?" I said, incredulous. "It's on fire." "Not the front," she said. "The back, the cooler, the concrete storage room. Anything that buys us air and time." My mind flashed to the back door that wouldn't open, the frozen crash bar, to the clerk's eyes shifting, to my phone showing 312 inside, then snapping back outside. Zones within zones. "Luke," Maya said, and her voice softened for the first time in hours. "If we stay out here, the smoke gets us. If the fire jumps again, it gets us. If the pumps explode, it gets us. We need a pocket, a pocket, a place where time moved, a place where phones worked, a place where we might hear that radio voice again." I didn't want to go back in. Every instinct screamed that stepping into a burning building was how people died. But the blocked street and the spreading fire had made the decision for us. The cost had already started. Maya's bleeding shoulder, Ethan's burned eyes, my raw, split hands. The emotional cost, seeing people frozen like mannequins, while we dragged them like furniture, sat in my stomach like stones. I looked at Sophie under the diner awning, still mid-laugh, now dusted with dry chemical powder like snow. "We're doing this," I said, voice hoarse. Maya nodded once. Ethan hesitated, then gave a shaky nod too. We ran for the store entrance together, ducking under hanging shards of safety glass, stepping over debris, racing toward the only option left. Behind us, the fire roared, and the town, frozen, silent, helpless, waited at 3:00 a.m. like it had always planned to. Inside the convenience store, the air changed. Not cleaner, smoke still crawled along the ceiling, and the place reeked of melted plastic and burned sugar, but it moved. It had currents. It felt like breathing in a room where the fan is actually doing something, where time hasn't been pinned to a single minute like a butterfly. The ceiling fan above aisle 3 spun in a stuttering circle. The fluorescent lights flickered in a way that implied an unstable power supply, not a frozen one. Somewhere behind the counter, the little microwave clock blinked and blessedly didn't say 3:00. 3:18. My phone vibrated again and again with delayed life, as if it was clawing its way back to relevance. A voicemail icon, a dozen texts, a flood of "where are you" and "are you okay?" and one from the school principal that somehow made me laugh and almost throw up at the same time. "Don't forget. Fire drill tomorrow." Maya shoved the door closed behind us with her shoulder. The warped frame didn't latch properly, but it slowed the smoke. Ethan slid down the end cap display and sat on the floor, hands over his face. He was shaking, not dramatic shaking. The kind you get when adrenaline unthreads from your body and you realize you're wet, cold, injured, and alive by accident. Maya stood for a second like she couldn't decide what to do with her arms. Her right shoulder was swollen now, the sleeve stuck to her skin with drying blood. Her breathing had a wheeze under it that hadn't been there earlier. She tried to hide it, which was almost funny, considering she'd just been a human clamp on a hydrant. "We need air," she said hoarsely. "Back room, cooler." I nodded and led them down the narrow aisle toward the beer cooler, because it was the most solid thing in the building. Thick insulated walls, heavy door, and a steady hum that sounded like normal life. As we moved, I glanced through the front windows. Outside, the gas station forecourt was an angry orange battlefield. The fire still burned, but the water barrier had forced it into a smaller, contained shape. Flames licked at the collapsed awning debris, but hadn't jumped into the street. And the frozen townspeople, they were still there, dusty now with extinguisher powder, wet in places from the overspray. Some had been dragged behind trash cans or onto the sidewalk. The dog lay near the curb like a dropped coat. Everything looked like it had happened hours ago, but my phone told me it had been less than 20 minutes. We reached the cooler. The door opened when I pulled it. Cold air rolled out, honest and steady. It smelled like beer and citrus and cardboard. Ethan made a small sound of relief and stepped inside immediately. Maya hesitated, then followed, leaning her shoulder against the door frame. I stepped in last and pulled the cooler door almost shut, leaving it cracked just enough to breathe and listen. The world outside went quieter. Not silent, never silent, but muted, like someone turned the volume down on the fire. The cooler's hum became the dominant sound, comforting in a way that annoyed me. I didn't want comfort. Comfort meant my brain would finally have room to process what we'd just done. Maya slid to the floor, back against the shelves of canned energy drinks. Her face was pale under the harsh cooler light. "You're in shock," I said. She gave me a look that tried to be sharp, but it sagged halfway. "I'm fine." "Say I'm fine again," Ethan muttered, voice thick. "It'll fix everything." Maya didn't answer. She stared down at her hands like she was taking inventory of them. Powder residue, small cuts, blood. "I need to call," she said after a moment, and the words came out with effort. Her phone was in her pocket. She pulled it out and stared at the screen as if expecting it to lie to her. It didn't. Time moved. Signal bars. She hit 911. This time it rang. Once, twice. A voice clicked on, calm and impossibly ordinary. 911, what's your emergency?" Maya blinked like she couldn't reconcile the voice with the frozen bodies outside. "We have a gas station fire," she said, and her professional tone snapped into place with muscle memory. "Multiple casualties. People unresponsive in the street." Her voice broke on the word people. She swallowed. "We need fire and EMS immediately." "Ma'am, what's your location?" Maya gave it. Main Street, Riverbend. The gas station by the diner. She described the crash, the leak, the fire. She did not say. Also, the entire town stopped moving at 3:00 a.m. Not at first. Because once you say that out loud to a dispatcher, you lose control of your credibility. And Maya's need to be useful, her fear of taking up too much space, made her cling to the part that sounded believable. Then the dispatcher asked, "How many patients?" Maya stared at me. I stared back. "Unknown," Maya said carefully. "Dozens. We have unresponsive persons not reacting to stimuli." There was a pause, a soft shift in tone. "Are they unconscious?" Maya's jaw tightened. "I can't determine. They are motionless." The dispatcher asked if there were hazards. Maya said yes, fire, smoke, fuel. She said we were sheltering in the convenience store cooler. The dispatcher said, "Stay on the line." And for the first time since 3:00, someone told us what to do who wasn't us. It should have been comforting. Instead, it made my hands start shaking. Because now the story would leave our control and become paperwork and questions and looks that said, "Are you sure?" Through the cracked cooler door, I heard the muffled whoop of a siren. A real one this time. It got louder. It didn't loop. Ethan made a noise that was half laugh, half sob, and pressed his forehead against the cold metal shelf. "Thank God," he whispered. Maya didn't say thank God. She just kept talking to the dispatcher, voice steadying with every sentence. I sat there, knees pulled up, and watched condensation bead on a can of soda. It slid down in a normal, obedient line. Then, faintly, I heard something else. The store's front door banging once, not from wind, but from heat shifting the warped frame. The cooler hummed. Time passed. Minutes, not a frozen instant. And somewhere in those minutes, the part of me that didn't trust calm started to whisper that this calm, this return to normal, was not a victory. It was a transition. The fire department arrived first. I could tell because the sound outside changed. The fire's roar fought with new noises, hoses slapping pavement, radio chatter, boots running. The dispatcher said, "Units are on scene." Then another voice on the phone, closer to the chaos. "Ma'am, can you come to the front door?" Maya hesitated. Her shoulder twitched with pain. "Luke," she said quietly, "help me up." I did. My hands hurt when I gripped her arm. I'd skinned my palms raw at the hydrant, and now every touch felt like sandpaper. We stepped out of the cooler and into the store again. The ceiling fans spun faster now, as if the building had decided to cooperate. Smoke was thinner near the floor. Ethan followed, slower. At the front door, Maya shouted, "In here." A firefighter's silhouette appeared through the smoky glass. The door opened with a jolt, and cold air poured in. 2 firefighters in full gear stepped inside, faces hidden behind masks, voices distorted through radios. Behind them, a paramedic in a yellow coat and no mask, eyes wide as she took in the frozen clerk behind the counter. "Ma'am," the paramedic said, "are you injured?" Maya started to answer. Then her eyes flicked past them out to Main Street. Her face changed. Not fear, something worse. A grief she didn't have time to earn. Because outside, under the harsh wash of emergency lights, the tableau was being discovered. Firefighters moved around frozen bodies like they were navigating wreckage. One knelt beside the dog walker and tried to lift his arm. The arm didn't rise easily. It resisted like thick rubber. A firefighter swore, muffled behind his mask, and tried again. A paramedic reached toward Sophie. Sophie's phone still lay on the sidewalk where it had fallen, screen cracked, frozen on a bright camera interface. And then, like a switched-on movie, something changed. Not everything, just enough to make the hairs on my arms lift. Sophie blinked. Once, slow. Her raised hand dropped an inch, as if gravity had suddenly remembered her. She inhaled sharply, like someone surfacing from deep water, and her first sound was not a scream. It was a wet, confused cough. The paramedic jumped back. "She's breathing." More movement rippled down the line of frozen people like a wave hitting a shore. A bicyclist's foot slapped down onto pavement. The dog walker's knee buckled, and he fell, catching himself on hands that trembled. Some people collapsed entirely, crumpling, as if their bodies were only now acknowledging they'd been standing too long without permission. Others swayed, blinking hard, faces slack with disorientation. One man tried to speak and only managed a hoarse noise. No one had a dramatic seizure or a movie-perfect fainting spell. It looked like what it was, a mass medical event, hypoxia, toxin exposure, some neurological shutdown, releasing unevenly, unpredictably. Maya stepped forward instinctively despite her shoulder. "Sit down," she commanded, voice cutting through the chaos. "Don't move fast. Breathe. Someone get oxygen." A firefighter grabbed her gently by the arm. "Ma'am, you need to step back. You're bleeding." Maya almost argued. Then she glanced down at her sleeve, really saw the blood, and nodded once like she'd been given new information. Ethan made a raw sound behind me. "I hit the pump," he whispered. "I know," I said, because I didn't know what else to give him. "You didn't cause this." He didn't look convinced. He stared at the dog on the pavement as if waiting for it to blink too. It didn't. The dog stayed motionless, and that was its own kind of horror, because it didn't fit the pattern of everyone wakes up. It was just gone. A paramedic knelt beside it anyway, checked quickly, then looked away with a small head shake. Maya saw that and turned her face toward her shoulder, as if she could hide from it. Outside, a lieutenant barked orders. Hoses sprayed foam now, proper foam, smothering fuel flames. The fire shrank. It didn't disappear, fire never does instantly, but it retreated, forced into submission by people who had tools and training and enough bodies to matter. The gas station became manageable again. The town did not, because as people regained motion, their voices rose into a new kind of noise. Confused questions, shouts, A woman sobbing, someone vomiting into the gutter, a man screaming a name, Jess, Jess, as if he'd misplaced someone in a grocery store. It was chaos, but it was human chaos, and that made it both better and worse. Better because it meant life. Worse because life comes with memory, and we were the ones who had moved through their frozen bodies, dragged them, repositioned them, decided who went behind a trash can and who stayed in the street. Decisions they hadn't consented to. A police cruiser rolled up and stopped crookedly near the diner. The officer got out and froze, not metaphorically, because he saw the scene and didn't understand it. He put his hand on his radio like it might explain, and he saw Maya bleeding, Ethan trembling, me standing with raw hands and a soot-streaked face, and he stepped toward us. "Who are you?" he demanded, voice firm because that's what police voices do when the world is wrong. Maya spoke first. "Maya Patel, nurse at Riverbend." She swallowed. "We tried to stop the fire." The officer's eyes flicked from her to Ethan. "And you?" Ethan flinched. "Ethan Ward. I was driving. I didn't see anyone moving. I thought it was empty." The officer's gaze snapped to mine. "And you?" "Luke Mercer," I said. My voice sounded rough, like it had been scraped. "We called 911 from inside the cooler. Phones didn't work outside." The officer looked past us at the moving, collapsing townspeople. His jaw worked. "Why weren't you like them?" It wasn't an accusation yet. It was a question with an accusation hiding inside. I didn't have a good answer. Maya didn't either. So she gave the only truth she could. "We don't know." The officer stared at us a second longer, then spoke into his radio, voice lower. "We have mass casualty, possible chemical exposure. People were unresponsive. They're coming around now. Chemical exposure." It sounded so normal when you said it like that. And maybe that's what it was. Maybe the town's water system had been contaminated. Maybe a faulty industrial valve in the gas stations, underground tanks released fumes that pooled on Main in the cold night air. Maybe the wind direction and the fact that we'd been near the clinic's mechanical exhaust or the shed's ventilation had spared us. Maybe the zones were airflow patterns and building pressure, not science fiction. Maybe. I would cling to that maybe later, because it was the only explanation that kept my brain from spinning off into impossible places. An ambulance arrived, and the paramedics insisted on checking Maya's shoulder. They cleaned it right there under the diner awning, same awning Sophie had been frozen under, now sitting on the curb with a blanket around her shoulders, shivering violently. Sophie looked up at me once. Her eyes were bright with confusion and a kind of fear. I recognized fear of missing time. "What happened?" she whispered. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Because how do you tell someone they were paused like a screen while you dragged them by the arm to keep them from being hit by a car? "We had a fire," I said finally. You weren't moving, but you're back." Her brows knit. "I was laughing," she said, like it was a question. I remember laughing, and then nothing." The paramedic adjusted her blanket. "You're going to the hospital," she said gently, not offering choice. Sophie looked at the foam-covered pumps, the flashing lights, the bodies being guided to sit down, and then her eyes went to the spot where the dog had been. Her face crumpled. Maya sat on the back bumper of the ambulance as they taped her shoulder and told her she'd need stitches. She nodded through it, too still, eyes tracking the scene like she was trying to store it all in a jar so she could deal with it later. Ethan sat on the curb, head in hands, while a paramedic flushed his eyes again with saline. He kept whispering. I didn't see them, over and over. I stood a few feet away and stared at my phone. It read 3:41, then 3:42. Normal time. Except it didn't feel normal. It felt like a trick, because on the gas station sign down the street, the digital price numbers still glowed, and the small embedded clock at the bottom still read 3:00. I stared at it until my eyes watered. Smoke, maybe, or something else. I pointed it out to a firefighter when he walked past. Hey, I said. That clock, he glanced, then kept moving. Those things glitch all the time, he called back without slowing. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was nothing. But it stayed that way as the foam spread, as the hoses wound up, as people were loaded into ambulances. The town began to move again, to talk again, to suffer again. And that clock stayed stuck. Later, hours later, when the sun finally came up like it always did, pinking the smoke haze and turning the powdered extinguisher residue into dull gray on the sidewalks, I sat on the curb outside the clinic. The clinic doors were open now. The interior looked normal in daylight, just messy, like a place that had lived through a night shift. The receptionist, Carla Jensen, sat inside with a blanket around her shoulders, answering questions from a detective with tired eyes. She looked older than she had at 2:59. Maya was inside too, getting her shoulder stitched by a doctor whose hands moved quickly and whose face stayed carefully blank. Professional denial, maybe, or just survival. Ethan had been taken to the hospital for observation. The officer had told him, not unkindly, that there would be questions. There always are after a fire. As for me, a police sergeant took my statement twice, once in the early chaos, once again when things settled, because my first version had too much stumbling and not enough sequence. He wanted geography. Who was where, when the crash happened, where the people were standing, where we moved them, where the fire spread, where the water went. I gave him a map with my words, because I couldn't give him anything else. He listened, wrote, nodded. Then, quietly, he asked, "You said your phone didn't work outside, but it did inside the store." "Yes." "And you said the shed clock moved, but the street clocks did." "Yes." He stared at his notebook a second, then closed it. Okay. He didn't tell me what that meant. He didn't tell me if it fit a pattern. He didn't tell me if it was useful. But as he walked away, I heard him say to another officer, "Get the environmental guys. Check for gas leaks. Sewer, anything, environmental, gas leaks, sewer." Those words should have made me feel better. They didn't. Because later that day, when I finally went home and sat on my bed with my shoes still on, too tired to move, my body did the thing it always did. It prepared for impact. I stared at my ceiling and waited for the moment calm would betray me. At 2:58 a.m. the next night, I woke up. My heart was already running. I grabbed my phone without thinking. The screen lit, 2:59. I watched it like it was a bomb timer. It ticked over, 3:00, then 3:01. Nothing stopped. No one froze. My lungs finally released a breath I hadn't known I was holding. And still, I couldn't shake the image of that gas station sign. The clock stuck at 3:00 while everything else moved on. When I closed my eyes, I could still see it. Not as a supernatural omen, as a reminder that even when reality resumes, some systems don't. Some errors persist quietly in the background, waiting for the right conditions to show themselves again. And that's what stayed with me more than the fire, more than the frozen bodies, more than the dog that didn't wake up. The idea that the world could be mostly normal, mostly, with one small part still stuck, insisting on a moment that wouldn't pass. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.